In the long shadows cast by rebellion, some truths are whispered only in the darkest corners of existence. The tale of the 16th Legion is not merely one of war, but rather it is a chronicle of betrayal, ruin, and rebirth. Once, the peerless champions of the Imperium, they were led into damnation by the mightiest of Primarchs, and from the wreckage of their disgrace, a darker, much more raw force emerged. And thus, driven from Holy Terra, they would reside forevermore in the underworld. The Sons of Horus, the treacherous 16th Legion, would become the Black Legion. From shame and shadow, they would be recast in black and gold reborn. The Luna Wolves, once designated as the 16th Legion during their formation as one of the original Space Marine Legions, were one of the premier, if not the single greatest, legion forged within the crucible of the Great Crusade. Their reputation was forged through relentless conquest and peerless loyalty to the Imperium. Their unmatched martial prowess, alongside their gene-sire, Horus Lupercal, allowed them to rise swiftly within the Emperor's favor. Eventually, their gene-sire would become crowned as Warmaster, making them first amongst equals, as he was now the supreme commander of all Imperial forces. But loyalty breeds expectation, and pride will often cometh before the fall. When the heresy ignited the catastrophic civil war that sundered the Imperium in twine, it was Horus who stood at the heart, becoming one of, if not the true architect of betrayal, the first and most dangerous of the traitor Primarchs to declare themselves openly as an enemy of the Imperium. Those who followed him into rebellion would become forever marked. Just as the Luna Wolves had once cast their name aside, so too would they eventually cast aside the title of the Sons of Horus for something far darker. And this would come in the wake of the Horus Heresy, just after his death during the Siege of Terra, which led the Legion to flee into the Eye of Terror, an unstable region of overlapping warp and real space, known for its impossibility to chart and its corrupting influence. There, the Sons of Horus fractured under the weight of their loss, and the madness of the warp did them no favors. This would lead to the so-called Legion Wars, a series of internecine conflicts amongst the traitor legions, scattering their forces further still. One significant moment in their decline was the Battle of Harmony, a conflict that marked the final death throes of their cohesion as a single unified force. What remained of the once proud legion would be subsumed into new orders, warbands, and cults. Eventually, they would all succumb and fall in line under the leadership of Ezekiel Abaddon, the former first captain of the Sons of Horus. Abaddon did not merely gather the remnants, he reforged them, casting aside the name of their disgraced Primarch, and from the ashes of shame, he raised the banner of the Black Legion. Yet not all bent the knee, as a scattering of warbands chose independence and freedom, refusing to relinquish their old name, their titles, their battle honors. These survivors, remembered and reviled as the thrice cursed traitors, continue to operate under the Sons of Horus identity even to this day. Their motives, allegiances, and numbers remain fluid, as they were never fully absorbed or ever truly erased. Before their fall to chaos, the Luna Wolves marched under the cry of the Lupercal, or even the oath of For Horus and the Emperor. Their current battle cry, in contrast, is a rather chilling one, as it has become inverted as Death to the False Emperor. This slogan would carry on to the void winds across the blood-soaked stars of all reality. This, along with the Eye of Horus, a once proud symbol of the Warmaster's command and his allegiance to Terra, would become twisted and perverted, and they now stand as symbols, emblems even, of the Black Legion's eternal war against the Imperium and humanity as a whole, as it still to this day remains one of the most feared insignias across the galaxy, a mark of nigh uncompromising vengeance. The origins of the Legion, at least their culture, can be traced back to Cthonia, a planet so near to Terra that it fell within the grasp of non-warp travel. This was a world stripped bare by millennia of mining. Its surface and the depths of the world were a lattice of tunnels and collapsing spires, a veritable bevy of industrial decay and biological benediction of the environment. Ancient texts suggest that Cthonia had at once exhausted all its resources even before the discovery of Horus, further still than even the Age of Darkness itself. By the time of the heresy, Cthonia was not but a hollowed husk. In the centuries that followed, the planet's disappearance from imperial records would raise some alarm. Current archives, however, seem to record it as no longer existing. Its geological integrity reported to have been entirely lost. Official accounts attribute this to extreme subsurface mining, which likely pierced its long-dead core. However, there are suspicions and allegations that Chthonia's destruction was not natural, but rather an orchestrated act, its annihilation perhaps intended to sever the final links of Horus's bloodline upon the material world. However, no name has been officially attached to such theories, as no confirmation can be granted. Remarkably, the evidence suggests that even during the Unification Wars, prior to the Primarch's rediscovery, some natives of Cthonia had already made their way back to Terra, joining what would become the first formation of Luna Wolves. Their influence, though rarely documented, is a haunting footnote in their origins, and one of the Imperium's most impactful interactions prior to the Great Crusade with the wider galaxy.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to unleash my legions. Together we banished the ignorance of old night. But you betrayed me. You betrayed us all. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will. So let there be war from the skies of Terra to the galactic rim. Let the seas boil, let the stars fall. Though it takes the last drop of my blood, I will see the galaxy freed once more. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
The Black Legion, once known as the 16th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, has borne many names: Luna Wolves, the Sons of Horus, and now in their final incarnation, the Black Legion. Its origins stretch back to Terra itself, and through its early incarnation, the Legion earned a place of high honor beside the Emperor directly during the Great Crusade. They were lauded as the apex of martial excellence, brutal, unrelenting, and unwavering in their execution of the Emperor's will. Yet these same warriors, once trusted above all others, would become the primary weapon for the Warmaster Horus's attempt to usurp the Golden Throne. As the chosen hand of chaos, the Sons of Horus stood as the vanguard of the Imperium's betrayal. The heresy would end with their defeat at the Siege of Terra, but their story would not die with the Primarch. After the death of Horus Lupercal, the Sons of Horus fled deep into the warp. Their grief at the loss and their shame for their failure led to the symbolic act of a transformation. Under the leadership of Ezekiel Abaddon, Horus's former first captain, they blackened their once proud warplate in mourning and fury. They erased the name of their fallen Primarch from themselves, and in the form of this self-imposed exile, they were reborn as the Black Legion. This act of renaming stands alone amongst the traitor legions, where others clung to their original designations and their proud histories, refusing to abandon their identities even as they fall deeper and deeper still into damnation. The 16th Legion chose reinvention, rebirth if you will. This was not a mere act of symbolism, it was the foundation of a new era under Abaddon's direct command. They would no longer serve the memory of a dead master. They would forge their own legacy in the name of Chaos Undivided. It is critical to remember, before their fall, the Luna Wolves stood as the Emperor's favored legion. Following the Ulnar Crusade, a campaign in which Horus believed the Imperium's greatest victory had occurred over the Orc Empire, the Emperor himself would go on to propose the renaming of the Sons of Horus, in recognition for Horus Lupercal's showing of brilliance. Horus initially resisted, as it was only after the fateful conversation with his favored brother Primarch Sanguinius Indomitus, and the fallout from a violent clash with the Interact that Horus reluctantly accepted the honor. This moment marked a turning point, and should have been seen as foreshadowing of a pride that would soon turn into rebellion. The final renaming from the Sons of Horus to the Black Legion would only come after they had been utterly and completely defeated, as records state that those both within the Imperium and within Chaos realized that if they had only had 30,000 more Marines on Terra, that the Loyalists would have been able to completely wipe out all the traitor bloodlines after the heresy had failed. This change came from Abaddon's intent to keep his brothers from wallowing in self-pity and to galvanize them in order to prevent their scattering into obscurity. The change was not only a matter of appearance, but rather of ideology, tactic, and structure. They would now be the sword of vengeance, not merely to avenge Horus, but to bring ruination down upon the Emperor's dream itself. In the 41st millennium, the Black Legion stands not as a scattered group of raiders and squabbling warbands, but as a cohesive, disciplined force. Unlike their traitorous brethren, who often fell prey to infighting and the fragmentary nature of chaos, the Black Legion, on the other hand, stands as a unified force under the banner of Chaos Undivided. Their cohesion is not an accident, but rather a reflection of Abaddon's unyielding will, as he has the strength of iron within. Every time the Black Legion musters in full, it marks the beginning of what is known as a Black Crusade. These campaigns, launched with meticulous planning and precision, unleash relentless fury, and despite what they may seem like, they are not random acts of destruction, but rather deliberate strikes at the Imperium's heart. To this date, these crusades number in the dozens, each one a reminder that the Long War never ended. In the echoes of their past, one sees a paradox that defines the Black Legion. They were once exemplars of the Emperor's vision, disciplined, loyal, and unyielding, but now they are his most dangerous enemy, fanatical, unrelenting, and utterly devoted to his downfall. Their Primarch, Horus, born closest to Terra, was the brightest of the Emperor's sons, and the one who fell the furthest. Today, the Black Legion walks the galaxy, bearing the scars of that very fall, wielding them both as a weapon and a warning. They are inheritors of the greatest victories of the Great Crusade, and the architects of its greatest betrayal. From Terran birth to the Chaos God's newfound favorite, the Black Legion's journey is one of true transformation, one that mirrors the Imperium's own decay. They were not born as traitors, they were made so, step by step, battle by battle, inch by inch, and now Abaddon's forces gather once more. In the shadows of the Imperium's early days, before the truth of the great betrayal would scar 10,000 years of galactic history, there was Cthonia, a world whose riches were stripped bare long before the age of the Imperium. This was one of the first planets truly colonized by mankind. Cthonia would thereby become an open wound of industry, and its hollowed crust riddled with mine shafts, its skyline jagged with rustling hive spires. From this fractured world would emerge Horus Lupercal, the first rediscovered Primarch and the most beloved by the Emperor. Found by the God Emperor himself in the year 801 M30, Horus would grow up amongst the gang warriors of the Chthonian Underhive, where survival was earned not by mere merit but by blood. Birthright did not account for anything in this world. It was there, with these gang-born killers, molded by hardship and bred for violence, that the first waves of the Luna Wolves Legion would be built upon. And it was from them that Horus drew his earliest warriors, not by gene seed, but by shared brutality. For 3 decades, Horus marched at the Emperor's side, waging war in the nascent Great Crusade. His was a mind honed not just for conquest, but for unification. When the Emperor departed to seek out the rest of his lost Primarchs, it was Horus who was trusted to command the Emperor's vast military. As one by one the scattered Primarchs were found, and their legions reassembled, Horus rose above them, not as a mere commander, but as the commander, the true first amongst equals, a general without peer, where the others mastered a specific craft, discipline, or area of warfare and or governance, be they guerrilla tactics, siegecraft, armored assault, lightning raids, shock assault. Horus garnered a level of mastery within all of them. More importantly, he wielded the loyalty of divergent forces like a sculptor sculptor shaped stone. He unified not just soldiers, but cultures, treating each newly encountered world with a calculated respect for its tradition. In doing so, he brought billions into the imperial fold willingly. But this very talent, his ability to bridge human, Terran, and alien alike, may have been what sowed the seeds of damnation within half of humanity's legion. As following the Great Crusade, Horus achieved what none other had: the complete destruction of the largest orc empire ever known. The Emperor, in recognition, bestowed upon him the title of Warmaster, a rank that meant he was supreme commander of all imperial military forces, including that of his brothers. The Luna Wolves would then become the Sons of Horus. After this, the Emperor would return to Terra in order to pursue designs known only to him. What followed occurred upon the moon of Davin, a feral world of ancient corruption. There Horus fell, struck down not by blade or bolter, but by a virulent psychic disease crafted by the accursed relic known as the Anatheme, a blade of Nergalite origin capable of infecting even a Primarch. Whether through the fevered dreams of his recovery or deliberate initiation, Horus entered the Temple of the Serpent's Lodge, a warrior cult native to Davin. What was once an insidious social order amongst his soldiers became a conduit for something far darker. The precise moment of corruption remains elusive, but imperial records agree Horus was deeply changed, and with him the legions followed. The once symbolic warrior lodges spread quickly through the Astartes legions, ostensibly as brotherhoods, but in truth they carried with them a poison that had touched the very Warmaster. Within years, the balance of power within the Imperium had begun to shift, imperceivably, inexorably, and imminently, as Warmaster Horus possessed the loyalty of many of his brothers, and this was accomplished through precise calculation, emotional manipulation, and surgical deception, allowing him to secure the complete loyalty of those closest to him: Mortarion, Angron, Fulgrim, and others. Meanwhile, he deliberately undermined and isolated those who might resist: Rogel Dorn, Reboot Guilliman, and Sanguinius, along with the Lion. Every Primarch found themselves at a crossroads, often due to the inexplicable circumstances they were handed, or strategic misfortunes that conveniently aligned with Horus's ascension. In the aftermath of this subtle corruption and whispered treason, the Warmaster's long orchestrated schemes would finally erupt, with the fires of rebellion burning brightly. The crucible of this would occur on Isstvan III. There, under the guise of quarreling insubordination, Horus virus-bombed the remaining loyalist elements embedded within the traitor legions. Brothers turned executioners, comrades turned to ash. This act was truly monstrous in its scope and triggered an immediate response, as 5 full legions would be dispatched to confront this apparent betrayal. But the truth would become revealed, not on Isstvan III, but rather on Isstvan V. On that blood-soaked battlefield, the trap was truly finally sprung. The initial assault force, comprised of Salamanders, Iron Hands, Raven Guard, would make planetfall, believing that they could bring the wayward Warmaster to justice. Instead, they were cast aside, thrown into a pre-prepared killing field. These 3 legions, later remembered as the Shattered Legions, sought to regroup with their supposed reinforcements in a second wave. But what came next has seared itself into the darkest records of the Imperium's history. The Wordbearers, the Alpha Legion, and the World Eaters, along with the Iron Warriors, the very brothers that were sent to assist, turned their weapons on the Loyalist 3. What followed would become known as the Dropsite Massacre, a calculated betrayal that transformed the battlefields of Isstvan V into a slaughterhouse, and the true first opening salvos of outright rebellion that was the Horus Heresy. The civil war that followed was a war of utter and complete annihilation, and it spread like wildfire, consuming world after world, star system after star system, entire sectors. The corruption unleashed by Horus and the warrior lodges does not stop at the legions. It penetrated deep into the Imperial army, turning soldier against soldier, fleet against fleet. Even the loyalties of the Imperium's god machines, the Titan Legions, those sacred engines of the Mechanicum, fractured into rival factions. What had once been a unified Imperium now became a house divided, where no world was truly safe and no bond truly sacred. Billions upon billions would perish in the years that followed, and always the shadow of Horus loomed larger than life. As the traitor forces surged across the stars, loyalist legions, not trapped or destroyed, made their way through the warp, converging on Terra itself. Their objective was to defend humanity's cradle and the Emperor's final bastion. As the traitor hosts encircled the Imperial Palace, a final confrontation would become inevitable. In one last act of manipulation, or perhaps a desperate challenge, Horus lowered his shield upon the battle barge, and the Emperor, accompanied by a cadre of his most trusted custodians, Constantine Valder, Sanguinius, Rogaldorn, along with a small contingent of custodians, all teleported upon the vengeful spirit, intending on ending the conflict at its source. The duel that would follow was the stuff of legends. Brother against brother, then father against son, loyalty against ambition, divinity against damnation. When it ended, Horus lay dead, his soul eliminated by the Emperor himself. Yet victory did not come without an unbearable cost. The Emperor, mortally wounded, was entombed upon the Golden Throne, a machine of necro-arcane design that alone would keep him alive in a state just shy of death. As Rogaldorn carried his shattered form back to Terra, the traitor forces began to retreat, as in the midst of this, the 9th Legion had completely lost itself and become ravenous beasts that overwhelmed even the great Abaddon the Despoiler himself. This led the traitor forces to retreat in a confused and panicked state. Somehow, Horus's body had been truly reclaimed by his legion. Fleeing into the Eye of Terror, the Sons of Horus made their way to their new home upon a twisted world that would serve both as a fortress and a tomb. But without their Primarch, the Legion faltered. They turned one by one to the Chaos Gods, seeking the strength that they had lost, seeking belonging, as they embraced demonic possession and the cruel bargains of the thrice damned craven gods. However, their suffering had only just begun. During the savage infighting of the so-called Legion Wars, the Emperor's children launched a daring raid, intent on stealing the corpse of Horus. Their motives to this day remain unclear, but it is believed that Fabius Bile sought genetic samples in order to clone each of the Primarchs, and at least in this it is believed that he intended to form a new Warmaster, one that would succeed where the first had failed. What was certain was that it was not until the intervention of Ezekiel Abaddon, Horus's most formidable captain, that the Legion's fate had changed. Abaddon led a brutal assault upon the Emperor's children, destroying the body of their Primarch and symbolically severing the path. With this act, he ascended to new heights as the leader of Legion, in particular after having slain a clone of him, then donning the claws that had already slain one Primarch. Under Abaddon's ruthless command, they would be reborn, not as relics of failure, but as avatars of vengeance. The long war had now begun, an eternal campaign to complete the work of Horus, to burn the Imperium to its bones, and to cast the Emperor down once and for all. Across millennia, their war bands have gathered time and time again under the banner of the Despoiler, with a goal that yet remains unclear. When the Emperor first cast his gaze beyond the confines of Terra, he did so with intent, not of exploration, but of domination. As the Great Crusade was born in the wake unification wars, he forged new armies, not merely from loyal Terran stock, but from the conquered and broken. Amongst these earliest instruments were the conquered that stood as the 16th Legion, those who would later bear the name Luna Wolves. The 16th Legion was seeded with warriors drawn from almost every speck of soil on Terra. From the outset, the recruitment was as pragmatic as it was ruthless. Many hailed from bleak industrial underworld such as Samistan subplate slums or the brutal survivalist enclave of the Justaerin Bowl. These individuals were hardened by deprivation and living on the edge of extinction. Feral survivors shaped by violence, deprivation. It was precisely this crucible that forged men suitable enough for the Emperor's gene implantation process. Implanted with a genetic legacy of their lost Primarch, Horus Lupercal, the early 16th Legion displayed an almost instinctual aptitude for calculated aggression. Their battlefield doctrine was defined not by attrition or siegecraft, but by velocity and terminal impact. Where diplomacy faltered or resistance was expected, the Luna Wolves would be the ones who struck first. If there was ever a hammer in the Emperor's arsenal, it was the Luna Wolves, but they were also quite capable of being scalpels, executioner blades, and on occasion messengers. Imperial accounts are fragmentary, but as they cite the first Pacification of Luna being the clearest demonstration of the Legion's capabilities. The moons of Terra did not yield through negotiation, but rather through a show of overwhelming unrelenting force. The Luna Wolves made the residents of Luna yield through shock, brutality, and precision. The victories against the Crolincious enclaves and the Fire Winter left scars on Terran society, so deep that even now, millennia later, the ancient numerical 16 is whispered among those of the Corporatin Sinks under the epitaph, the Counting of the Wolf. Contemporary testimonies from that era, few though they may be, describe the arrival of the 16th Legion as indistinguishable from divine wrath, descending upon a bevy of stormbirds, storm eagles, and drop pods, escorted by screaming passage of lightning claws. They struck in the half-light of dawn or under the cover of night. Often, they were already face to face with their enemy before the echoes of the first volleys had faded. The attack itself was not merely physical, it was psychological, a calculated move in order to ensure that resistance would break as soon as possible. The warriors who made up this legion matched the ferocity of their doctrine. They were cold, proud, displaying little patience or want of ceremony, mysticism, or even camaraderie with the mortal elements of the Imperial army. They were not human soldiers in any recognizable sense, but a creation apart, post-human, entities bred for conquest and honed for violence, governed by the iron restraint of purpose. Their command structure, devoid of unnecessary ritual or affection, thrived on merit, decisiveness, and lethal clarity. They asked for no quarter, and they gave none. Yet despite this fearsome disposition, it was control, not chaos, that defined them in the early days. The aggression that seethed within each and every one of them, chained directly and released only to serve the Imperium's needs. In this, they reflected the intent of their sire, that war was not something to indulge in, but rather an instrument. The 16th Legion would then become legends, long before they became traitors. They were born in blood, shaped by Terra's unforgiving underworlds, and unleashed to bring a galaxy to heal. And though the echoes of their fall would one day ring across the skies, at some point, when exactly none can say, the image of the Emperor dispatching his wolves in order to break his enemies and those too stubborn or dangerous to be brought to heel by lesser means took hold in the collective imaginations of the Imperium. Though difficult to pinpoint the precise origin, most chronicles trace the concept to a singular flashpoint, the Pacification of Luna. It was an operation launched even as the Unification War was still raging across Terra, a campaign considered by Imperial scholars to be the first true battle of the Great Crusade. Whether that claim is literal or symbolic remains a matter of debate. What cannot be disputed, however, is that Luna, Earth's sole moon, had become a site of conflict that would mark the coming of a new epoch. At the time, Luna was controlled by a confederation of gene cultists, resurrectionist sects that operated in subterranean complexes, honeycombing the moon's entire interior. These cults, known collectively as the Selenar cult, were no ordinary opposition. Their belief system was a complex interwoven series of systems which remained internally coherent, grounded in a conviction that humanity was simultaneously fragmented and transcendent. Each cult followed a unique archetype, its members engineered and resurrected repeatedly time and time again by gene rights, using technology whose origins lay deeply forgotten due to the loss of the sciences of the Dark Age of technology. They sought nothing less than utter perfection of human archetypes. To the nascent Imperium, their belief and their stubborn refusal to accept the Imperial truth rendered Selenar unacceptable. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor's response to such defiance would be immediate and absolute obliteration. But the situation on Luna was not normal. The Selenar possessed something the Imperium needed. Though the details of what it is remain heavily redacted within the Imperial archives, it is evident that their knowledge on genecraft and recursive human regeneration presented a valuable tool, too great to be destroyed, outright. And so, when the envoys for alliance were met with silence, and threats were soon returned with resistance, the final decision would be made. Luna would not be negotiated with any longer. It would be pacified. To accomplish this, the Emperor deployed a coalition of 3 newly forged Legionis Astartes, who would later be known as the Imperial Fists, the Ultramarines, and the Luna Wolves. Amongst them, the Luna Wolves had been chosen to spearhead the assault, and they would bring the full strength of their legion to bear. Cutting power to their void craft, the warriors of the 16th Legion would allow their assault vessels to drift silently towards the moon, as if they had been loosened arrows, while the Selnar surface batteries focused their fire upon the more conventional approach of the Ultramarines and the Imperial Fists. The Luna Wolves struck from the shadows, unexpected and unseen. There, the impact would be devastating, as within 6 hours of the first engagement, Luna had been subjugated and fully pacified. The Selnar defenses were shattered. The surviving cultist leaders faced extinction, and so they would transmit their complete surrender. The message was simple, but it was an echo, one that would reverberate throughout Imperial history. Call off your wolves. From that moment on, the 16th Legion had earned a name that would outlast empires, the Luna Wolves. The iconography they would adopt in the aftermath of this was one that mirrored this very same name, that of the ancient predators of old Earth, extinct for millennia, which had only survived as biostock for gene-forged beasts and half-remembered symbols of Terran dialects, where wolf had come to dignify lethal control of discipline and savagery. It was a name they would wear with pride. The Selnar, meanwhile, who survived, were bent to the will of the Imperium. Their advanced genetic methodologies were harnessed and directed towards a new purpose for the refinement of the Legionis Astartes. From the ruins of their failed defiance, they would help shape the next generation of Space Marines, and thus Luna became the first off-world conquest of the Imperium of Man and the 16th Legion. The wolves who struck without warning, without mercy, had begun their long and dark descent into legend. In the wake of the pacification of Luna, the 16th Legion, soon to be known as the Luna Wolves, emerged not as the blade of the Emperor, but also as an image unto themselves. A symbol began to solidify across their ranks. Field commanders and officers increasingly adorned themselves with pelts of enhanced canine predators, gene-forged beasts reminiscent of Terra's long-dead predators. Though several legions would come to adopt similar feral canine motifs, it was the Luna Wolves who did so first. But perhaps more significant was where the legion would draw its recruits from when beyond Terra. The world was called Cthonia, once a thriving mining hub and one of Terra's nearest systems. Cthonia had long since passed into obsolescence, located within Segmentum Solar and reachable by sublight travel even prior to the invention of warp drives. It had been among humanity's earliest expeditionary colonies, but centuries, perhaps millennia, of relentless excavation had stripped it bare, its crust hollowed out, its surface broken and unstable. The planet itself had become a dying relic, a wasteland of abandoned catacombs and dying machine factories, along with long exhausted resource veins. What remained of human civilization on Cthonia had adapted, or rather devolved, into something harsher. It was a feral world in all but name, built upon the decaying remnants of land once prosperous. Massive hive cities clung to the shell of the world like tumors, home to violent gangs, locked in endless warfare over territory, honor, and survival. It was from these brutal killing gangs that Luna began to draw its aspirants, the youths of Cthonia. Hardened by the world's merciless conditions, they were the ideal stock for the Astartes transformation, aggressive, cunning, and already familiar with violence as a language of power. And it would also be here that the Emperor found his first son, Horus Lupercal. In 801 M30, when the Emperor would find the first of his sons, Horus Lupercal, as long as you are not taking into account the records, which may have been falsified, of Alfarius' own discovery. Unlike the majority of his scattered sons, whose gestation pods were hurled far across the galaxy by the unknown will of the warp, Horus had landed far closer to Terra. His arrival on Cthonia, a world so near to the cradle of mankind, raises questions that remain unanswered even to this day. Was this proximity mere chance, or was Horus meant to be found first? Official records state that Horus was discovered in his youth, and that he would be the first Primarch to be rediscovered by the Emperor, and more importantly, be first to be raised at his side. But there are conflicting accounts that muddy the clarity of this narrative. Some imperial sources depict Horus as a child warrior, surviving amidst the Chthonian gangs and shaped by its pitiless underworld. Others insist he was swiftly brought back to Terra, where he grew up under the direct tutelage of the Emperor, witnessing firsthand the formation of the Imperium through political warfare and martial conquest. What is consistent, however, is that these fractious accounts state that Horus took command of his legion extremely early on during the Great Crusade. Unlike his brothers, who would be reunited with their legions decades, even hundreds of years into the campaign, Horus began his rise from within the vanguard of humanity, as he was seen not merely as a warrior to be shaped into a proper implement of combat, but he was the prototype for how all Primarchs would be treated by the Emperor. Whether he was molded in the killing pits of Cthonia, or from within the shadow of the Emperor's own glory, Horus emerged as the ideal commander for a legion bred for rapid and overwhelming force. The Luna Wolves, already a seasoned and well-tested battle force, which had been bolstered by the integration of feral recruits, now had its leader whose ambition was only equaled by his charisma. Cthonia gave the 16th Legion its flesh, and the Emperor gave it its purpose, but it would be Horus who would give them momentum. As with so many of the elements of his Primarch project, clarity vanishes in the margins, as it seems that the exact clarity of accounts confirming when, in fact, Horus was recovered, or even if he was the first of his lost gene sons, or if the accounts are actually reversed and Horus was not found until after Alpharius, is widely disputed. But what remains accepted amongst Imperial scholars is that this truth will remain disputed despite how quickly Horus was given command of the Luna Wolves. However, what is clearly understood is even when he was first given command, Horus, being under the Emperor's direct tutelage and his only son, placed him in a position of exceptional influence, not merely as a creation of the Master of Mankind, but as his sole confidant, companion, and heir during the formative years of the Imperium. There was, by all reliable accounts, a genuine bond between them. The Emperor was even recorded to have devoted extensive time to his protege, educating him personally and shaping him while preparing the Primarch not only for war, but for command on a scale the galaxy had not seen in over 10,000 years. And when Horus was granted command of his Luna Wolves, he took complete control of a force of 10,000 transhuman warriors crafted from his own gene template. And with the post-human legionaries at his side, Horus joined the Emperor on his earliest campaigns of the Great Crusade, which had begun formally in 789 M30, a few years before Horus had been officially rediscovered on Cthonia. However, records are inconsistent to the point that some believe that Horus being found on Cthonia was actually a cover, and that Horus actually advanced with the Emperor during his earliest campaigns prior to his supposed discovery on Cthonia. However, Horus was not the only asset taken from Cthonia. By the time the Great Crusade began, Chthonia's mineral wealth had already been completely exhausted, as the mines were utterly and totally dead. Its manufactura rusted and functionally inoperable, yet the planet remained valuable to the Imperium, not for what it produced, but for whom it bred. Cthonia had become a crucible, a veritable breeding ground for war-born humanity. Generations of savage hive gangs, techno-barbarian tribes, and degenerate reprobate militias had evolved into something the nascent Imperium needed far more than plasteel or ceramite. It needed war-hardened killers, survivors, men and youths raised without mercy, without human empathy, stripped of fear and forged by endless struggle. Its proximity to Terra allowed it to sustain limited contact, even throughout the worst of the Age of Strife. And so it was one of the first worlds marked for conscription by the early fleets of the Imperium. Imperial recruitment squads arrived with terrifying efficiency. At least one archived report describes tens of thousands of adolescent gangers being chained together in the holds of prison shuttles, shipped straight to the Selenar vault beneath Luna's very surface, where the gene rights of Luna, ancient allies of the Emperor, converted this raw, nubile flesh into legionnaire stock. However, not all those who had been taken would become Astartes, as the majority would be pressed into the Imperial Army, including the elite detachments created by the Emperor, such as the Solar Auxilia and the feared Chthonian headhunters. But those judged most suitable, physically and psychologically, would be inducted into the 16th Legion. There, beneath the sterile lights of Luna, and within its gene laboratories, they would be reborn. This marked a significant deviation from the standard practice. Early aspirants of the Legion's Astartes had been drawn primarily from Terra and its own war-torn populations. Later, the rediscovery of the planets of the Primarchs would shift recruitment towards feral and feudal worlds, particularly emphasizing the worlds the Primarchs came from, granting them a quick connection to the Imperium proper and a quicker integration of said troops into the Imperium's massively growing armies. This has led to the theories that some of the Primarchs were not found on distant worlds, but rather that the Emperor somehow was able to recover them before they ever landed, and that Horus was only said to have been from Cthonia in order to influence the world into acquiescing to the Imperium's demands much faster, as Cthonia was a prototype if you will, where its harsh, hollow world, whose surviving youth would require little indoctrination to become killers, especially after going psychohypnotic treatment and neural conditioning, would require somewhat of a push to be as guaranteeably loyal as those from a world with a Primarch. So these, the Sons of Cthonia, would emerge not as hollow men, but as the Sons of Horus, linked not only to Terra via a compact, but through being the fertile ground upon which one of the Emperor's sons was raised, allowing them to quickly become highly disciplined space marines of exceptional loyalty. And it was said that they bore no illusions about the horrors of the galaxy. They had, after all, been born to them, and thus the Luna Wolves would be reborn, not merely in the image of their Primarch, but with the blood of this feral, savage, yet powerful world running through their veins. Following the full and proper absorption of Chthonia's gene stock into the 16th Legion, the Luna Wolves underwent a fundamental transformation, not one of numbers, but of spirit. The integration of these new initiates did more than bolster its ranks. It infused the Legion with a different rhythm, a different vocabulary of war and survival. The Terran-born Astartes who had formed the foundation of the Luna Wolves found themselves fighting shoulder to shoulder with warriors who bore an imprint of 1,000 generations of brutal gang warfare, cultural legacies etched into instinct as deeply as into memory. Despite the indoctrination protocols of the time, psychic, hypnotic, and mnemonic, the core behavioral reflexes of the Chthonian origin persisted beneath a veneer of standard legionary conditioning. It is now theorized by several Order Historica subcells that this might have been an intentional process. The wars of the Great Crusade claimed Terran-born Luna Wolves in mounting numbers. The more methodical, disciplined traditions of old Earth began to fade, and so the voice of Terra would grow quieter and quieter still within the 16th. What replaced it did not erase the Legion's previous ethos or its culture, but rather it reshaped it, subtly at first, then unmistakably. Changes emerged across the ranks of the Legion, in both form and custom. Personal stylings, such as the use of top knots and mohawk, once reserved exclusively for the Chthonian headhunters, became widespread and almost standard within the Legion, as these were not merely aesthetic choices, but visible declarations of status, survival, and rank, woven into the very iconography of their power armor. In chilling symbolic tradition, Astartes, wounded in honorable combat, etched a deep scratch across their ceramites' eye lenses, and it would always be in the same location. This was as a tribute to a worthy foe who had harmed them. On Cthonia, this would be done right above the eye and potentially damaging the visual organ. These were not mere acts of mourning, but rather acknowledgements, as if each scratch was a bookmark in an endless death ledger. Perhaps most revealing is its integration of the Chthonian term Abythian, meaning the slitting of an enemy's throat in sanctioned combat. This word was originally a grim fixture of hive gang duels, and it came to be widely used within the Luna Wolves as a mark of final pacification of a hostile campaign. That term, born in the underworld slaughter, became synonymous with imperial victory. And this speaks volumes to the impact that integrating a world like Cthonia did into the Imperium. Leadership too was no longer judged solely by tactical acumen or honorific rank. Instead, it began to mirror the hierarchical structure of Chthonian gang culture, where charisma and reputation were tantamount to law. A commander's influence extended far beyond formal chains of command. It became a personal, even tribal affair. This trend would reach its zenith with Horus's personal cult, which was absolute, as his charisma supernaturally eclipsed even reason, and the reverence the Legion came to hold with him bordered on religious awe, as it was not merely loyalty, it was an identity, and it would one day cost them everything. Yet in terms of raw combat efficiency, the transformation did not weaken the Luna Wolves, quite the opposite. The inclusion of Chthonian warriors only sharpened the Legion's edge. Their tactical doctrine remained flexible, able to prosecute almost any war across any theater, but when possible, their preferred approach became unmistakable, iconic even, overwhelming synchronized annihilation delivered with brutal swiftness from multiple directions at once. It became standard practice. A system marked for imperial conquest would fall in what appeared to be a single blow, but in reality was a myriad of simultaneous cuts, death by 1,000 cuts in a single instance. The Luna Wolves' voidcraft, shaped in sphere formations, would accelerate inwards from the periphery of the star system, breaking into countless shards as it neared planetary targets. Each subfleet acted like an individual blade that would be driven deep as they simultaneously initiated orbital saturation bombardment. Within moments of this occurring, mass drop pods would descend upon coordinated waves, striking enemy strongholds, void stations, and population centers simultaneously. Resistance, when it dare surface, was quickly identified and overwhelmed, encircled, and destroyed, not through attritional warfare, but through precision implementations of savagery, executed at such high velocity and coordination that it more resembled a predator's ambush than a military campaign. In the wake of these assaults, Imperial Army regiments would arrive and cleanse the debris, as would administrative governing edifices be built and log the world as compliant. For many of these forces, there was little to do but bury the dead and record the silence left behind. This was the new face of the 16th Legion, an apex war machine whose soul no longer was that purely of Terran origin, but of Chthonian as well, forged in fire and tempered by blood, all the while being led by the first found son of the Emperor, a man who would become first amongst equals and then one of the 9 devils. Throughout the breadth and height of the Great Crusade, the 16th Legion, known in those years as the Luna Wolves, became synonymous with victory purchased in blood. Their methods of war were never subtle, never ornate, but they were always devastatingly effective. Though their tactics lacked the aesthetic formality or precision favored by other legions, their results were irrefutable. A trail of shattered regimes and silenced resistance stretched far and wide behind them, each marked not by ceremony but by conquest. From their earliest engagements to their final pre-heresy campaigns, the Luna Wolves approached warfare with a singular, unyielding principle: annihilation through decisive aggression. This philosophy, while echoing the calculated ferocity of Chthonian gang warfare, proved remarkably compatible with the Imperium's need for swift expansion and unrelenting, unending momentum. As worlds fell before them, the name of Horus, Primarch of the 16th, and the Emperor's most lauded son, grew in stature beyond that of any of his brothers. Historical data fragments from the campaign logs indicate a rather notable pattern. The Luna Wolves would arrive, isolate and destroy resistance, establish compliant points within the world, then depart, all within a timeframe that would leave little room for occupation, reconnaissance, or world building. What mattered to them was conquest, and they were obsessed with accomplishing what mattered to them. The very mission would be achieved regardless of the tactical necessities. The rest could be managed by the Administratum and the Imperial Army in the Legion's wake. This attitude was most clearly demonstrated during the early consolidation of the Sol system, itself a campaign often obscured by the grand theaters of the later crusade. Yet even here, the Luna Wolves fought with the same ruthless resolve that they would become later known for. Their actions bore the hallmarks of their Chthonian inheritance: swift identification of leadership targets, followed by immediate, overwhelming, and precise execution. For them, taking prisoners was rare, viewed not through the lens of an ethical concern, but as a logistical liability. Unwanted mouths, as one post-campaign review phrased it, echoing old Chthonian idioms with a chilling simplicity. To the Luna Wolves, war was not a ceremony, nor a chessboard. It was a street fight at a galactic scale. Either a conflict was ended quickly through force of will and the application of overwhelming force, or it dragged on and became wasteful. Their position was always clear. The first was acceptable, the second was intolerable. Over the course of more than 2 standard centuries, the 16th Legion prosecuted this war doctrine without apology or deviation. With every war zone they pacified, their renown grew further and further still. Horus, as a commander and symbol of the Legion's supremacy, was glorified by imperial propaganda, the Council of Terra, and even his fellow Primarchs. His generalship was not merely respected, but it became legend. So complete was the Luna Wolves' dominance in campaign after campaign that other legions began to often request deployment alongside them. This development bears particular note, as though interlegionary cooperation was often marred by rivalry. The presence of the Luna Wolves was not only accepted, but welcome. Their battlefield performance and their unity, along with the certainty of their success, made them an anchor in uncertain war zones. Whether leading the initial assault into a hostile sector, or operating as elite support within the broader army cohort, the Luna Wolves delivered. Defeat, when it came, was so rare, in fact, that individual setbacks were studied with clinical intensity by strategists across the Imperium. But such reversals were the exception, not the rule. In most accounts, victory followed their deployment like a shadow. The Luna Wolves were more than soldiers. They were instruments, refined, sharpened, and unleashed. Instruments not of diplomacy or occupation, but of fire, steel, and the relentless will of mankind to reclaim its right to inherit the stars. In the closing years before the dawn of the 31st millennium, their legacy was secure, their strength unchallenged, their faith in Horus absolute, and unfortunately that would prove the most dangerous victory of all. The hunting of the Akhireth is a little known and rarely spoken about event, hidden within the halls of the Ordo Xenos. The Akhireth, known in frontier vernacular as the Bone Drinkers, represented a singular threat, not through sheer force, but through applying a method of predation. These parasitic fungoid organisms existed not as individuals, but as interconnected biological clusters, through which contagion and will were both shared in equal measure. The true horror lay in their sustenance, the slow extraction of bone marrow from sentient living hosts. Death for their victims was neither swift nor clean. The Akhireth were first encountered during the initial crusade push into the western fringes of Segmentum Solar. Bereft of their own technology, they had survived by infesting void ships scavenged from other species and preying upon isolated colonies, especially those on feral-classed worlds, too primitive to mount a coordinated defense. Their intelligence, if it could be called such, was adaptive but craven. They would strike from the dark and retreat the moment resistance presented itself. In the early years of the Crusade, extermination orders were jointly executed by the Luna Wolves and the 8th Legion, not yet bearing the moniker Night Lords. These early campaigns were believed to have driven the Xenos into extinction. However, fragmentary sightings and void distress signals would later suggest a chilling truth. The Akhireth had not been destroyed, only greatly dispersed. By 986 M30, survivors of remote outposts and merchant crews began reporting a series of attacks, isolated incidents at first, but bearing oh so familiar signals. Skeletal remains drained absolutely of bone marrow, and void ships left hollow, like chitinous husks. The Imperial Command recognized the resurgence of the species, and so they would act decisively. The Alpha Legion, newly reunited with the Primarch Alfarius, and untested in campaigns of extermination, was thereby dispatched under sealed orders. The campaign lasted only 3 standard years, operating deep within stellar waste near Olmec. Deception, infiltration, and misdirection, methods native to the Alpha Legion, were weaponized to isolate, purge, and eliminate the remaining Ankarath blooms. No central hive was ever found, no singular greater intelligence uncovered. Yet by the end of the campaign, no further sightings of these beings would ever be recorded. Whether the Bone Drinkers were truly eradicated or merely driven deeper still into the shadows of the void remains unconfirmed. Next would be the fall of Raelius, occurring at an unknown date in M30. As some of the episodes within the early life of Horus Lupercal seem to defy the formality of standard military records. Instead, they are preserved in the oral traditions of Space Marine chapters, retold as lessons of loyalty, ferocity, and sacrifice. One such incident unfolded on Raelius, a fortified human city that refused to yield to the Imperial truth and denied the unity with Holy Terra. Over 30 years after his rediscovery, Horus would often fight with the Emperor, and Raelius would become one of the foundation stones for this bond. During the siege, Imperial forces faced protracted resistance, yet the true danger would come not from frontal assault, but from subterfuge. Beneath the city's surface lay a network of tunnels unknown to Imperial strategists, and through them, hundreds of shock troops launched a coordinated ambush against the Imperial command encampment. In the sudden attack, the command staff, including the Emperor and Horus, were caught completely unprepared and unarmored. What followed was a brutal close quarters melee, the kind where strength, instinct, and unshakable will decide who survives. With only their weapons and each other, the Emperor and his son fought back to back, cutting down wave upon wave of assailants, the bodies stacking higher and higher until they were veritable mountains. It was during this melee that a plasma discharge struck Horus squarely in center mass, knocking the young Primarch to the ground. For a moment, history teetered on a knife's edge. The Emperor, unflinching, took position over his fallen son and refused to yield. With blade and wrath, he held the line until reinforcements arrived and the attackers were routed. The siege would continue and the city would eventually fall. But for that singular moment, etched only in living memory, one truth was immutable. The bond between father and son was not merely political, but strategic. It was parental, and it was absolute, at least for a time. Up next for the Luna Wolves would be the Gorro Hollowing, occurring once again at an unknown date in the 30th millennium. Deep within the Telon Reach resided one of the Orc empires who were not dissimilar in scale and ferocity to that of Ulnor. Its very epicenter was Gorro, a world formed not of rock, but of scrap and refuse, twisted into an iron shell by the toil and violence of its rulers, the mech boys of Gorro, mad scientists in the crude idiom of their kind. And they had constructed a war machine culture unlike any which had been previously encountered. Their obsession with plasma, a volatile form of energy, was unlike anything recorded prior. This technology would be deployed in a way that was both reckless and brilliant, allowing them to have repeatedly stall Imperial advances, incinerating fleets and decimating spearheads with the greatest of ease. The Emperor of Mankind quickly declared that Gorro must not be merely taken, but obliterated, annihilated, and completely erased from the face of existence. When the assault began, it was a declaration in scale as much of intent. Over 1,000 warships simultaneously emerged from the warp, and it was the Emperor himself who issued the order to strike. Horus Lupercal, resplendent and unflinching, stood at his side as a tide of assault craft descended, while the Luna Wolves executed teleportation strikes directly into the planet's substructure, as Gorro's scrap mantle was all but impervious to orbital bombardments, regardless of how sustained they were, forcing Astartes into the hollow planet, having to go through it layer by layer. In the vanguard of this descent were Horus, the Emperor, and a cadre of black-armored Justaerin Terminators of the Luna Wolves' First Company, accompanied by Wardens of the Legionis Custodes. What awaited them below was no mere Xenos resistance, but a storm of iron, muscle, and fire. Orcs of Gorro were colossal, bigger even than the orcs of any other empire. In part, this was because they had been crudely enhanced with cybernetics, down to a man, scavenged and structured into the very growth of their already monstrous frames. Some were so large they towered even over revered Contemptor dreadnoughts of the legions Astartes. Their weapons burned through ceramite plate and ripped the warriors inside with equal measure of heat and force. The battle itself reached its fulcrum when the Emperor was cut off from his guard amidst this brouhaha. He himself would carve a path through the enemy, slaying hundreds upon hundreds, but Gorro's plasma weapons were no mere ornament, and a blast would strike him, weakening his defenses. In that very moment, one orc of immense size, a war leader, almost incomparable to any other, surged forward, gripping the Emperor in both his augmented fists with such force that it buckled the warplate of humanity's leader, and began to crush the life from him. Then Horus came. He burst into the fray, his blade flashing once, twice. In said process, he sheared the arms from the orc beast before he could finish. With the momentum of this act, the reunited father and son drove the force deeper and deeper still into the metal world. There, at the planet's core, the Emperor enacted his true design. Gorro's power was delivered from a plasma sphere encased in a warp-fold envelope, creating a self-sustaining, perpetual engine of destruction. To resolve the issue of the world, he decided just to collapse it. The implosion itself shattered the planet's structural integrity, causing a cascading effect that forced Gorro to fold inward upon itself. What remained was a hollowed shell of oxidized debris drifting in the vacuum, an eternal tombstone of an empire extinguished in a single, momentous, swooping blow. And so that was how Horus would repay his debt on Relis, not merely by blade, but by his resolve, and by fixing the mistake the Custodes had made, allowing their sire to almost die yet again. Which seems like an inherent flaw of the Custodes, constantly having others clean up their messes, fix the failures they have caused. Their single duty, protecting their sire, almost always being something that they fail at to some degree. When Imperial forces first advanced into the turbulent systems of the Ordoni cluster, they found that it was under the rule of Tentrius, a warlord of exceptional cunning and restraint. Unlike many other petty kings or void lords before him, Tentrius saw the inevitability of his situation. Facing the inexorable advance of the Great Crusade, he chose survival by bending the knee, which led the Imperium to not destroying him. Instead, they elevated him. The Emperor, ever the pragmatist, would see a place for men like Tentrius, leaders with ambition, drive, and ruthlessness, but who knew their place. Granted a modest fleet and a small contingent of Imperial army regiments, Tentrius became a tool for the Great Crusade's expansion, and wielding him, the Imperium enabled his legend to be built. Over 5 decades, he carved a swath of compliance all around and about the Halo stars, conquering worlds not merely for Terra, but for his own legacy. His campaigns grew in scope and savagery as time went on. Imperial tacticians whispered of his victories. Reports note his audiences with Malcador the Sigillite, and even the recognition of several Primarch. By all extents and measures, he was a man trusted, perhaps even admired by all those within the Imperium. But Tentrius would not remain loyal. At the height of his power, he ineptly chose to betray the Imperium. One by one, he turned compliant worlds into his personal vassals. Systems once brought into imperial compliance were absorbed into his self-styled dominion. No longer an agent of unity, Tentrius raised the banner of his own cause. His fleet multiplied, vastly swelling as his armies grew out of control. Tens of millions followed him, as 100 human-settled worlds acknowledged only his rule, ringed by fortified bastions and garrison worlds, in essence built to the standards of the Imperial Fist. Tentrius' rebel empire carved out its own realm amongst the stars. The Imperium, now forced to reckon with such a defector, responded with finality, and they sent Horus to deliver this end. In this conflict, the Warmaster did not act alone. While the Luna Wolves formed the vanguard, Horus dispatched personal requests to his brother Primarch, and he received reinforcements, arriving in strength nigh uncomparable to any other that Tentris had faced, as the Shadowed Night Lords arrived, followed by the unyielding Iron Hands, and the always watching, yet silent and elusive Alpha Legion also joined in the fray, as they together formed an overwhelming force designed not merely for victory, but to completely decimate all in its path, fully breaking the backs of all those who had even considered to rebel. Reports from Imperial Recon Drone showed that the effects were immediate. Astropathic intercepts showed rebel fleets fracturing under the sheer weight of the engagement to come. Rumors, unconfirmed but widely believed, spoke of entire worlds culled within a single night, as fear did the work of fire. When Tentris finally realized that his cause was lost, the Luna Wolves struck directly. They emerged from the warp within immediate weapons range, cutting down half of Tentris' command fleet before countermeasures could be issued. The strike was surgical, precise, and absolute. Then, within the breach made, Horus personally led 50 Justaerin Terminators of his first company in a teleportation assault upon the flagship's bridge. Here, the slaughter was total and absolute. Not a single soul was left. But the campaign would not end with Tentris' death. It merely intensified. Horus, it is said, took the betrayal personally. Tentris had been given trust, recognition, and command, only to turn. That insult demanded not only retribution, but a great scouring. The Night Lords were ordered to decimate every world of the rebel dominion. The Iron Hands, with elements of the Ordo Redactor, unleashed industrial annihilation. Fortress cities were razed, planetary crusts fractured, atmospheric toxins were deployed in saturation volley. No stronghold would remain intact, no rebel remained whole. Once this castigation was complete, Horus dispatched a final message to Terra. A gold-dipped soul, once belonging to Tentris, arrived under heavy guard. The custodian who bore it spoke only one sentence: so perish all traitors. Before the tempest of the heresy, before the names of worlds like Isstvan and Calf became bywords of ruin, there were signs, patterns even, preserved within deeper stratas of imperial history. 3 such events were separated by time but linked by consequences, and they stand as subtle preambles to the tragedy of the Warmaster. One of these events would be the compliance of Moloch, the night world of Moloch, a jewel of martial lineage and buried secrets. Its compliance was unlike any other, and it occurred in 869 M30. This uniqueness was not merely for the scale of the force deployed, but for the presence of the Emperor himself, a rare occurrence noted with reverence and unease in Mechanicum record. The Luna Wolves fought alongside the Dark Angels, the Emperor's children, and the White Scars. Titan legions also marched in tandem with the Mechanicum and the thousands upon thousands of Imperialis auxiliary regiments that were deployed. Victory was swift, celebratory, and superficially standard. Cypherian Divine of House Divine was appointed as the planetary governor, but what followed was not a celebration in the standard means. In the presence of his sons, several of the Primarchs included, the Emperor led them beneath the surface of Moloch. There he revealed a warp portal, an ancient and hidden variation of these incredibly rare sites. Without counsel or warning, he stepped through into the realm of chaos. When he returned, he appeared changed, older, far more powerful, and functionally distant. Then the mystery would compound as he erased his son's memories of what had transpired upon Moloch. Orders were issued, and a massive garrison force, nearly 100 auxiliary regiments, 3 titanic cohorts, and elements of 2 legions whose lineage is unknown to us, were stationed to guard the portal perpetually. The reason for this secrecy remains unspoken, the purpose of which, and if there was any true parlay which occurred upon the warp, and the reason behind the memory wipes remain unknown. But what we do know is the strangeness of the disproportionate security which point to a singular conclusion. Something on Moloch truly and deeply terrified the Emperor beyond all else, as the force left behind was greater than any singular legion. A century later, in 921 M30, the Luna Wolves encountered the Keelid, an alien species native to the planet Keelid. These were reptilian, martial, and repulsive in both physiology and temperament. From the first moment of contact, with the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. Hostilities erupted. There was no diplomacy, only war, and it became a campaign marked by attrition and suffering. The Khalid, though primitive by imperial standards, were a force to be reckoned with, in particular within the resistance. Their offense, on the other hand, proved significantly less viable. Their skill in combat proved more than a match for the standard forces and tactic employed by the Luna Wolves, forcing them into a brutal and prolonged engagement. During this campaign, Horus had not yet claimed the title of Warmaster. Amongst his sons, he was simply called the Commander, a leader forging his legend in the fires of hardship and adversity. The records of this campaign are sparse in strategic value, but rich in tone, wariness, frustration, and blood. The genocide of the species was complete, but it left a mark upon those who survived the campaign, one of which the Legion's documents speak purely of misery. Was it merely fatigue, or that something began to unwind within the soul of the 16th Legion? 60 years before the fall of Horus, the world of Davin entered Imperial records in 941 M30, and it entered the records as 63-8, a feral world whose resistance to compliance was brief. The warrior tribes, though savage, demonstrated a quality that Horus found compelling. This quality was a combination of courage, adaptability, and above all else, total, nigh dogmatic loyalty. Horus allowed the Davinites to retain much of their culture, yet he did more than conquer. He embraced them. In return, they gave him something that would outlast battle, the concept of a warrior lodge. And it spread rapidly amongst the Luna Wolves, taking root as an unofficial brotherhood. But this cultural exchange bore seeds of future disaster. To oversee the world's integration, Horus left behind a detachment of the 17th Legion, known as the Imperial Herald, under the command of Captain Cor Ferron. Alongside them, Governor Eugene Temba, a close, longtime companion of Horus, would be assigned as the planetary command. What followed, however, was not stability, but slow and unceasing corruption. The people of Davin's moon rejected imperial authority, but over time, refusal would grow malignant. Sorcerers' forces, later confirmed to be aligned with the plague god Nurgle, would be unleashed, and Temba, alongside his garrison, would succumb, leading them to be twisted and reborn in a blasphemous form. Unbeknownst to the Imperium, the entire population of Davin had long served the ruinous powers. Their compliance and allegiance was a facade, their surrender a trap laid deep in time. The infection of Temba was one of the main goals, as it would lie dormant for decades until the Luna Wolves had returned to investigate, and that return would change everything. The rediscovery of Davin's true nature would shatter the minds of the one once called the Commander, and give rise to the Warmaster. As we continue our dissection of the events preceding the heresy, we encounter a cluster of compliance campaigns whose details were often overlooked or redacted in a manner that provides crucial insight to the temperament and the long-term intentions of the 16th Legion. These are not campaigns defined by grand declarations or celebrated triumphs, but by silence and absence, leaving a faint trail of decisions that would echo in the galactic cataclysm to come. What little survives regarding the compliance of Daromir exists only as fragmentary logs from joint operational files of the Luna Wolves and Night Lord's legions. The planet's name surfaces briefly in overlapping command rosters and transit orders, suggesting a swift and likely brutal campaign conducted with clinical aggression characteristic of both legions. No data survives concerning the cultural resistance of Daromir's inhabitants. Notably, no records exist of a prolonged siege, negotiations, or restructuring, only a designation of compliant. This suggests either a total annihilation of the defending force or a deliberate suppression of post-engagement analysis. Given the presence of the Night Lords, one might speculate that fear was a primary weapon deployed. But if that was the case, then what was the purpose of the Luna Wolves' involvement? The compliance of Tenthos would be next. Tenthos was more documented, but no less peculiar. Here, the Luna Wolves were pitted against a xeno species whose identity has been excised, or it was intentionally never recorded at all. The war, however, was far from bloodless. The campaign was marked by a protracted siege against multiple fortified Xenos-controlled cities spanning Thanatos' continent. Resistance was supposedly deeply entrenched, and progress was unbelievably costly. In response, Horus turned to the forge world of Daimat with an extraordinary commission: the design of a siege weapon vast enough to obliterate enemy fortresses at a continental scale. The magnitude of this order speaks volumes about the expected scale of the devastation, but the machines, whose schematics were classified as Ordinatus grade, were not completed on schedule. By the time Daimat's tech priests delivered the engines, the campaign had been ended. Over 18 standard months prior, the Xenos were gone and Horus moved on, the siege engines mysteriously taken in tow. Rather than redeploy the engines, they would be now stored on Daimat, where they would remain until Horus revealed his treachery on Isstvan III. His traitor forces would return to the world of Daimat, not in loyalty but in conquest, reclaiming the weaponry which had been originally forged under Imperial command, almost as if that was the intent of sanctioning the entire campaign. Of the three actions, the events on Diantha are the most disturbing. The Luna Wolves encountered a unique threat: the Overseers, self-aware machines commanded by a central artificial intelligence, only known as the Archdroid. Such an entity was not just a violation of the Imperial truth, it was an echo of the greatest terror of the Dark Age of technology. The Emperor's edict was clear and absolute. Under no circumstances should any machine spirit of this type be allowed to exist. On Diantha, that order was executed to the letter. The battle was vicious. The Overseers resisted, not only with computational precision, but with an eerie tenacity bordering on grief. Despite suffering severe losses, the Luna Wolves eradicated every last machine, every last construct, core, and node. Only afterward did they uncover the origin of the threat. The Overseers had not rebelled, but waited. They had been designed by an offshoot of humanity, settlers back during the Dark Age, who had long since perished for untold centuries. These machines had maintained the planet's decaying infrastructure, preserving a legacy of their creators. There had not been any uprising, only programming fulfilled beyond the end of their master's life. And yet, under the Emperor's law, they had to die. In this next segment of our chronological inquiry, we examine a quartet of campaigns which at first glance appear to mark a high tide of imperial expansion. Yet beneath these triumphs and proclamations lies a fractured alliance and swelling rivalries, along with the signs of pride's first stirrings. Through the blood-slicked tundras and siege-choked cities, the Luna Wolves once again stood amongst their brothers. But what followed would shape more than just history. It would reshape how war were declared. The Gyros Thrivian campaigns stand alone, not just for their scale, but for their near collapse of Imperial forces, despite their formidable strength. The Luna Wolves, the Imperial Fists, and the Death Guard, known to be three of the most relentless and unyielding Space Marine legions, were deployed against the Orc warlord Garkul Blackfang, whose rising wog had consumed entire subsectors. By the time they reached its crescendo, Garkul's horde numbered in the millions upon millions, perhaps even billions, anchored by titanic gargants and driven upon by orcs of unmatched and strange brilliance. Despite the legionaries' might being deployed against them, the Imperium had its forces near ruin. Only then did the Emperor directly intervene, an event that was so rare in recent times it was etched into Imperial memory. Arriving upon his flagship, Bisiphus, the Master of Mankind descended alongside with his personal cohort of Legio Custodes. The Custodians, clad in their armite, bearing the sigils of his will, tore through the orc masses with clinical precision. The Emperor himself confronted Garkul Blackfang upon the top of a massive gargant. The Xenos warlord then fell by the Emperor's own hand. The slaughter that followed was unprecedented. Over 100,000 orcs were slain. The Legio Custodes suffered only 3 casualties, which, looking back upon Imperial records, seems to be less common than one would normally be led to believe. So profound was the Emperor's respect for the sacrifice of said casualties that he inscribed the names of the 3 fallen Custodes into his armor, an act without known precedent. No other campaign during the Great Crusade saw such a direct intervention, and the implications are still debated to this day, yet this was a humiliation for the future Warmaster. Up next would be the pacification of Skyrian. Skyrian skies burned with atmospheric bombardments as 4 legions, the Luna Wolves, the Iron Warriors, the Emperor's Children, and the Imperial Fist, descended upon the Xenos Abaddon, while the Luna Wolves conducted shock assaults and the Emperor's Children advanced with a methodical grace. The Iron Warriors would be the ones who truly turned the tide. During the final phases of this campaign, it was Perturabo and his legion that cracked the last bastion of Abaddon. Their siegecraft breached the enemy's citadel, allowing the remaining legions to pour forth and in through the opening in order to finish the fight as quickly as possible. During the ensuing victory feast, Horus publicly proclaimed Perturabo the greatest siege master of the Great Crusade, a rare moment of acknowledgement from the Warmaster. However, this praise perhaps unintentionally ignited a fuse that would never be extinguished. Fulgrim, with a lilt of jest but the edge of calculation, turned to Rogel Dorn and asked whether Perturabo could breach even the defenses he had created upon Terra. Dorn's response was measured, but rather defensive. If well planned, I regard them as proof against any assault. What followed was a silence and then fury, as Perturabo erupted, hurling accusations and contempt at Dorn. What might have been brushed aside in calmer times had instead calcified into a long-lasting, nigh eternal resentment. From that moment on, the Iron Warriors and the Imperial Fist never again would fight side by side for the remainder of the Great Crusade. One cannot help but note, was this rift born in battle, in victory, or by the machinations of those who were unintentionally already being taken down the path of chaos? Up next would be the compliance of Crypt. The world of Crypt was a frozen wasteland. Its oceans turned jagged glaciers, and its skies a constant swell of blue storms. Here the Luna Wolves and the Death Guard executed a swift compliance campaign against orc forces entrenched across the tundra. For more than a week, the legionaries fought side by side, staining white ice black with the blood of greenskins. Luna Wolves Captain Gabriel Loken of the 10th Company fought in tandem with the Death Guard Battle Captain Nathaniel Gorro and his 7th Company, forming a bond that would last for the rest of their lives. Though the campaign was short, the bonds forged in frost and fire would forever reverberate as Logan and Gorro, 2 commanders whose paths would later intersect under grimmer circumstances, had first stood together and gained each other's implicit trust on the frozen plains of Crypt. During 970 M30, Zanmund's compliance was executed by the Luna Wolves, a Death Guard force led by First Captain Callus Typhon, along with a detachment of the Dark Angels under Luther, Regent of Caliban. Both would join the Wolves. The campaign was a quick success, as the Xenos presence was quickly eradicated and their victors gathered for celebration under arms and unity. But the moment was short-lived, as the arrival of Lionel Johnson shattered the illusion. The Primarch of the Dark Angels arrived in a fury, rebuking Luther in front of the assembled commanders for disobeying orders to remain on Caliban. No formal reprimand would be issued, but the damage was done. The scolding struck deep, and Luther's resentment, while quiet and slowly growing, found fresh nourishment. Some say the lion's tone was harsh. Others claim Luther's actions were a subtle defiance in the making. Either way, the fracture had begun, all in part because the wolves had requested the aid. As we move deeper still into the final decades preceding the cataclysm of the Horus Heresy, certain events would remain mostly cloaked, not due to the absence of data, but due to the abundance of conflicting versions. Testimonies from those who survived are still considered inconsistent, and while they would be archived in reports, they would be redacted, altered, or outright expunged. One such event centers around the last Primarch to be discovered, a reunion which was so steeped in contradiction that its very authenticity is not questioned. Of all 20 Primarchs scattered amongst the stars, it is Alpharius, Lord of the Alpha Legion, whose discovery remains the most suspect. According to the most commonly cited account, the Luna Wolves, under the direct command of the Warmaster, responded to a distress signal around late 970s of M30 from one of their own battleships. Upon approach, they found the vessel adrift, seemingly abandoned, as this appeared not to be a rescue, but rather a trap. Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, came under a sudden assault by an unknown hostile force. Amidst the chaos, a lone assassin infiltrated the ship's interior defenses, and then penetrated as far as the command chamber. By all records, no figure had ever come so close to slaying the Warmaster aboard his own vessel. What happened defies normal military explanation. Rather than executing this intruder, Horus stayed his hand, claiming that in that moment of confrontation, he had recognized the attacker as his long-lost brother, Alpharius, though no formal generic verification was recorded, and even the event itself preserved only in a handful of contradictory logs, many of which were later sequestered under the highest levels of the Inquisitorial seal. It is important to note that no other Primarch had ever been discovered in this fashion. Furthermore, the timing of Alpharius' official appearance, less than a decade before the outbreak of the Horus Heresy, has led to persistent and widespread speculation within the Ordo Chronos. This along some records implying that Alpharius was indeed found before any of the other Primarchs, supposedly having landed just outside of Malcador's own personal chambers, seems to potentially contradict this retelling of history. Several theories posit that this incident may have been a deliberate deception orchestrated by the Alpha Legion itself, or forces yet unnamed. To this day, the veracity of the events remains disputed, even amongst direct records of surviving Luna Wolves. What is certain is from that moment on, the Alpha Legion entered the galactic warfare not as allies, but as players with their own script. Approximately in 998 M30, just 7 years before the fires of Isstvan III would ignite, the Luna Wolves joined forces with a detachment of the White Scars in the Triad system. Though overshadowed by larger campaigns, this action was no minor operation. The Triad system was strategically located along key warp corridors, with the ruling technocratic clans maintaining advanced void warfare capabilities and incredibly powerful orbital fortresses, leading resistance to be met with due force. The Luna Wolves executed precision shock assaults, while the White Scars, true to their nature, executed rapid flanking strikes, severing the enemy's ability to coordinate or retreat. Within weeks, the system's primary power centers had been neutralized, and compliance was declared. What remains noteworthy is not the battle itself, but rather the timing. The joint operation between two powerful legions occurring a mere 7 years before Horus's turn against the Imperium, in a manner similar to other incidents with certain legions or factions within legions that were seemingly meant to assuage the loyalty of those factions who were joined by the Luna Wolves, seems highly suspect. However, as the White Scars would never turn, it seems that the potential for this being just a mere coincidence is higher than not. In the final days of M30, with the Horus Heresy drawing ever nearer, the Imperium was faced not only with division within, but an extraordinary enemy of profound spiritual perversion. This would occur in the compliance of Melkor, logged as occurring circa 999 M30. This was not simply a standard military operation. It was a calculated extermination, a last reckoning of a species that had stalked the Imperium's frontiers like phantoms, preying not merely upon flesh, but upon belief itself. The 16th Legion, known as the Luna Wolves, and the 9th Legion, known as the Blood Angels, were deployed in concert for the execution of the compliance of Melkor, a world described in classified materials as the final sanctuary of an alien species known only by the human-appropriated name of the Nephilim. The Nephilim were immense, vaguely humanoid entities whose presence defied easy classification. Smooth as soapstone, their limbs and torsos bore abstract contours that only approximated the anatomy of mankind. Their heads, domed without necks, rose directly from their shoulders and were encircled with arrays of ocular nodules and olfactory slits. In the light of Melkor's triad suns, they gleamed with an eerie translucency, giving them the appearance of sculpted glass as they moved with aquatic grace, slow and drifting at a glance, but capable of sudden and lethal speed. And their beauty masked their horror. The Nephilim were not simply conquerors. They were defilers of meaning. Their passage through the stars left devastation in its wake, a trail of 100 lost and dead worlds, each emptied completely and scoured of life. In locations such as Sagan, Del Cora Spine, Orphos Menoris, and Beta Regal, too, were reduced to mere tombs, their populations herded into towering empath chapels, and slowly devoured ritually, psychically, physically, and with purpose. To what end? Adulation. The Nephilim fed not on matter but on belief. Their doctrine was blasphemous salvation, promises of transcendence, elevation beyond the flesh. They whispered of eternal life for the devout and unspeakable sorrow for the doubtful. They selected vulnerable, isolated, and the mournful, offering communion. Their thralls bore living masks of Nephilim flesh, implants meant to bind them deeper still into subservience. This was not indoctrination, but rather consumption. The Blood Angels and their Luna Wolves scout reconnaissance confirmed the true nature of these chapels. They were, in essence, mausoleums of withered corpses, bodies desiccated within hours, aged decades upon decades, by siphoning their very essence. The Nephilim did not merely destroy, they harvested the very soul, and the soul of humanity's dream. In the stratagem of the Vengeful Spirit, Horus Lupercal laid out his battle plans to Sanguinius, Lord of the Blood Angels and Master of Wretches. The Warmaster's strategy was as blunt as it was grand, a twin-pronged assault to overwhelm the Nephilim through awe and force. Horus envisioned the legions advancing side by side in full strength, an unstoppable tide of post-human might, crashing down upon the Xeno stronghold. Like the oceans these vile things sprang from, Horus declared, "We will roll over these aliens, drag them down, and drown them." Sanguinius, ever the tactician and artist of equal measure, was hesitant. The plan was brutal, direct, but it seemed better suited for brothers like Russ or Angron. Horus was persuasive, but Sanguinius consented only when he recognized the necessity of the shock and momentum in this particular engagement. However, he suggested something slightly different. The battle occurred on Malchior's radiant crystalline flat, known in naval charts as the Silver Desert. There the Nephilim emerged in full force, meeting the Luna Wolves across open terrain. Before hostilities commenced, Horus offered a parley, issuing his final demand for a complete and total surrender. The reply from the alien commanders was characteristically confident. Humanity could not win, to which Horus responded, it was the Nephilim who would fall. And the Nephilim questioned, with what army? Horus displayed his own forces, and the Nephilim, underwhelmed by the size of the forces displayed, looked upon him with confusion, to which he would reply, "We are the anvil, and they," pointing upward, "they are the hammer." With that, the sky screamed open as hundreds of ceramite drop pods streaked from orbit in a burning descent, hammering into the desert with a fury that turned reflective sand into glorified glass. Legions of stormbirds and thunderhawks, engines wailing, burst from the clouds, twisting through the sky, each one brimming with warriors of the 9th Legion. The Blood Angels fell like angels of the Old Testament, beings of vengeance, bypassing the aliens' core and striking their weakened flank. The Nephilim had committed their mass forces to the Luna Wolves and stretched their line. Their reserves had been thinned greatly, and once this trap was sprung, it was too late to retreat. Swift and unrelenting, the Blood Angels soared through the skies, tearing through the enemy's defenses. Caught between two hammering forces of Astartes, the Nephilim formations disintegrated quickly. Even their thralls, those wretched human puppets, could not halt the advance. This alien war machine, once terrible in its theological precision, was shattered completely by a combination most dangerous amidst the legion. And on the sands of Melchior, the last of the Nephilim would be put to the sword. The compliance of Melchior was more than the liberation of a world. It was the extinction of a spiritual predator. In their destruction, the Nephilim served as a grim reminder to all those within the galaxy that the Imperium and humanity was built to resist not merely external threats, but internal collapse of reason, identity, and of truth. This was not merely a species to be sent to extinction. They were a mirror, and what stared back was something no rational soul could ever afford to worship. Sons of Horus cemented their legacy, above all else, during the Ulnar Crusade, a veritable slaughter where victory, vindication, and the seeds of discord were all sown. In the records of Imperial conquest, few campaigns stand as monumental as the Ulnar Crusade, a military endeavor so vast, so decisive, so grandiose that its echoes still haunt the data stacks of Terra's deepest archives. To understand how this conflict reshaped the course of human destiny, one must first trace the final offensive against the Orcs. In particular, the Orc overlord known as Uruk, a warlord whose greenskin empire had choked the Ulnar sector in its totality for decades with a brutal efficiency that would not be seen again until the rise of the Beast. Launched at the twilight of the 30th millennium and concluding at the cusp of the 31st, the Ulnar Crusade was an operation of unprecedented scale and might. The Imperium committed no fewer, but potentially far more, than 100,000 Space Marines, accompanied by over 8 million Imperial Army personnel. They were then bolstered by thousands upon thousands of starships, their crews, and the requisite support element. These were not probing attacks or limited engagements. This was complete and total war, a conflict of total annihilation, unleashed upon the Xenos Empire that had entrenched itself deeply into the sector's key world. At the center of the storm were the Luna Wolves, first amongst equals who found themselves at all times right at the tip of the spear. It was they who were chosen to lead the final push into Uruk Fortress. At the campaign's very records confirm that the decisive moment came when Horus himself, accompanied by his elite Terminator guard from his first company, breached the inner sanctum of the Xenos Tyrant. Amidst the crumbling grandeur of the Orcs' bastion, Horus confronted not just a warlord, but an entire cadre of 40 of the largest Orc knobs, so large that they would give Gazgul Maguruk Draka a moment's hesitation. And without any pretense, the Primarch charged. His lightning claw tore through the mob in a frenzy of violence, carving a path straight through the green tide. That is until he stood face to face with Uruk, and the duel between the two was beyond belief. Uruk, for all his monstrous size and savagery, proved no match for the speed, precision, and intellect derived from the Primarch's inhuman biology. Once crippled, the Overlord was hoisted bloodily and hurled from the battlement of his very own fortress by Horus himself. His screams were lost in the din of battle below, as he splattered on the ground, his body barely just bouncing off the ground once, dead. The sight of this act broke the will of the Greenskins. Leaderless and disoriented, the Orcs faltered, attempting to retreat, only to find the outer walls of the fortress completely compromised by the Luna Wolves. The rout would then turn into massacre as thousands upon thousands of Greenskins died where they stood, caught between the hammer of the Terminators and the anvil of the encircling Astartes forces. When the bloodletting ceased, silence seemed to reclaim the shattered palace. Horus surveyed the throne chamber itself, as every combatant, Orc and Terminator alike, had perished, save one, the first captain, Ezekiel Abaddon. And he stood alone, wreathed in gore and encircled by the mangled corpses of his foes. His armor was beyond repair. His body was bloodied, but he stood firm. And that fact alone is often cited in internal commendation logs submitted following the battle. It is no coincidence that Abaddon's ascent began here. The Ulnar Crusade became the symbolic pinnacle of the Great Crusade, as it was an undeniable demonstration of the Imperium's unmatched might and the triumph of its unified vision. The Orcs of Ulnar represented the most concentrated Xenos threat yet encountered, and their destruction marked the strategic victory for the Imperium of truly incredible value. But this victory, like many others, was rarely without a cost. Following the campaign, the Emperor departed the field of war for Terra, and he would go on to entrust the stewardship of the rest of the Crusade directly to Horus. With this shift came a seismic reordering of power. Horus was not only first amongst equals in thought alone, now his position factually above that of his brothers, as Horus was now elevated to the rank of Warmaster and placed in command not only of the Luna Wolves, but the entirety of the Imperial war machine, including his fellow Primarchs. This was not a suggestion, this was an Imperial decree. While many offered loyalty, like Sanguinius, some amongst the Primarchs struggled with the Emperor's absence. To them, he left them without sufficient explanation before retreating from the war in order to pursue a mysterious project deep within Terra's sanctum, all the while being cloaked in those vexing twins, secrecy and silence. The emotional rapture that would follow, and the perceived abandonment, allowed veiled resentment to simmer to the surface, and it would in time fester into something far more dangerous. And yet, despite this mounting tension, the Emperor still sought to honor Horus, as words were sent from Terra that in recognition of his deeds at Ulnar, the Luna Wolves were to be renamed as the Sons of Horus, a title meant to immortalize their Primarch's glory. In a telling gesture of humility, Horus would decline the honor, choosing instead to retain the Legion's name. That restraint perhaps was truly humility, or perhaps it was something else entirely. And it wouldn't be until Sanguinius convinced Horus that he had truly earned the right to have a legion named after him that he would justly acquiesce to the Emperor's gift. Though the Luna Wolves carved their legacy in countless campaigns across the stars, no single triumph would so thoroughly redefine their identity or the fate of the Imperium as the Ulnar Crusade, for it was not merely a victory, but rather the apex of the Imperium's ambitions, as it was the largest coordinated military operation of its era, and its target was the most powerful Orc empire ever to have existed. However, even throughout the entirety of this campaign and having gained these honors, Horus is known to have commented that Sanguinius, it should have been him, that he had the strength and the vision to carry us to victory, and the wisdom to rule once victory was won. For all his aloof coolness, he alone has the Emperor's soul in his blood. Each of us carries a part of our father within us, whether it is his hunger for battle, his psychic talent, his determination to succeed. Sanguinius holds it all. It should have been his. This was in regards to his ascension to the rank of Warmaster. However, said words would not be unearthed until cycles later, and it was found out that they were never truly spoken aloud. However, they do offer a chilling lens into Horus's actions in the heresy, in particular his targeting of his brother Sanguinius and his fear of being replaced by him. As the Great Crusade returned to its surge across the stars once the Emperor had left for Terra, it brought with it not only conquests and compliance, but revelation. Amongst these most troubling truths unearthed during the expansion was the undeniable reality that the Primarch, though engineered by humanity's paragon, bore within them the very weaknesses they were designed to rise above. Crafted by the Emperor himself to embody idolized aspects of humanity, the 20 Gene Sons were most definitely godlike in both mind and form, but yet beneath their transhuman veneer, these beings carried the shadow of their predecessors: pride, ambition, envy, fear, jealousy, a hunger for purpose and recognition. These were not accidents of design, but rather failures of control. They were not machines, they were sons, and like any other son, at their core, they were only human, after all. It was during this pivotal era after the triumph of Ulnar that these fractures and weaknesses grew harder and harder still to ignore. With Horus Lupercal elevated to the rank of Warmaster, command of the Great Crusade had directly passed from the Emperor's hand to his son. Horus embraced this burden with the fervor of a favored son. His tactical genius and charisma inspired legions across the galaxy, and for a time, it seemed the transition would hold, but unrest brewed beneath the surface. The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, coupled with his silence regarding the nature of his work on Terra, did indeed leave a vacuum, not of leadership, but of trust. The newly found Council of Terra was also a sticking point, as it was established to oversee the Imperium's political administration in his absence, and it would be led by the Emperor's regent, Malcador the Sigillite. But also it would be controlled by the mere humans who required transhumans to survive. To the Primarchs, this was not just bureaucratic restructuring, it was an active and intentional exclusion. For some, it seemed like a betrayal, as dissension soon rippled through the ranks of the Primarchs. Brother turned from brother, but not with word or blade, but rather doubt. The unity of the Space Marine legions, once forged in the fires of the Unification Wars and tempered by the Great Crusade, now strained beneath the weight of questions left unanswered. Not all chose the path of patience. Amidst the turmoil, one name stood out above the others: Lorgar Aurelian. Publicly, the word-bearer's Primarch appeared utterly and unquestionably loyal. Privately, however, his mind churned with theology, ambition, and Machiavellian schemes. Lorgar, ever devoted to higher powers, almost by design, be they divine or imperial, aligned himself with Horus during the period of his rising discord. Whether out of faith or calculation, potentially even a deeper allegiance yet to be revealed, his support would be pivotal in what was to come, as records show that only a handful of Primarchs stood with Horus during these tense days by choice. Most suffered in silence, harboring resentment in solitude. Yet a select few, like Lorgar, watched closely. The Warmaster had taken command, but the fault lines beneath his authority had already begun to shift, crack, crumble, and break. And in the halls of the Imperium, echoes of a coming fracture and the potential need to eliminate the Astartes and the Primarchs could already be heard. What seemed to truly claw at the ire of the Astartes was that the Council of Terra was hastily formed and populated by nobles and bureaucrats rather than warriors, who instituted sweeping reforms aimed at consolidating imperial administration rather than consolidating the order of the worlds being integrated into the Imperium. These included severe and harsh tax policies imposed upon newly compliant worlds won with harsh conflict along with blood and toil of the legions. To Horus, such decrees were not just short-sighted, as many of these worlds had been incredibly depleted of resources during their defiance, but they were also personal affronts. He viewed these decisions as betrayals of the ideals for which he and his brothers, along with their sons, had bled across the stars. Yet it was not mere policy that wounded him the most. The Emperor, his father, creator, and liege, had abandoned the front lines without explanation, retreating to Terra to labor in secret upon a mysterious undertaking which would only later be known as the Webway Project. Even to Horus, his most favored and trusted of sons, the Emperor revealed absolutely nothing. And this silence, mixed with the creation and the accumulation of power that was the Council of Terra, wounded Horus's heart deeply. Once brimming with loyalty and pride, there took root the quiet ache of perceived failure and something far, far darker. The creeping resentment of a child cast aside. It was upon the corrupted moon of Davin that this internal fracture became irreversible. The Sons of Horus had returned to Davin for the second time in 60 standard years. During their earlier campaigns, they had successfully achieved, or at least it seemed, the imperial compliance of the world. A detachment of word bearers under the command of First Captain Cor Ferron had been entrusted with the planet's integration, and it was at the suggestion of First Chaplain Erebus that the Luna Wolves had adopted the natives' institution of warrior lodges, fraternal orders supposedly rooted in camaraderie, yet cloaked in secrecy. These lodges would become the quiet mechanism of corruption from legion to legion. Unknown to Horus, the seemingly benign social structures had already been twisted into conduits of chaos's influence. Behind the scenes stood Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the Word Bearers, the devout sons of Cloichus, a world that had been saturated in religious fanaticism. Lorgar had long sought to deify the Emperor, an act which had drawn his father's unforgiving wrath. The Emperor, espousing the imperial truth, denounced all forms of religion, even those deifying him, demanding that humanity place its faith in science and reason alone. When Lorgar's fervor culminated in the construction of massive temples to the Emperor's divinity, most notably on the world of Kur, the punishment had been swift, merciless, and cold. The Word-Bearers Legion was actively castigated and humiliated, cast down by the Ultramarines at the Emperor's order. Lorgar, wounded and furious, began his fateful pilgrimage to uncover divinity worthy of worship elsewhere. And what he found in the warp. Lorgar bent the knee, and the Word-Bearers followed shortly thereafter. And from that moment on, a single directive would echo throughout their ranks: corrupt the legions, beginning with that of Horus. The warrior lodges, once tools of brotherhood, had now become pipelines of heresy. Erebus and Lorgar, along with Cor Ferron, through deception and ancient blasphemy, had opened the first gate, and through that gate, the fall of the Warmaster would begin. Of the countless war zones and broken worlds that bear the scars of the Great Crusade, few are spoken in such quiet and bitter tones as the Akum Sloth Cluster, a seemingly secure territory brought into imperial compliance during the early years of the Sons of Horus's forays into the Great Crusade. The cluster, seemingly out of nowhere, had erupted into open rebellion during the closing decades of the Great Crusade, under circumstances that continue to provoke scrutiny amongst imperial scholars and military tacticians alike. Intelligence recovered during this insurrection indicated that the true instigators were not men but Xenos, a parasitic breed that had infiltrated the political elite and installed themselves within the bodies of the ruling class, going so far as to direct the cluster's subversion from within. These alien hosts would come to be known as the Unsighted Kings. Warmaster Horus Lupercal, ever mindful of infrastructure and future utility, devised a rather bold plan. Instead of committing to a long attrition campaign, he envisioned a swift and overwhelming strike, combining the assault of no fewer than 4 legions in a single decisive stroke. Those said legions would be the Sons of Horus, the Iron Warriors, the Space Wolves, and the Raven Guard. The objective was the fortified sanctuary of the Unsighted King, a central bastion buried within the strongest of the rebels' holds. Once it was taken, Horus believed the alien influence could be broken in a single decapitating blow. Though he expressed concern, Corvus Corax, Primarch of the Raven Guard, submitted to the Warmaster's command. He selected from amongst his forces the most seasoned of warriors, in particular Terran-born veterans of the earliest days of the 19th Legion. Notably, these were individuals who had voiced their agreement with Horus's plan, as they were to be assigned to the forefront of the assault. As the battle unfolded, what was meant to be a calculated and decisive strike descended into pure and unremitted chaos. The defenders, bolstered by the Xenos' control and a strangely similar ability to that of the Tau Ethereals, resisted with a ferocious, almost supernaturally driven resolve. And it was through this that the Raven Guard's vanguard was almost utterly decimated. Entire assault companies were reduced to tatters as communication faltered and ammunition ran dry. At the height of this crisis, with the breach failing and casualty rates rising to unsustainable levels, Corax himself would enter the fray directly, leading a final plan, a veritable desperate push, a forlorn hope in order to have his legion's resolve reignited. His battle cry over the Voxnet cut through the tantamount despair like a blade. The Raven Guard would then surge forward with a renewed fury, and Gate 42, the linchpin in the enemy's defense, would finally be seized. The Unsighted Kings were now cornered. Horus, wielding the authority of Warmaster, claimed the right to the final strike. At the moment of their destruction, the Xenos' psychic grip upon the minds of the cluster's population was shattered, proving the Warmaster's strategic assumption correct. The worlds of Akum Soth were rich in infrastructure and industrial potential. Having not engaged in a protracted siege, they were quickly reclaimed and reintegrated into the Imperium with minimal collateral damage to key assets. Yet the price remains written in the blood of the Raven Guard. Thousands upon thousands perished in the assault, most of them being Terran-born warriors who had served since the dawn of the Legion. Though the strategic objectives had been achieved, the operational toll raised questions. In particular, why were the 19th's oldest veterans placed so deliberately at the tip of the spear? Was this out of tactical necessity, or was it like Corvus Corax's earlier exile of segments of his own legion, intentionally done out of political expedience? These inquiries remain unanswered, and the Akum Soth cluster would be fully reintegrated into the Imperium, having fulfilled the Warmaster's vision. However, this did lead to some doubts within members of the Raven Guard, in particular about how some of their brothers had been so needlessly sacrificed. The next moment of galactic import that would occur would be in the 203rd year of the Great Crusade, and this would turn the course of history seemingly by chance upon the discovery of a single defiant world. This was 6319, a planet lost to Imperial records, completely and utterly isolated by a warp anomaly, that is until the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, driven off course by an unexpected warp storm, stumbled upon it. The system held 9 planets orbiting a stable yellow sun, and it was on the third world, known as 6319, that a remarkably advanced human civilization had taken root, one ruled by a figure who styled himself as the Emperor of Mankind. This pretender claimed divine right and galactic manifest destiny, declaring himself the one true ruler of the scattered remnants of humanity. To the Warmaster's fleet, he sent a message, not of defiance, but of summons, a request for parley and recognition of his sovereignty. In an act of measured diplomacy, Horus dispatched his favorite commander, Captain Hastur Sinjarus of the Mournival, accompanied by his elite Glory Squad. The initial meeting appeared to proceed without incident, yet negotiations collapsed with a shocking swiftness. When Hastur spoke of another emperor, the Emperor Pretender took it as heresy, verbally stating it as such, leading to the diplomatic being slaughtered, thanks to being unarmed and unaware. Hastur's death deeply shook Horus, as it was not only the loss of his trusted officer, but as a personal wound, as he was truly the favored son of Horus Lupercal. And while he did not immediately retaliate, the Warmaster actually did, in fact, act with a chilling amount of restraint. A rapid response, Astartes' spear tip, was mobilized, but it was held in reserve, pending a second diplomatic effort. Mulgust, equerry to the Warmaster, was sent with a secondary envoy. That effort too ended in disaster, as Mulgot's Stormbird was shot down in atmosphere, its wreckage scattered, and its passengers presumed dead. What followed was the largest display of force in the early years of the Great Crusade. Over 600 Imperial warships advanced on the system, and they were answered by a planetary fleet rising from 6319 itself. The ensuing battle is a ghost in the records of the Imperium, the exact details lost, redacted, or never fully recorded. What is known is the Imperium emerged victorious, and on the surface, Captain Ezekiel Abaddon had led the ground assault, ingratiating himself to Horus Lupercal, as the Sons of Horus had been deployed en masse, supported by a demi-maniple of Titans, escorted by close air support. Their objective had been to capture the city's core, and the Sons of Horus breached the walls rather quickly, advancing on the throne room, where the so-called Emperor offered to surrender, but only to Horus himself. This was an incident where Gabriel Loken, acting commander of the 10th Company, sensed a large amount of deception. Much like he would later sense it, the demand was, to him, obviously not a formality, but rather it was a trap meant to lure Horus into a kill zone, as then the Cthonia Reavers under Captain Kalos Ekerdon executed the man before he could act. But this deception ran far deeper, as the true false emperor revealed himself, striking down multiple Luna wolves in a manner that quite frankly resembled more of the gap in strength between a Primarch and a Space Marine than that between any Xenos and an Astartes, as he would go on to also severely wound both Gabriel Loken and Ekerdon in melee combat. The tide would only turn when Horus directly intervened, teleporting directly into the chamber, as rather than confront the imposter, the Primarch ended his life with a single shot of a combi bolter. With the death of the false emperor, the planetary resistance fragmented. However, pockets of loyal militia and planetary guard would continue to fight. On 6319 and across the worlds in the system, it fell to Byzant Janus and a disciplined segment of Imperial Army regiments attached to the fleet to finish the job. One such campaign took place in the Whispered Mountains in the southern hemisphere of the world. This was an operation that would take 3 months to resolve, under the command of Loken's 10th Company, and it was in those mountains that the strange turned into the unthinkable. The final fortress was hewn directly into stone of the highest peak of the world, and it was held not by defenders, but rather by crude religious fanatics, as ancient shrines saturated with pre-imperial superstition. At its center was a name, Samus, one which no historical nor Xenos record matched, but the entity seemed quite real, as during the breach, a sergeant of the 10th Company was possessed by this warp being, and through him, Samus was made manifest. In the resulting chaos, over a dozen Astartes and multiple remembrancers were slaughtered. The horror would only be ended with the combined firepower of Captain Loken and Sergeant Nerovipus, as over 90 bolter rounds were spent, followed by multiple canisters of purifying flame in order to eliminate this threat. This would be the first time in recorded history that a warp entity was confirmed to be able to possess an Astartes. The implications of it were staggering, and it was classified at the highest level. Horus himself ordered those records sealed from everyone, including his brothers. The very truth that even the Space Marines could be turned against humanity was too dangerous to reveal. In the aftermath of this, planetary governance was transferred to General Rikas of the Byzant Janissaries, as civil restructuring fell to Egon, and 6319 was fully brought into heel and entered the Imperial fold. But its legacy would rear its ugly head at the cusp of the heresy, when more and more Astartes were being influenced by beings of the warp, much like Samus. The next episode of galactic precedents that would involve the Luna Wolves would be during the costly compliance of a world designated as 14020, a brutal campaign etched into Imperial records with a far simpler name, Murder. The death world of Ulzrash was not marked on any Imperial chart when the 140th Expeditionary Fleet, under the command of Captain Kaitas Forum of the 9th Legion, the Blood Angels, entered its orbit. Awaiting them were ancient satellite beacons unknown to Imperial Auspex systems. Their warnings lost in translation, and unbeknownst to the fleet, these were relics that belonged to the Intrex, a highly advanced human civilization that had worked with Xenos in order to advance at a higher rate. And the message they had was rather direct, at least to those who could understand it. Stay away. The Intrex had designated Ulzrich as a sealed quarantine zone for a deadly Xenos race known only to them, but Captain Frem, unaware of the beacon's meaning, proceeded with standard compliance protocols, as 3 full companies of Blood Angels began atmospheric descent only to be cast far off course by the planet's near impenetrable storms. Communications fractured, Vox chatter would be broken into static, as Imperial forces found themselves scattered and isolated. Then the siege began. Initial surface reports were garbled and desperate, described their opponents as arachnoid creatures of considerable size and intelligence, who were relentless in both numbers and were fatally efficient. These beings were known as the Megarachnid, and Ulrich was designed to be a planetary prison for them. It was later learned that the Intrex had once warred with the Megarachnid, but in a rare act of mercy had chosen to exile them rather than extermination. Ulrich was said exile, as the species was stripped of spaceflight capability and contained within the world through the use of an artificial storm shell, generated by towering atmospheric disruptors disguised as massive organic trees. The Megarachnids had in essence been entombed in a prison without walls. However, the glorious Blood Angels were not privy to the situation, and it rapidly deteriorated. Isolated squads began to fall as survivors broadcast their final words with grim clarity. In his final transmission, Captain Frem said only 4 words: "This world is murder," and the name would endure. Responding to the distress calls, a company of Emperor's Children of the 3rd Legion entered the atmosphere, only to repeat the Blood Angels' errors. They too were utterly and irrevocably dispersed away from each other due to the world's violent winds, and then ambushed by the Xenos swarms. Their casualties mounted swiftly as the fleet loomed ever on the precipice. Then came the Luna Wolves, as 10 companies of the Sons of Horus Legion, drawn from the Warmaster's 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, arrived in full force to support the legions with the aid of the Imperial Army's Byzantine Janissaries, along with a contingent of Legio Mortis Titans, and they struck through the atmospheric veil with a force and coordination unknown to the Xenos within. Pushing into the dense biochemical forests of murder, every tree they destroyed peeled back the storm's curtain, allowing greater and greater cohesions from Imperial forces. It was due to this, along with the Primarch joining in the war zone, that the campaign would turn. The Warmaster observed from offensive orbit upon the vengeful spirit, reportedly pleased with the relentless progress. A withdrawal was considered for a time. That was until an unexpected rival changed the equation. Primarch Sanguinius, the angelic and beatific Genesire of the Blood Angels, descended upon the surface to recover the remains of his fallen sons, with a natural and righteous anger that would put any that Angron had ever felt due to the butcher's nails to shame. As he emerged from the burning red dust with tears in his eyes and a question for his brother, "Will you join me in avenging them?" Horus' reply was simple, and it displayed the implicit trust he had in Sanguinius. Yes, let us murder. With 5 additional companies of Blood Angels committed, the Imperial forces surged as the 2 Primarchs would surge across the planet. As the Megarachnids, without the ability to retreat or true fear, the Megarachnids started to notice that the tides were turning, as even though their numbers were nigh inexhaustible, there would eventually be a limit, as thousands of the Xenos emerged from the canyons and burrows in order to stem the Imperial onslaught. But their efforts, though valorous in a twisted sense, proved utterly futile. By the 6th month of the sustained combat, the Megarachnids stood on the edge of existence. Then, once again, salvation emerged from an unlikely source. The full fleet of the Interax entered the system. Their purpose was not war, but inquiry, to discover who had disturbed their ancient prison. The arrival of these advanced humans presented an entirely different diplomatic challenge. Horus ordered the campaign on murder to be halted, and the forces of the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet shifted instantly from the eradication of the Megarachnids to first direct contact with the Interax, and thus the first tumbling of the domino that would eventually turn the Warmaster. This would lead to the eventual fall of the Interax, which would give the Wordbearers a chance at a great prize that would eventually be what turned the Warmaster. And it would be during the later years of the Great Crusade, just prior to the opening salvos of what would become the Horus Heresy, that the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet encountered a culture unlike any previously categorized or cataloged by the Imperium. They were human and technologically advanced, while being philosophically distinct and most notably not alone, as this civilization was known as the Interax. Operating from the capital world known as Zenobia, the Interax had developed in concert with several Xeno species, most notably the Kinnerbach, a sentient ape-like race with a mastery of metallurgy and energy manipulation unlike any they had ever seen. Together they had forged a delicate but formidable alliance that had weathered countless conflicts and centuries of strife. Amongst their most defining characteristics, however, was the vigilant opposition to the forces they referred to as Chaos, what the Imperium knows now as the Warp's most malignant entities, the Chaos Gods. By the time first contact was made, the Interax had already developed a mature understanding of the Warp's corrupting influence. That made them rather cautious and perhaps even hostile towards strangers arriving from the stars bearing symbols of a golden Imperium. While diplomacy was initiated by the Warmaster, as he descended to parley alongside the members of his inner circle, the Mournival, the Interax themselves, though courteous, suspected that the Imperials might be servants, wittingly or not, of forces they had spent millennia opposing. And then something happened that would shatter the peace. Within the hollowed chambers of the Hall of Devices, a museum and sacred repository of arcane artifacts, many of which had been seized or quarantined in order to prevent the spread of Chaos's influence, an event unfolded that would send both the Interax and the Imperium spiraling towards conflict. First Chaplain Erebus of the Wordbearers Legion, an Astartes of considerable influence, and the secret acolyte of the ruinous powers, took it upon himself to infiltrate the hall under the cover of diplomatic immunity. There he located and stole a weapon of immense historical and metaphysical significance, the Anathame, a cursed, corrupted, warp-tainted blade forged by the Kinnerbach, and once used in rituals by cults of Nurgle, the plague god. But Erebus did not merely steal the relic, he destroyed the evidence of his theft. Before escaping, he rigged the hall to explode, obliterating countless priceless artifacts and killing multiple Interax guards, leaving behind a scene carefully crafted to implicate the Imperium as saboteurs and servants of chaos. When the explosion racked Zenobia, the Interax responded with immediate military force. A world once open to dialogue had now been turned into a battlefield, thanks to the ever-hated First Chaplain Erebus. The Luna Wolves, taken by surprise and utterly unaware of Erebus's treachery, found themselves besieged on all sides. The diplomatic facade shattered, left the Warmaster to be forcefully extracted from under fire. The Astartes retaliated with the full fury of the Legion. The conflict itself escalated with a swift and bloody finality. Though the battle itself was brief, the consequences of them were profound, as the anatheme, now in Erebus's possession, would resurface again, this time on the moon of Davin, where it would deal the wound that had opened Horus's soul to the whispers of the warp. That cursed relic, taken from the museum on Zenobia, would become a blade that symbolically and physically began the fall of the Warmaster, and led the Interacts to being misled and seeing the Imperium as emissaries of damnation, leading them to be marked for destruction. In the years that followed, the Imperium would launch a strategic campaign of annihilation. Every known Interacts world would be reduced to ash, as no formal accounts of these campaigns' aftermath would ever be released by the Adeptus Administratum, and no surviving Interacts emissaries would ever be presented to Imperial diplomacy again. What knowledge they held, what warnings they might have had, all due to pure serendipity occurring thanks to the incidents on murder. Then one theft, one lie, and one blade, and with it a fracture in fate that may have damned the galaxy to endless years of civil war. By the dawning of the 31st millennium, 60 Terran years had passed since the world of Davin was brought under Imperial compliance. Official records classified the system as stable, pacified, productive, and loyal. But records, like anything else, can lie, or worse, be rewritten in order to obfuscate the truth. The truth itself would be returned in 004 M31 in the form of a single name whispered by a rather familiar voice to the Imperium, Eugene Temba. It was thanks to First Chaplain Erebus of the Word Bearers, a known confidant of the Warmaster, that the troubling news was brought to Horus. He claimed that Temba, the appointed Imperial Governor of Davin, had renounced the Emperor and broken his oaths. Most alarmingly, Erebus alleged that Temba had failed in a military operation to pacify the feral tribes inhabiting Davin's moons. According to this account, during a parley with the moon's natives, Temba and his garrison were struck by some warp-born sorcery, and their loyalty crumbled as they were corrupted with promises of immortality and power, corrupted by a being who Horus had no idea was Nurgle. At this, the Warmaster did not hesitate even for the merest moment. The combined Imperial strike force, comprising of elements of the Luna Wolves, the Byzantine Janizars, and a detachment of Legio Mortis, would be deployed to Davin's moon's surface. There they found the wreckage of Temba's flagship, the Glory of Terra, reduced to a bloated and rustling corpse of metal. Near the swamps surrounding the crash site, they uncovered a mass grave as scores of decomposing bodies, still clad in the tatters of the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet's uniforms, rested there. But this was no mere resting place. As the cadavers quickly rose, reanimated by Nurgle's foul breath, the garrison was now an army of plague zombies, their corpses animated by the filth and warp energy of Nurgle's design. The Sons of Horus and their allies would quickly cut them down in brutal combat, purging the stumbling hosts with fire and blade. Then the Warmaster pressed forward, as Horus personally spearheaded the assault itself on the hulk of the rotting Glory of Terra. Inside, amongst the dripping decks and rusted corridors, Captain Vera Moy of the 19th Company made contact with what had once been Eugene Temba. The figure they found was not human, at least not in any conventional way. Bloated beyond recognition, Temba's form was grotesquely swollen, his flesh riddled with mutation, and his soul drowned in Nurgle's rot. Yet it was not just the transformation that disturbed Captain Moy. It was a blade Temba now carried. The anatheme, the implement forged by the Xenos Kinnerbrock, is metallurgical technology utterly forbidden even by the Interacts. The anatheme was a weapon attuned to one target, a creation steeped in malice bound by the will of Nurgle. Weeks earlier, this had been the same blade that had been stolen from the Hall of Devices. Sometime earlier, this had been the device that had initiated the conflict between the Interacts on Zenobia and the Imperium. And it seemed somewhat clear to the Luna Wolves upon the planet that the thief had been Erebus. With an impossible speed and skill, Temba struck. Moy resisted the governor's attempts at conversion as much as he could, in an attempt to maybe spread the message of what he had understood. Unfortunately, he was slain. Horus arrived shortly thereafter, and what followed was a duel that would alter the course of human history. Despite Temba's bloated form, he moved with a shocking agility and precision, bladesmanship entirely foreign to the man Horus had once known. was possessed by this foul beast, as every strike tested the Warmaster's nigh infinite battle prowess, as it was not Temba's strength, but rather that of the anathema that gave the corrupted governor this edge, as it was designed to harm its victim at a molecular level, allowing the blade to bypass any armor and cut through any defenses, leading Horus to be struck deep. Horus was wounded critically, as his shoulder was pierced straight through, thanks to his power armor failing him, but in the end he prevailed. The corrupted Temba would collapse, and in a final moment clarity returned. Racked by guilt and torment, Temba attempted to confess what had occurred, but he was only able to give the merest of warnings. Only you, Horus, can stop it. A future of death, where the Emperor is a corpse bound in gold, and mankind is chained in madness. Then silence as Temba's soul was consumed by the warp. Horus, bleeding and broken, was retrieved and brought back to the flagship. No apothecary, no medicae, it seemed, could cure what now festered within his body. The anathema had done more than pierce his flesh, as it had infected the Warmaster. With a curse no science could mend, and so Erebus returned with another suggestion. In violation of imperial truth, Horus would be brought to the priests of the Serpent's Lodge, a cult disguised as a healing sect, rooted in Davin's ancient past. Under the guise of salvation, the dark gods would complete their work. Sorcery had been banned since Nicaea, and it would be what was used to reach Horus's soul, as they would not merely heal his body, they tainted his heart, fed him visions, instilled endless jealousy, resentment, and a supernatural ache of abandonment, all the while instilling an image of the Emperor who would leave him behind, as history would show us that in the shadowed temples of the Serpent's Lodge, deep within the cursed soil of Davin's moon, humanity's fate was eternally rewritten. After having been grievously wounded and tainted by the anathema, First Captain Erebus, architect of treachery, guided the desperate members of the Sons of Horus Legion to make a fatal decision, one that would lead to Horus meeting with the dark gods in his dreamscape, where they portrayed themselves as wronged beings, persecuted by the Emperor's psychic tyranny, as they forever cloak their intentions in honeyed lies, insisting that they had no desire to influence the material realm. Yet even within the depths of chaos, a voice had warningly cried out, Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns. This was another one of his great failures, as he had entered the warp in order to intercept Horus's journey, and he revealed to Horus what he had seen was merely one possible future, a future Magnus insisted they could have averted, but Horus had already been consumed by resentment and the influence of the Chaos Gods. Their offer was, to him, irresistible. Their pact was chilling in its simplicity. Give us the Emperor and we will give you the galaxy. Driven by the instilled jealousy, embitterment, and the perceived betrayal, he was seduced by the promises of ultimate unlimited power, leading Horus to accept the pact. The gods healed him and infused him with a profane might manyfold his original. And in that very moment, the favored son of the Emperor renounced his oath. Thus the Luna Wolves were no more, and they were reborn, bound to Chaos Undivided, despite their refusal to accept that they had been bound to the Chaos Gods. This caused Magnus to see Horus's future betrayal, meaning that he would act in a desperate attempt to alert the Emperor, casting a psychic warning directly to Terra, but this would be truly catastrophic, and all within the plans of the Chaos Gods. The psychic blast itself tore through the Emperor's carefully placed wards, shattering what had protected not only the throne world, but a secret project buried deep within the dungeons of his personal palace, his attempt to build a human-accessible ascension into the webway. The Emperor had been unaware of Horus's corruption, and only saw Magnus's defiance of the Council of Nicaea. Ordering his capture, he dispatched Leman Russ and the Space Wolves, flanked by a cadre of the Sisters of Silence, to bring Magnus to Terra to answer for his crimes. Yet treachery was compounded furthermore by treachery. As they were en route to Prospero, Horus intercepted and deceived Russ as he exploited Russ's already building hate of Magnus, and he urged him that the Emperor had changed his mind, something which is honestly unthinkable, that the Wolf King was not to arrest Magnus, but to destroy him. Fueled by his own disdain for sorcery and convinced that the universe would be better left without Magnus, Russ decided to fully play into the self-appointed role as the Emperor's executioner, launching a full-scale assault upon the Thousand Sons' homeworld. Thus, despite the fact that Magnus had not only attempted to aid Horus from falling to chaos, and attempted to submit himself willingly to Imperial judgment upon realizing he had been manipulated, the road to damnation began to burn from all directions. Eventually, from this would be birthed the first official blow of the heresy, Isstvan III, which would forever be marked in Imperial history as the Isstvan III atrocity. In the wake of Horus's recovery on the cursed world of Davin, a new, darker course for humanity began to emerge, hidden from most, but inscribed into the very blood-stained legacy of what was to follow. Before open treason was declared, before the galaxy was sundered, entwined by war, the Warmaster would orchestrate one of the first acts of premeditated brutality under the veil of Imperial compliance. The target was the Arultian technocracy. Located in the Erusus system, the technocracy had survived since the Dark Age of Technology as a rare remnant of mankind's golden age. The society itself had taken root within this system in a manner that bore striking similarities to the cult Mechanicus of Mars, a technocratic, theocratic, rigid yet effective system of governance. They were not hostile. In fact, they openly sought a parley with humanity and potentially to peacefully coexist with the Imperium in a manner much like the Mechanicus had. What happened next, however, offers a critical yet chilling insight into the state of Horus's very soul mere moments after being exposed to the ruinous powers. A diplomatic delegation was arranged aboard the Vengeful Spirit. There the Warmaster met with the technocracy's ruling authority, the Fabricator Consul. The discussion began as many before it had. Courtesies were exchanged, intentions were outlined, but then came a revelation that would alter the course of this encounter. The Fabricator Consul admitted that they had the possession of an operational standard template construct, not a fragment, but the entirety of the machining, and this technology was coveted by the Imperium and the Mechanicum alike. What followed was neither negotiation nor parley. Without pause, Horus turned his combi bolter onto the Fabricator Consul and executed him. In this single action, the thin veneer of diplomacy was cast aside, as the Consul's elite guard, known as the Brotherhood, were immediately targeted and purged. These warriors, clad in advanced power armor, eerily reminiscent of the Legionis Astartes, fought fiercely but were quickly overwhelmed. The official justification afterwards claimed that the Consul had smuggled a weapon aboard the Vengeful Spirit and were intent on assassinating the Warmaster. However, those familiar with the chain of events that would follow, particularly within the higher echelons of the Luna Wolves, suspected a different truth. By this point, the corruption seeded by Horus's pact with the Craven Gods began to fester throughout the entirety of the Legion. This was not a defensive move, but rather pretext. The conflict that followed was not brief nor surgical, but rather a prolonged and savage campaign that differed significantly from the norm of what Horus Lupercal would command, as the Sons of Horus waged a total war against the technocracy. They were not alone, as they would also be joined by the World Eaters, who brought the full fury of Angron's gene-forged rage to bear along with them. At the height of the campaign, the final bastion of resistance, the Iron Citadel, became a site of a bloodbath, as the Brotherhood fought with disciplined desperation, yet Angron himself would forge ahead and breach the walls with his own berserk assault companies. As a precaution against this, the defenders would trigger demolition charges that collapsed structures upon them, as thousands of tons of rubble seemingly could also not restrain the World Eater's Primarch, leading to Angron tearing himself free, as his monstrous chain axe would be used to annihilate the last of the Brotherhood in a single, furious, yet visually glorious rampage. Amongst the first to fall was Ephraim Guardia, senior preceptor and castellan of the Citadel. His death marked the symbolic end of the Artrulian resistance, yet the violence was only a means to a greater end for Horus. The technological archives of the technocracy were now solely in Horus's possession, as was the invaluable, fully intact STC data. The Warmaster would go on to use this blueprint as a forbidden lure, in order to sway away factions of the Adeptus Mechanicus to his cause. Those seduced by the promise of the ancient power contained within this STC would become the Dark Mechanicus, and would go on to betray the Imperium and Mars, igniting the Mechanicum Civil War, also known as the Schism of Mars. This was not an act of conquest, but rather a calculated and well-scheduled extermination cloaked in protocol, but executed with a hasteful fury that would later be all too common in the Horus Heresy. In the latter days of 004 M31, as the rift between the Imperium's vision and the Warmaster's hidden agenda grew, another campaign would unfold, one cloaked again as a standard compliance action, but it would be another of the many that would be remembered as a potential hint to what was to come. The world of Arigita was isolated for generations from the galactic stage, and they had developed a technologically potent civilization, proud and self-sufficient, all the while being deeply mistrustful of outside interference. When emissaries of the Emperor arrived, bearing terms of unity and the imperial truth, the response was not one of diplomacy. The envoys were executed, and their remains returned with a message, carved into their flesh: "We bow to none." Such defiance demanded an immediate response. As such, 3 legions were dispatched: the Luna Wolves, at this time the Sons of Horus, the Ultramarines, and the World Eaters. The command fell, as was increasingly common, to the Warmaster. The initial operations unfolded rather swiftly. The planetary defenses crumbled before the relentless advance of Astartes-led spearheads obliterated resistance. Yet one obstacle remained: the great citadel of Agrigita, a towering fortress complex where the ruling warlords had entrenched themselves behind insurmountably thick layers of void-hardened stone and arcane shielding. Their final bastion was nigh impregnable. Horus, ever focused on momentum, was unwilling to tolerate such a drawn-out siege, and so he gave Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, specific instructions to utterly break the fortress, eliminate the leadership, and to do so with haste. And Angron, at hearing this, did not hesitate, as he was given an all-clear to use any methods and as much devastation as he needed to accomplish this goal. The assault began with the characteristic fury of the World Eaters, but Agrigita's defenders were far from cowards. The fortress's guns rained down fire and brimstone. Automated kill zones, shield arrays, and disciplined counterattacks slowed the World Eaters' advance to a crawl. For every inch they gained, a dozen legionaries were reduced to charred wrecks. What began as a glorious charge turned into a butcher's path, slow and inevitably crawling, as a slope formed from the fallen. And here we would see something utterly incredible. A literal ramp made out of the dead bodies of Astartes that led to the wall's breach. Through that narrow wound, the surviving World Eaters and Angron poured in. And there, within those final chambers, the fury of Nuceria was unleashed. What happened next was not an execution. It was not a battle. It was pure, undiluted, unbridled butchery. As the defenders, civilian administrators, officers, aides, and even cowering civilians were not spared. By the time the Ultramarines arrived, summoned to secure the site proper and establish order, they found the halls transformed into a blood-soaked, meaty labyrinth of mangled limbs, eviscerated corpses, and scattered viscera. Every corridor, every room bore the evidence of unrestrained, bestial wrath, as the walls were clawed, but not from within, but from without. The Ultramarines were utterly repulsed. Their own legion's doctrine, honed on Macragge, held fast to discipline and proportionality. This was, frankly, something else. They filed a formal writ of censure to the Emperor, documenting the indiscriminate savagery displayed by the World Eaters. But Horus, by now fully seduced by the whispers of the warp, did not reprimand Angron. Instead, he observed and calculated. In the World Eater's rising bloodlust, Horus saw not disgrace but utility. The Legion's descent into unrelenting violence would, in time, render them perfect vessels for the worship of Khorne, the chaos god of war and slaughter. And in their Primarch's berserk rage, Horus found an instrument well suited for war, not the one he had been waging, but the one he intended to wage against the Imperium. Not for compliance, but for conquest. The fortress of Agregita had been taken, but what had truly been claimed was something far more dangerous. In the aftermath of Agregita, as the tides of loyalty were tested and bent in secret, the Luna Wolves, now the Sons of Horus, began the irreversible descent into madness. Most within the Legion were already bound to the Primarch's will, by loyalty born of admiration, awe, and near godlike worship. As they would follow Horus without hesitation, the Warmaster's transformation was not merely tolerated, it was embraced. Oaths sworn to the Emperor of mankind were almost, in their totality, cast aside in silence, replaced by dark promises and whispered in the language of the warp. The corruption was insidious, as it did not confine itself to warriors alone. Through Horus's growing influence, tainted ideologies seeped into every institution he touched and communed with. Elements within the Mechanicum, sensing the opportunity or perhaps seduced by the forbidden knowledge offered by this warp-bound cabal, aligned themselves with the Warmaster. Amongst them were key Forge Fanes, Titan Legios, and Cybernetica cohorts. The result was a catastrophic fracture, and from this schism was the true birth of the Dark Mechanicum, a faction that would become the architects of abominable innovation and fell machines for millennia to come. This rift truly culminated in the historical records of what would become known as the Schism of Mars, a civil war fought not just with plasma and steel, but with ideology, technology, and heresy. Yet the Sons of Horus were not alone in their treachery. The Warmaster knew his Gene brothers intimately. They were, after all, more than just comrades. They were reflections of his own mythic origin, shaped in the Emperor's image and forged during the crucible of the Great Crusade. And Horus, ever the tactician, ever the diplomat, knew how to reach each one. Pride, resentment, isolation, bitterness of overlooked victories, or even ancient reprimands. He used all of them. Some succumbed easily, others required more tactful manipulation, favors called in, grievances intentionally inflamed, and by the end, Horus succeeded in turning half of the Primarchs against the very Imperium they were created to defend. As the betrayal did not begin on the battlefield, it began in brotherhood. But it would erupt in a great fire, one so massive it would consume half the galaxy. The Warmaster's next move was a decisive yet brutal blow, in a bid to purge potential dissent from his own ranks and that of his traitorous kin, and to test the resolve of those who had pledged themselves to him. He orchestrated a cleansing of the traitor legions. Loyalist elements within his own forces and those of his allies were gathered and deployed on Isstvan III under false pretenses, where they would be then subjected to a virus bombing that was designed to turn cities into ash and lungs into liquid. The survivors would undoubtedly attempt to hold on as they were hunted down in a siege of unmatched cruelty. This was a first ever act, truly severing bonds, but it would not be the last. Prior to this incident, Space Marines slaying other Space Marines was thought to be an unthinkable concept, which merited even reprimand. And soon after this incident, which we will go into greater detail, would be the slaughter at Isstvan V, the infamous Dropsite Massacre. But to truly understand how the Dropsite Massacre came to be, the Isstvan III atrocity must be investigated further. 005 M31, within the Isstvan system, at the center of a carefully staged betrayal of lies, the world of Isstvan stood, a planet that until recently had appeared to have fallen in line with the greater Imperium. In truth, its planetary governor, Varaldus Paral, had long since fallen under the sway of She Who Thirsts, Slaanesh, whose profane cults had festered on the world of Isstvan III, ever since before its imperial conquest, as they had been practicing sorcery from the warp. And in doing so, Paral's open declaration of independence against Terra caused the Imperium to act. The Council's decision would prove to be a fatal misjudgment, for Horus, now already deeply in the thralls of the ruinous powers, would use these orders as the final mechanism to trigger his long-awaited betrayal and rid all remaining loyalists from within his ranks. 4 legions stood assembled under the Warmaster's banner: the Sons of Horus, the World Eaters, the Death Guard, and the Emperor's Children. Though each had already pledged themselves to chaos, nearly 1/3 of their numbers remained loyal to the Emperor. These were predominantly Terran-born Astartes, recruited before the reunification with their Primarchs, skilled veterans who had directly served under the Emperor during the greatest and earliest years of the Great Crusade, and now they were a threat to Horus's vision. Under the guise of a legitimate military operation designed to quell rebels, Horus deployed the loyalist elements from all 4 legions, as they were ordered to secure the Coral City. Once the objective was taken, and under the pretense of celebrating victory, Horus enacted the final stage of his plan. Having the Astartes gather within the city to prepare for celebrations, he would then, from high orbit, launch virus bombs carrying the dreaded Life Eater virus. Within moments, the toxic winds howled across the entirety of the world, as it did not kill in the traditional manner, rather it just liquefied all organic matter. The loyalist Astartes on the surface were given no warning, nor were the remaining civilians. 12 billion lives would be extinguished in an instant, as flesh became bone and bone became airborne ash, as the incendiary element of the Life Eater virus erupted. The psychic detonation of that mass shrieked straight through the warp and even briefly obscured the Emperor's Astronomicon. But something went wrong. Captain Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children, aboard the Andronus, uncovered the betrayal, alongside Battle Captain Nathaniel Gorro of the Death Guard, who both would work to ensure that Gorro could commandeer the Eisenstein, as Tarvitz defied all orders from his Primarch and broke through the blockade and fire, landing planetside, where he spread the warning to any loyalists. Some made it to shelter, most did not. Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, learned that the virus strike had failed to annihilate all loyalists. Enraged by this, he led 50 companies of traitor world eaters in a direct assault, which would range between 50 to potentially 70,000 Marines. His warriors, gripped by the rising fervor and their unknown devotion to Khorne, lost themselves in the fury of the direct assault and abandoned all strategy in favor of frenzy. Horus was greatly displeased by Angron's impetuous action. Nonetheless, he sought to capitalize on the delay, as he reinforced the assault with his own troop and the 3 remaining legions. Resistance persisted for far longer than it should have, forestalling the Warmaster's plans. Amongst the defenders were Tarvit, Gavriel Loken, and Tariq Targaradon, loyalist captains who had refused to surrender or bend their will to the craven gods who had now turned their legion. And over the course of 3 long, harrowing months, they stalled the Warmaster's timetable far more than he had anticipated possible, but they could not hold on forever. Lacking air support and denied the power of Titans, or any real reinforcement of arms, their situation grew grimmer by the day. In one fateful engagement, the traitorous captains of the Sons of Horus, Ezekiel Abaddon and Horus Aximund, were dispatched to face their former brothers. In the confrontation, Aximund was able to behead Targaradon. Abaddon would go on to confront Loken, but their duel ended inconclusively when the building collapsed around them. Loken survived just long enough to witness the final bombardment from orbit. Elsewhere, Betrayal, Loken would survive long enough to witness the bombardments from orbit. Elsewhere, Betrayal took another form. Captain Lucius of the Emperor's Children, a famed duelist and former ally to Tarlvit, turned on the loyalist comrade turned on those loyalists around him who had believed him a comrade, in a calculated bid to gain favor with Fulgrim. Slaughtering those who had once called him brother, Lucius was welcomed back into the Emperor's Children's fold and to the caressing embrace of Slaanesh. His actions would earn him infamy as Lucius the Eternal. In the end, and infamy and along with an eventual title as Lucius the Eternal. In the end, the Loyalists were reduced to a final defensive redoubt. With no remaining strategic value, Horus withdrew his forces. Then from orbit, he ordered the complete eradication of the Coral City. The ruins, the wounded, and the very memory of resistance would be reduced to dust. Aboard the crippled Eisenstein, Gorro and a handful of survivors fled their destination Terra, their mission to warn the Emperor. The Urgal Depression on Isstvan V was a landscape of bleak and jagged basalt ridges, along with soot-darkened plasters. This is where the event known as the Dropsite Massacre, a turning point so devastating that it reshaped the very soul of the Imperium, would occur. Following the atrocities on Isstvan III, where Horus orchestrated the complete destruction of the loyalist elements within his ranks, the Emperor responded with a force supposedly tailor-designed to eliminate him, as he dispatched a spearhead of retribution. A total of 7 loyalist legions were mobilized, with a singular objective: bring Horus to account. The first wave struck with precision as the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard descended upon the Urgal Depression under full combat deployment, launching an assault against the traitorous defensive positions upon the world. Horus's forces, however, had prepared the battlefield for this grim purpose, as the Sons of Horus anchored the defense, the remaining largely within the fortified bastions set about the entirety of the region, deliberately driving elements of the Imperial army into what would become the advancing loyalist lines, creating chaos and confusion, all the while obliterating their momentum. Within the ravines that flanked the depression, a different contest was underway. The Raven Guard, with its strike elements, were navigating the labyrinthine terrain, leading them to meet up with the Reaver and Assault companies of the Sons of Horus, units selected specifically for their aggression and surgical brutality. These forces operated independently and primarily in a defensive posture, stalking the Raven Guard throughout choke points and rock falls in brutal close-quarter engagements. Then would come the second wave. Fresh reinforcements would arrive in strength, being the Iron Warriors, the Alpha Legion, the Word Bearers, and the Night Lords, all thought to be loyalists at that point, as their drop pods thundered into the basin under the pretense of relief. But this was not the salvation the Salamanders, the Iron Hands, and the Raven Guard sought. Rather, it was a killing stroke, as they had used the pre-constructed defensive positions left by the 3 loyalist legions as strongpoints to fire upon them. Those 4 legions who had just arrived had already sworn themselves long ago to Horus Lupercal, and their arrival signaled the beginning of a massacre of unparalleled brutality. What followed was nothing short of a coordinated slaughter. The Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard were now encircled and fired upon from all sides, as the reinforcements and even the defensive positions they had previously created had turned against them. Their forces, already bloodied from the initial assault, found themselves torn apart in a devastating crossfire. Tactical formations dissolved under artillery barrages, and power armored charges were utterly crushed under the weight of fire and betrayal. Then Horus himself entered the brouhaha. His presence ignited and signaled the final collapse, leading his Sons of Horus into the thick of the melee. The Warmaster would then shatter loyalist cohesion entirely, almost single-handedly. What had begun as an assault against traitors turned into a massacre. Command structures disintegrated, box channels howled in distress signals, then fell silent. Still, despite the overwhelming odds, remnants endured. Several thousand Astartes from each of the loyalist legions managed to extract themselves from the cauldron's worst conflict zone. Battered, scattered, and near ruin, they would flee off-world. These survivors, though valorous, would only play limited roles in the Great War to come. Their strength and, in some cases, their entire command structure had been irreparably diminished or shattered. Thus was the birth of the Shattered Legion. But the implications of this betrayal would reach far beyond Isstvan V. The rot had spread. The warrior lodges, once informal brotherhoods within the legions, had facilitated widespread indoctrination. By the time of the massacre, chaos had already sunk its claws deep into the institutions of the Imperium. The Imperial army would also fracture violently. Regiments turned upon regiments. Fleets engaged fleets. The very Titan legions of the Mechanicus, once paragons of loyalty, were likewise divided. The war had begun in secrecy, yet it now erupted across the stars. The Imperium was no longer merely fighting Horus and a handful of turncoats. It was fighting itself, and so the heresy had begun. In the wake of the drop site massacre, the galaxy convulsed open with rebellion. What followed was a civil war so vast, so ferociously brutal, that the Imperium still bears its scars. Known in our records only as the Horus Heresy, this galactic conflict stretched over a relatively 9 short Terran years, and it brought mankind to the edge of annihilation. This war escalated so rapidly, it became less of a campaign of strategy and more of a relentless storm of reprisal and destruction. Each blow answered in kind. Legions, once oath-bound to a common cause, turned their fury upon one another. The Imperium stars were now bathed in fire. One of the first incidents in this Great War occurred in 007 through 009 M31. When Horus's treachery was fully revealed, he cast aside all pretense. The Warmaster would then begin his inexorable march towards Terra, initiating what would become called the Dark Compliance, a systematic conquest and subjugation of imperial sectors, compelling planetary systems to swear their allegiance or face annihilation. His legion harvested not only obedience, but resources such as war material, manufactura. Amongst his earliest target was the Machian Commonwealth, an economically crucial coalition located near the Cornid Deep. Here, the Sons of Horus and the Death Guard waged a merciless campaign where entire worlds were forced into servitude. Orbital bombardment reduced cities to ash, as their conquest gave Horus a powerful industrial foothold. Strategic locations would fall like domino. The fleet bastions of Port Maw were seized, bringing in its formidable dockyards into the traitorous fold. Meanwhile, loyalist forge worlds like Lucius or Mezoa were encircled and besieged. The forge world of Cyclothay aligned with Horus and began to expand out rapidly and aggressively, carving out a dominion in its own amidst a wider war zone. Up next would be the burning of Mat, which occurred in 008 M31. The conflict itself tore even the Mechanicus apart, as the forge world of Mat, located within the Ultima Segmentum, erupted in civil war. Its ruling synod Magos fractured in loyalty. Some would stand with Terra, while others with the Warmaster. Reinforcements eventually arrived from both factions, Sons of Horus and contingent of surviving Iron Hands from Isstvan V, resulting in a catastrophic apocalypse. The war itself ignited a fire that would consume the planet's infrastructure along with its silos. Orbital bombardments and internal sabotage rendered the planet nigh uninhabitable, as it remains ablaze to this day. Its surface an undying memorial to uncompromising conviction and ruin. Next, in 008 M31 would occur the Dagnit incident. Elsewhere, hidden within the clade masks of Terra, acting with the authority of Malkador the Sigillite, humanity would attempt a bold strike. They dispatched an execution force, an elite cadre of assassins, to the newly subjugated world of Dagnit. Their mission was simple: eliminate the Warmaster before he could further consolidate his power base. Unfortunately, the difference in power between an assassin and a Primarch is a bit too much, so they failed. This attempt revealed an unsettling truth. Horus now wielded powers far beyond even the enhanced powers of an Astartes, and though the assassins perished, their sacrifice yielded a critical nugget of information. Terra now understood that it was not merely facing a traitor. They had found that he had been imbued with powers from chaos. From 008 to potentially 011 M31, the strategic planet of Paramore 5 became another fulcrum of bloodshed. Once a loyalist bastion, the world had fallen. In a determined effort to reclaim it, loyalist factions launched a campaign that met stiff and unyielding resistance. The Sons of Horus garrisoned upon the world alongside the Word Bearers, and several Dark Mechanicum-aligned Titan legions stood firm. The defense was unshakable, and Paramore 5 remained in traitors' hands, its orbital defense grid and ground batteries battering any attempt at recapture. Then would come the Battle of Asisk in 009 M31. In the aftermath of Isstvan V, the shattered loyalist element had gone to ground under the banner of the Shattered Legion. Chief amongst them was the legendary, the beloved Shadrach Medusan, a war leader commanding the remnants of the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard. But the Warmaster would not allow these embers to reignite into a fire that could threaten to consume his force's flanks. And so, Captain Tybalt Mar of the Sons of Horus would be sent to pursue these loyalist elements with a dogged determination. At Arisk, he engaged and annihilated almost the entirety of their fleet in a decisive engagement, causing the Shattered Legions to once more suffer catastrophic losses. And so Medusan's resistance was effectively broken. Up next would be the destruction of Dwell in 009 M31. The world of Dwell was an ancient bastion settled during the Dark Age of technology, and it became the next stage in Horus's arcane pursuit of power. Originally seeded by colonists from the night world of Molech, Dwell harbored ancient data repositories which would unknowingly lead the Warmaster back to the secret of the Emperor's deception. Records indicate that Horus had taken part in Dwell's original compliance, but those memories had been locked away by the Emperor himself. Now driven by vengeance and this revelation, Horus sought to reclaim what had been hidden from him. The Sons of Horus descended upon the planet. Their objective was to secure the archive and obliterate any and all resistance. In the aftermath of Isstvan V, the 16th Legion was still reeling from some of its internal cohesion being fractured. Amongst the losses, the most severe was the dissolution of the Mournival, with Gavriel Loken and Tariq Targaradon declared lost. Seeking to rebuild their tactical disarray, Captain Horus Aximund approached First Captain Ezekiel Abaddon with candidates to refill their vacant seat. Debate would quickly follow, but they would settle on Falcus Ubre of the Cultian Reaver Squad and Sergeant Grail Nocta, each handpicked for their loyalty to the Warmaster and their cruelty. As the atrocities on Isstvan spread throughout the subsectors, so too did resistance. A retaliatory uprising was ignited in the Momed, Instar, and Oquith sectors, led by Shadrach Medusan, an Iron Hands war leader of the Sorgol clan. Arriving too late to stand on Isstvan V, Medusan now commanded a desperate alliance of loyalist forces, 58 battalions of Imperial Army from the Momed Voidhive, Siege Hulk from Naharan Instar, scattered salamanders, and elements of the Mechanicus alongside with a handful of White Scar's detachment redirected from Chondax. Dwell with its fortress cities, orbital defense network, and nearly 8 million trained soldiers became a linchpin in Medusan's defensive lines. He established command at Masulik Prinsek, a fortified complex overlooking the Sea of Enna and the city of Tween. When the Sons of Horus launched their planetary assault, they overwhelmed the mortal defenders, but not without severe complications. Medusan's loyalist Astartes, hidden within the system's defenses, had prepared. As the 16th Legion breached the outer walls, Aximund personally slew the Iron Hands Lieutenant Bion Herenkos, only to fall prey to a concealed White Scar's kill team, disguised as statues in the ancient plaza. Captain Hibu Khan of the White Scars led the counterattack. It was short-lived, as the arrival of fresh Sons of Horus units turned the tide, routing the loyalist assault. During the skirmish, Aximund was grievously wounded as his face was sliced off by a White Scar's operative. Though his features were surgically restored by the Legion's apothecaries, the reconstructed visage bore a deep and unnatural asymmetry. It is said that the scarring altered more than his appearance, that it mirrored the mortal decay festering within his soul. One observer even noted somehow the wrongness, the imperfection made him seem more like the new Horus. Simultaneously, a shattered Legion kill cell, one of the few survivors of the massacre at Arsik, initiated a daring assassination attempt on the Warmaster. With his brother Primarchs Fulgrim and Mortarion at his side, Horus would survive the attempt. In response, he granted Captain Tibel Mar full autonomy to conduct a purge. As he stated, take whatever action you deem necessary to erase the shattered legions. With fragments of his memory restored, Horus turned his gaze to Moloch, the world that had once concealed a forbidden truth. Deep beneath its crust lay a direct pathway into the realm of chaos, hidden even from the Imperium's highest echelon. The Sons of Horus, alongside the Death Guard, launched an overwhelming assault as Moloch's defenses were caught unawares of the true nature of this assault, leaving them completely off guard. During the height of the conflict, the powerful Night House Divine betrayed their oath to the Imperium and defected, turning their guns against their own. In an effort to stem the tide, Malcador the Sigillite deployed a team, a veritable strike cadre of the Knights Errant, an elite loyalist order, were tasked with preparing the battlefield for a potential Space Wolves counterassault. Their mission was critical. It was to gain access to the Warmaster's flagship. Unfortunately, they failed. During the battle, Horus entered the portal and emerged transformed. Whatever had occurred beyond its thresholds remains an undocumented detail. What is known is that Horus returned, bearing the full favor of the ruinous powers. His strength became something otherworldly. A few of the Knights Errant, however, survived to take this truth to Terra. Those who did bore a chilling testimony. This war was no longer just for the Imperium's future. It had become a battle for the very soul of mankind. By the closing of the 31st millennium, the storm that had been been unleashed on Isstvan had swollen into a full-scale galactic conflagration, and at its apex stood Horus Warmaster turned arch-traitor. His legion, the Sons of Horus, led a war host the likes of which Terra had never seen, or never may see again. The culmination of his dreadful crusade would only unfold at the cradle of mankind itself, during the Siege of Terra, the climactic crescendo of Horus' story, along with the inciting incident for the Black Legion's birth. Closing of the 31st millennium, the storm unleashed at Isstvan had swollen into a full-scale galactic conflagration, and at its apex stood Horus Warmaster turned arch-traitor. His legion, the Sons of Horus, leading a war host the likes of which Terra had never seen, and may never see again. The culmination of that dreadful crusade would unfold upon the cradle of mankind itself, Terra. 7 standard years had passed since the Warmaster's betrayal. In that time, the Imperium had bled, worlds had burned, legions shattered, and trust turned to naught but ash. Now, the Loyalists and traitors' forces stood converged upon Holy Terra. For the Loyalists, every available legion not already committed elsewhere poured through the Immaterium, driven by a desperate hope to reinforce the throne world. For the traitors, this was the time to strike their final death blow. The assault began with a terrifying precision. Fleets darkened the skies above the Sol system as Horus's forces gathered. His chosen spearhead, the Sons of Horus, were granted the highest honor, despite Angron's grumbling, to be the first to breach the Imperial Palace. At their head stood First Captain Ezekiel Abaddon. His was a burden of legacy, a bitter honor of leading his father's war against the master of mankind. What followed would be a siege of an apocalyptic scale. Terra became a veritable furnace of war. Its surface became split open by constant orbital bombardment. Void war and attritional slaughter devoured millions upon millions by the hour. Abaddon led the 16th Legion's assault columns into the very teeth of the palace's defenses. The Emperor's custodians, unsuccessful as they seemingly are, his Praetorians, alongside the remnants of the Loyalist legionaries who were able to arrive, gave no ground without a pound of flesh and rivers of blood being spilt. Above this hellscape loomed the vengeful spirit, the personal battle barge of Horus Lupercal. It was here, amidst the echoing corridors of that abysmal vessel, that destiny reached its breaking point. However, there are a few moments that should be covered surrounding the siege, in particular, how the traitor Primarchs and their legions acted during different stages of the siege. Before the proper land invasion of Terra, the traitor Primarchs gathered to discuss the final stages. At this point, those who had been corrupted by chaos are barely recognizable, and it frustrates others like Perturabo. However, the 16th Legion's very own identity is allowing them to consolidate their movements towards a single goal, and so things would follow. Barely had the group gathered when Angron launched into a familiar tirade. When do we attack? He thrust his head closer to the imaging equipment, reducing his communication phantom to a single glaring eye. Why do we sit here in the void when our weapons cannot harm our father? We must land, take the fight to him. With blade and fist, the god of battle demands blood. Horus stared at Angron with a baleful eye. He allowed his brother to rant on. We smashed aside Dorn's feeble defenses, Angron said. We broke Luna in days. Why now do we slink around the throne world like curs, waiting for Mortarion when victory is in our grasp? We smashed Dorn's defenses. Perturabo's laden response simmered with anger. I broke Dorn's gate, not we. Your sons did not bleed to ensure our successes. You gave no plan to penetrate the system's defenses. I delivered the Sol system to the Warmaster. You claim the role in a victory you are not party to. Did you forget that I had to drag you back from your orgy of bloodletting to rejoin our brother? Were it not for me, you would not be here. Fulgrim would not be here. None of you would be here now. You have done your part, little digger. Angron scoffed. Land the legions now. Let me be the point of the spear aimed at our father's heart. Cease this game. Bombardment is a weakling's ploy. Perturabo stiffened, taking the comment personally, which was surely Angron's intention. Attempt to land and see how quickly father's guns tear you to pieces, said Perturabo. Silence, said Horus. His voice was hardly louder than a whisper, but it brought immediate quiet. You will be silent now. All of you. All proceeds to plan. Perturabo, explain, said Horus. Angron snorted when Perturabo began. Horus cowed him with a glance. 3 things stand in our way, Perturabo began. The palace guns, the palace aegis, and father's will, which keep the Neverborn at bay. These problems cannot be resolved at once and must be dealt with in order, beginning with the ages. The bombardment patterns I have devised have revealed multiple shortcomings in the palace's shields. Between the hours I spent each day fortifying the outer reaches against our brothers' coming, tasks not one of you have taken upon yourself, he grumbled. I have been examining Auspec's soundings of the Void Shield network. Then let us sit down and lead our warriors in a glorious charge against the walls, growled Angron. That would result in your total destruction, either on descent or on the ground, coward. Be patient, brother, said Perturabo. You will have your glory. The shields cannot be broken. They cannot be starved of power, but they can be weakened. Eventually, when the siege would be joined by other traitor legions, including the Third, some fractures within the traitors' cohesion would begin to appear more clearly, in particular those involving the Third Legion and the Sons of Horus. One of these instances would go as follows. Why do you wait? Lord Eidolon asked. Abaddon glanced at the Third Legion champion. Eidolon's retinue trailed him, wretched and gaudy, in their enhanced and augmented breastplate. Their faces, and in some cases their forms, had grown wildly misshapen. Their adopted color schemes hurt his eyes. They were the cream of the Phoenicians' men, the Emperor's children, grotesquely and excessively ornate. Haughty bastards, why did they preserve the name? Did Fulgrim fear offending his father somehow? Names could be changed. There was honor in that. When the time demanded, wolves became sons of a better father. Respect, Abaddon suggested. Also, there is a wonderful view, said Horus Aximand. Respect of what? Asked Eidolon. His voice was unnatural, sonically phased, as he regarded the 4 warriors of the Mournival and the row of black burnished Justaerin Terminators standing honor guard behind them. Abaddon could almost smell his scorn, and the look in Eidolon's eyes spoke of the very special place he kept in his heart for the 16th Legion, a place swimming with contempt. There is work to be done, I am aware, said Abaddon. My beloved lord grows. Many more supple breaths every day, asked Aximand. Crebe snorted loudly. Don't goad him, little one, said Abaddon, smiling despite himself. It really must put our good Lord Perturabo off his stroke if we started brawling with our brothers while he worked. He looked at Eidolon. Besides, it might dent that lovely armor, which would be a terrible shame. Later, after much struggle, as the Sons of Horus are using an assault drill in order to attack under the Saturnine Gate, in what is to be known as part of the Saturnine Gambit, a plan conceived by both Perturabo and Ezekiel Abaddon, things start to veer off course, and more fractures would be created. The Plutona drivers had advised Lev Goshen that there were 2 minutes from their target point, but those 2 minutes seemed to have stretched. The craft was floundering. It felt like it was in the belly of a dying fish that was too weak to swim against a current. Everything swayed and pitched, screeched and roared. The screech roar of the drill heads had become a muffled sputter. The motivators were straining, finding nothing to bite. It sounded as though they were gurgling uselessly through the mud. We're moving backward, said Gossen. How can we be moving backwards? My lord, said the tech priest. Tell me, Gossen snapped. The indicator systems, lord. They show we're submerged, the Magos said. In what? In a flow of viscous fluid, said one of the drivers. Like what? Magma? Mud? Sensors read an artificial substance, the Magos said. He had come to the prow in order to work at a cramped technical station beside the helm. His dendritic fingers had conjoined with the station's port, and he was reading off data off the insides of his eyelid that had been shuttered shut, analyzing structure, composition, properties. I don't need a scolium thesis, you turd, said Gossen. I require immediate delivery to the target vector. That is not possible, said the Magos. We are immobilized. Don't tell me what's possible, warned the captain of the 25th Company. We are immobilized, replied the Mechanicum Adept. We are suspended in a body of material similar to liquid form rockcrete. Our motivators and drills cannot gain traction. It is fast setting. Get us free. That is no longer possible, my lord. Open the damned hatches. We will flood. We are submerged. I refer you to my earlier answer. Gossen tried to think of another question, another demand he could make. He could not think of anything. The walls of the compartment seemed very tight suddenly. He was enclosed with 50 battle-ready space marines. There was barely enough room to move as it was. Cthonia had stopped moving. The silence was the worst thing Gossin had ever heard. How long, he asked. How long for what, Lord? Until it sets. It's already setting, my lord. Then, when it sets, when it's solid, can we dig our way through it? The Magos turned to look at him with stitched up eyes. The material is inside our fairing, our drill cases, and our engines. The beautiful mechanisms will never run again. The material has not penetrated this compartment because this compartment is a sealed unit. We cannot open the hatches. We cannot dig out. We will never move again. And no one can dig us out. No one is coming. Almost no one knows we're here. Lev Gossin couldn't process what he had been told. He sat in his arrestor seat. He started with the basics. How long, Lord, will our power last? 169 days, said the Magos. With recirculation and given your gene-bred biology, said the Magos, effectively indefinitely. Gossin nodded. How long do your kind live? The Magos asked. Why? Because that is how long you'll be here, said the Magos. As this was going on, 2 termite wrecks smoldered in Mortis Kappa, surrounded by the corpses of the Sons of Horus that they had tried to deliver. Har left his men checking for survivors and walked through the Arch Mortalis Lambda, where another termite wreck laid, surrounded by a ring of black armored dead. Gorro standing with Baal Septus. The 2 kill squads, along with Garro's remnants, had combined to meet 3 simultaneous incursions. They had been mercilessly precise. 175 kills, said Har with a grin. Biggest haul yet. Only 9 of ours lost. You know, I wish I was able to see the dismay on their damned faces as they stepped into your sights. He paused. What? He asked. Septus was listening to his link. There's a stray one, Gorro said to Har. Got through just one Mournival, said Gorro. Even so, he can't get far. He might as well be dead already. Septus looked at them. I have requested to be permitted to deploy and join the hunt. And, asked Har, I fancy getting some Mournival red on my fist. I hear they make the effort worthwhile. Gorro snorted. If the main board remains clear of the target tracks for another 5 minutes. The bang of decompression drowned out his next words as they were bathed in frosty light. Sons of Horus snapped solid out of the air around them in the midst of these 2 kill teams. Throughout Kappa and Lambda, Cataphracti, First Company, 100 brothers of the infamous Justaerin Terminator section, the most feared and notorious warriors of the entire 16th Legion. 100 warriors and First Captain Abaddon. Havoc ignited. The battle in Kappa and Lambda zones never left the limits of those joined killing chambers. It lasted 13 minutes. It was close, tight-packed, immediate, with no cover and no room for evasion. The Justaerin regarded as the most mercilessly able of the Sons of Horus, a legacy that had been remarkable even in the time of the Luna Wolves. Against the Praetorians, 2 hand-picked kill teams. There was no quarter, no limit, no hope that any of them would walk away unscathed. The kill teams fought for Terra and for honor, driven by a deep hatred and long-lasting yearning for vengeance against those who had betrayed them. Abaddon and his Justaerin personified that. The Justaerin and their first captain abandoned any dreams of glory or famous victory within nanoseconds of arriving. They could plainly see that their gambit had failed. The loyalists had outplayed them and were waiting for them. The exhilarating promise of their ruse had evaporated. They fought for nothing more complicated than survival. Mutually assured surprise, mutually assured destruction, an instantaneous orgy of raw and savage killing. There was no range of any sort. Warriors found themselves pressed together, face to face, weapons blaze away, in circumstances that the doctrines of any legion, no matter their methodology, would have ruled for close quarters combat. Bolters roared point blank, detonating, men whose physical debris injured those around them, as if it were shrapnel. Plasma weapons and bulk lasers blasted against their plate, their scorching beams passing through 2 or more bodies at a time. Assault cannons were pressed to faces or the sides of heads and fired. Space Marines died standing, Cataphracti plate locked out, frozen, smashed like statues. Space Marines died explosively, burst apart with such force only scraps of them remained. The Justaerin quickly tried to dominate through the brute power of their Terminator exoplate, swinging demolishing fists and scything blades at anything and everything, overpowering and smashing legionaries in more conventional suits of warplate. Heads crushed, limbs snapped, bodies tore. Some warriors died from 3 or even 4 simultaneous blows from as many opponents, but the kill teams had the likes of Gorro amongst them, with the Libertas, which could cut anything, and Har, whose size and power fist wrecked Terminator panoply like foil. They had Bel Septus and his avenging Ketchon paladins, who did not flinch and who had longed for worthy combat. Bel Septus, in the thick of everything, believed he had found the glory his genes had predicted. He killed 2 Justaerin Terminators in the first second and a half with the gleaming edge of Perosia. Abaddon killed with astonishing speed and meticulous efficiency. For the first 5 minutes of the fight, he merely tried to center his thoughts and reconcile the sudden reversal of his fortune. For the next 3, he began to believe the Justaerin could prevail. They were the Justaerin, after all. They were the best of the best, the angels of death beyond compare. They had never failed. They had never been overcome. There was no stage of war on which they could not triumph. He began to calculate the logistics. How would they break out? Where would they go? What would be the next step? Into the palace? Into the Sanctum Imperialis? Divide up? Run terror strikes to damage the Citadel? Conduct solo missions? It would take time for Dorn and Valdor to run them all to the ground in a maze like the Palatine. Perhaps the original Spearhead mission was doomed, for not all of them could reach the throne room, but there were other plans they could improvise. Other targets: the Sigillite, Valdor, Dorn, Bab, and the Grand Bastion. By the 4th minute, he had decided on the Aegis. There was no question. That would be their first target. They would break clear, leaving this rabble dead in their wake, and bring the Aegis down. That would be enough. That would end the Siege of Terra. The palace would be open for bombardment from the fleet. Great Lupercal would raise it from orbit. The vengeful spirit would send down monumental beams of high energy and annihilate the Palatine and the throne within. In the 5th minute, Urok Great was decapitated by one of the Ketachan. Abaddon quickly hacked this killer apart, but the loss was psychological. His schemes seemed to recede like ghosts, like dreams, departing at sunrise. His vision of the Palatine bombardment grew distant and smaller and out of reach. In the 6th minute, killing without pause, Abaddon began to reevaluate the skill and tenacity, the rationally brilliant approach to warfare that had carried him every step of his long career and made him first captain of the finest company in the finest legion, the first amongst first, a name taken seriously even by the Primarchs, censored him like an access. They were cornered. They were trapped. They were being killed by the dozen. Not even the Justaerin, not even they could prevail. Loyalist reinforcements would be coming, even if they killed every last bastard in the chambers. Their hopes were dashed. He voxed retreat to his surviving men. Activate homing beacons and get out. Pull back. Retreat now. Yes, the Sons of Horus were not above that. They were warriors, not fools. They knew to read the flow of a fight and act accordingly. They were no good to anyone dead. Damn the Imperial Fists and their simplistic, no backward step. Only a fool never took a backward step. The Sons of Horus were more like the barbarian White Scars. Those heathen primitives got that much right. At least. Withdrawal to advance. There was always another day, and that other day might bring victory. If you stood your ground like a yellow-armored fool, you could not live to see it. By the 7th minute, Abaddon realized he was going to die. They had sent the homing signal repeatedly, once every 3 seconds, standard protocol. Extraction orders, urgent. No flare had come. Their signal might have been blocked. The monolith might have withdrawn from teleport range. No, the damn thing's grid had jammed. That was it. Abaddon could picture it. The filthy tech adept scum frantically scurrying around the termite cabin, trying to repair a burned out grid. His beacon flashing signals on the console. The teleport had failed so many damn times on the approach. The Magi had blamed it on the bedrock, on energy obstructions, on everything but themselves. It was their own miserable incompetence. They'd barely managed to get Abaddon and his men to the target. Now, the inadequate bastards couldn't get them back out. In the 8th minute, Abaddon decided that if he ever got out, if he did manage to somehow, he would track down and kill her. He would kill her and her entire warship for their ineptitude. He would hack off their heads and feet, load them into a teleporter grid, and transfer them unprotected into a hard vacuum, or the heart of a star, or an unset diffuse pattern, so the organic drizzle of their remains rained down on multiple sites at once. By the 9th minute, bleeding from a dozen wounds, 2 of them critical, he had resolved to kill the Lord of Iron too. If he got out, in that dream of escape, he would find Perturabo and kill him. This had been his great idea. Perturabo had seen the flaw, the Saturnine fault. He had toyed with it, cooed over it, revealed it to Abaddon furtively. He had galled Abaddon into this. He'd used the first captain with his reputation and his authority and his unrivaled connections. He had used Abaddon to make this happen. Perturabo, damn his soul, had played first captain Ezekiel Abaddon like a fool. He had tempted him with glory, made him feel smart and noticed, preened his ego, made him feel like it was all his big clever idea. The bastard even made Abaddon beg him to let him do it. The Lord of Iron, the Lord of Shit, had manipulated Abaddon into using his influences to draw resources from the Sons of Horus, coerce the Emperor's children into playing along, broker the help of the Mechanicum. He made Abaddon do all the work and take all the credit. So if it failed like it was failing now, Abaddon would be to blame. Perturabo had the deniability if it turned to shit. Perturabo could claim ignorance if 3 companies of the Sons of Horus, including the elites, not to mention how many damned Emperor's children had failed to return. In death, Abaddon would be blamed for the disaster and his memory dishonored. In death, he would be disgraced, called overreaching, called Abaddon the Fool. Abaddon would find the Lord of Iron in that dream escape from this hell pit. He would annihilate those damned war automata with meltas, and he would face Perturabo and tear his skull off his spine, and ram the haft of Forgebreaker down the stump of his neck, keeping it there until the body split like a rotten gourd. In the 13th minute, Abaddon reached a point of calm, of serenity. He accepted his onrushing death, which was surely only seconds away. It had become a game, a contest, like the old practice cages. How many of them could he kill before he was bested? Some, most, all. Some were fine warriors. Septus, he was magnificent. Har was a brute, but an interesting challenge. Gorro, Abaddon fancied his own chances in an even match, but the man's sword was a piece of work, and so was Gorro's skill with it. He realized he killed and killed and killed and killed, that he owed the Lord of Iron a genuine debt of gratitude. Abaddon was a warrior. He had always been a warrior. He excelled at it. The warp was a distraction. It was just another weapon. Those who knelt before it and pledged their worship, treating it like some kind of god, they were fools. All of them. Magnus, Lorgar, Fulgrim, fools. Horus was a fool. The warp was nothing. Being a warrior was everything. It defined him. The skill of combat. The lessons of defeat. The joy of triumph. This was his sacrament. Let them worship their false gods and giggling abomination. This was what he wanted. The chance to fight, like a man, not a demon. The chance to take the palace and claim Terra, the old-fashioned way, by force of arms. He had wanted to win as a warrior. Perturabo had let him try. He owed the Lord of Iron thanks for that. This was everything, he realized. He entered the 11th minute, with almost everyone dead. This moment, its simplicity, skill, and courage tested to the limit, for no other reason, to serve no grand plan or devious ruse, just tested for the sake of skill and courage. This moment was his life in purest form, his life distilled. He fought Ketchan and the Imperial Fists, and Black Shield, and Cataphracti Terminators, and Tactical Space Marines, for no other principle than to find out who was best. There were no sides, no good or bad, no rebel cause or loyalist alliance, no Warmaster, no Emperor, no point to anything outside the broken, bloodied smears on the walls of the killing chamber. Just war, only war. The binary test of the galaxy. You passed in triumph or failed in glory. Death, rushing closer, was immaterial. How many could he take? How many more times could he prove his prowess? By the 12th minute, Nathaniel Gorro had reached him, and cleaved through the last of the Justaerin. Eventually, Baal Septus also joined the brouhaha. Now it was a proper test, a dance of equals that carried them into the 13th and final minute, as their blades clashed and parried with such speed. The Blood Angel was amazing. The deftness of his skill, the precision of his strokes, the intensity of his address. Septus produced a nuanced swordplay that Abaddon could barely turn back. There were skills here to learn, tricks to appreciate and copy, and Kevon's attack was absolute. A miraculous degree of focus. Abaddon was sorry to kill him. His blade cut Septus in half. The Riven Hound slammed Abaddon into the wall. Bricks shattered, and Abaddon's organs began to rupture and bleed. Har's size and brute strength were what pushed him forward. There was no skill to speak of, Just a beautiful fury, like one of Russ's pack dogs, or Angron's thug Karn. One more blow like that, and it was done. But Har was dead weight, pinning him to the wall. Abaddon's blade had found Har's throat and slid up into the brain and through the back of the Rivenhound's head. Abaddon could not move, he could barely hear or see, as Gorro was back on him. One slashed down from the sword whose edge cut everything. Abaddon wanted it to never end. Gorro lowered Libertas. No, he punched the line in the wall. Har's enormous corpse fell away as the teleport flare faded. Abaddon had been teleported, and rather than feeling joy, he wept at the glory that had been stolen from him by the Mechanicus. Eventually, when news got back to Horus that Perturabo's team had cost him a significant amount of his Justaerin Terminator elite and uncountable numbers of Emperor's children, the fractures between the two began to widen. As the emissary for the Sons of Horus came to the Iron Lord, as he sat in the Dark Tower, obsessed with the macro host, Angonis strode before him into the command chamber. "I have orders for your Primarch," said Argonis, without breaking his stride. "From the Warmaster," said Frox. Argonis did not answer, but Frox thought he caught something across the legionary's expression, a shadow of an emotion that should not have been there. Frox recognized it. He had seen it before on the Vengeful Spirit, as they had entered Horus's presence. The stillness of the emissary's face had been sorrow. "Lord Perturabo, I bring word of the command from the Warmaster of mankind." Perturabo did not respond or move. The data cadral hummed and span about the Primarch. Flows of endless code blinked across the screens as the machines buzzed, but the eyes of the Lord of Iron did not move. He had barely moved in the last 12 hours. 3 hours into that time, the Lord of Iron had stopped calling up fresh data shifts and report streams. He had just let the data wash over him, in whatever format it came. In the last 4, he had stopped issuing new commands. In the last 30 minutes, Fox had not even been sure if his lord was assimilating the data at all. But he had not moved from the cradle. It was as though a finality was creeping into Perturabo, a dreadful passivity in the face of whatever he was seeing. It was terrifying. "Mass errors within the strategic data flow," said Perturabo. "So many errors, points of corruption, that I can barely see the war." He looked at Argus, who spoke. "Lord, the Warmaster commands. It does not matter," Perturabo snapped as the Lord of Iron stood from the cradle. "I know what you are here to say, emissary. Before your sight dimmed, I saw it. It was in the troop movements, in the sensor flow. Too great a change not to be ordained." Perturabo's gaze held on to Angronis. The Primarch's armor purred. "But speak your words, equerry. Let it be done. You are ordered to move. You shall disperse your legion's warriors amongst the assault forces. You shall take command of the assault on the Sanctus wall section." Forex felt the breath become cold in his lungs. "The surge of forces is near completion," said Forex. "Without strategic oversight, how will we guide thee?" "I will not," said the Lord of Iron. Forex just watched the Primarch. Perturabo turned to look at the terminals. "Mortarion and the Death Guard are moving. They come here," said Perturabo. "Is that not so, emissary?" "It is the Warmaster's will. We are to be displaced." Forex could hear the disbelief cracked in the control of his voice. "We can see victory, and you would take its architects away just before it's complete. Who will order the battle?" "What are you saying, Lord?" asked Forex. "How long to stand here?" Perturabo asked in a low voice. "A lifetime, many lifetimes, as most mortals live them." He raised a hand. Servos whining. Exo-bracing armor plates shifting. His hand opened, metal-clad digits reaching delicately for distant towers of the unconquered palace. "I never wanted to be put to any of the uses you put me to, Father. All you have ever valued is destruction. All you have ever praised is weakness and pride. All I ever wanted has been taken." Perturabo's gaze distant, as though he were focusing beyond what he could see to some infinite distance. "He's just like you, Father. Horus, your bright son. You both made us want to serve you, and then you made us kill our dreams with our own hands. All the blood of your legion, all the red iron spilled. Was it worth it to go this far and go no further?" asked Andronis. "It was worth it to learn the truth. The universe does not care. We could bleed our last, and it would not matter. Pour the blood of my warriors into the earth, and it all grows, and all that grows is hunger for more." "If you go," Anjanus spoke, "if you defy the will of Horus, then your ships will be burned from the stars." "They shall not," said Perturabo, "just as you shall not draw your gun and shoot me now. Though you should. Horus has bartered your strength for doubt and false promises. But our strength is still ours, and our iron is still true. You shall be outcast. He will hunt you down once the Warmaster has taken the throne. Perturabo paused. So be it, said the Lord of Iron. Perturabo turned his back and walked from the room. At his side, his iron circle. And so Horus had lost yet another asset. As the siege went on, Horus would lose more and more, eventually forcing a final gambit, placing his ship in a vector with its shields down, allowing the Emperor to teleport himself directly to confront his fallen son. And he met Horus in personal combat, despite what had transpired. It is recorded that the Emperor had hesitated, but Horus showed no such mercy, and the battle that followed would scar reality itself. Ultimately, the Emperor could not overcome Horus once fully vested with the concentrated power of the four dark gods. However, he was clever enough to trick them once again, this time by creating a vision of one of Horus's most cherished sons, tricking him into surrendering the power of the dark gods in order to slay the Emperor by his own hand, truly claiming glory not for the dark god, but rather for Horus Lupercal. However, this had been the exact hope of the Emperor, as he slew Horus with one final gambit, one which not only injured Horus, not only ended Horus's mortal life, but also deeply wounded the Emperor, far more than he had been wounded during their duel, leaving him in a near-death state. The Master of Mankind had been mortally wounded, and recovered by his loyal guards, and interred within the arcane mechanisms of the Golden Throne, a techno-arcane sarcophagus sustained by the tithes of 1,000 psychers a day. With Horus dead, the traitor forces fragmented, and reeling from the loss of their leader, they began their chaotic withdrawal from the Sol system. In confusion, the shattered remnants of the 16th Legion had recovered Horus's body from the vengeful spirit, and escaped into the warp, vanishing into the Eye of Terror. In that warped sanctuary of unreality, the Sons of Horus built their tomb fortress, a world devoted to their slain Primarch, and from which they would persecute the next phase of the war. Thus began the Long War. Thus the first steps in the Black Crusades were laid. It was in this maelstrom of loss and betrayal that Ezekiel Abaddon stepped forward, no longer just the first captain. He became the de facto heir of Horus's legacy, though not by name, refusing to allow the memory of Horus to change the future. Abaddon renamed the 16th Legion to the Black Legion, and in doing so he cast off the shadow of his dead Primarch, and declared himself the new Warmaster, the Warmaster of Chaos Undivided. With the dark blessings of the ruinous powers upon him, Abaddon the Despoiler began his new campaign to finish what Horus had started, the eradication of the Imperium and the final fall of the Emperor. However, unlike his father, he did not view the ruinous powers as gods or deities, but rather tools or weapons to use. What he had realized in the Saturnine Gambit would shape how he would prosecute his war. Where once Horus had led a crusade born of wounded pride, Abaddon led one forged of cold resolve, and the Imperium, already scorched and staggering, braced for the long night that would follow. To this day, the true cost of the Siege of Terra is calculated, but never fully comprehended. The echoes of that apocalyptic confrontation still reverberate across the stars, and the throne upon which the Emperor sits remains both a beacon and a tomb. Eventually would come the second siege of Cthonia. Cthonia had once been the cradle of the 16th Legion, and it had become, in time, its grave. In the wake of Horus's death and the Loyalist victory at Terra, Imperial High Command identified Cthonia as a strategic and symbolic target. As early as 006 M31, Rogel Dorn, the Primarch of the Imperial Fist and the de facto master of Segmentum Solar's defenses, had authorized a targeted assault on the traitor homeworld. The force deployed was considerable. The 9th and 14th battalions of the Imperial Fist, the 13th Grand Company of the Space Wolves, and several remnants of Terran Imperial Army, and no fewer than 3 Solidates of Legio Custodi. These formidable strike forces were placed under the authority of Lord Castellan Evander Garius of the Imperial Fist. The Loyalist objective was the swift decapitation of the Sons of Horus's hold over their homeworld, the operation known as the First Siege of Cthonia achieved a rapid success in its opening stages. The surface garrison of traitor forces was overwhelmed and forced to retreat, but the subterranean catacombs beneath the planet's scorched surface, vast, labyrinthian, and predating even the Great Crusade, became the staging grounds for an extended guerrilla war. Waged by surviving traitor elements, seemed victory remained elusive. It would be 7 solar years before the war for Cthonia ignited once again, this time with a fury magnitudes greater. In 013 M31, following the catastrophic defeat of loyalist forces at Beta Garmin, a renewed traitor counteroffensive surged towards Cthonia. The invading armada, led by Vaharin Ashurandon, a senior commander of the former Sons of Horus, and backed by a coalition of dark alliances which included the Wordbearers, Alpha Legion operatives, and the remnants of the Chthonian headhunters drawn from traitor-aligned solar auxilia, along with corrupted Dark Mechanicum forces from the Forge World of Voss. Loyalist fleets stationed in orbit were caught off guard by the scale of this assault. Despite the rigorous preparation, the defenses were decisively defeated in orbit, leaving them distraught and destitute, allowing the traitor forces to initiate a full-scale planetary landing. What followed was the Second Siege of Cthonia. Lord Castellan Garius refused to yield, reinforced by loyalist elements from the Shattered Legions, leaving thousands of detachments that had remained loyal to the Imperium. His forces launched a brutal counterassault. The conflict itself was ruinous on both sides, as though the loyalists succeeded in inflicting catastrophic casualties that would be inexcusable on the traitor Marines, they suffered equally grievous blows, with the loss of nearly their entire Titan contingent. By 014 M31, the war had descended into a grim stalemate. Traitor forces steadily gained territory, and Lord Castellan Garius prepared for a final stand at the Hive City, known as Traitor's Gate. Both sides readied for a climactic engagement, as a fleet belonging to the First Legion, the Dark Angels, arrived unexpectedly in orbit, commanded by Mudrak Cerdas. What followed was not diplomacy, but an ultimatum. Cedras, with the authority of the First Legion, ordered both loyalist and traitor forces to immediately cease hostilities and evacuate the planet. Any failure to comply would be met with total orbital annihilation. Neither side complied. In response, Cedras ordered a full bombardment of Chthonia's surface. Enraged by what had been viewed as treachery, Lord Castellan Garius retaliated, targeting the Dark Angel's capital ship with the planet's own defense lasers. The retaliation was ineffective. The First Legion's vessels weathered the attack with minimal damage. With negotiations abandoned, the Dark Angel's Dreadwing deployed to the surface. Under Cedra's command, they planted and detonated vortex bombs on key geologic fault lines, tearing simultaneous warp rifts that devastated the planet's core. The resulting annihilation was complete and total. Cthonia began to tear itself from within. Both traitor and loyalist commanders would then manage to evacuate, though it cost them tens of thousands of Astartes and human troops who had perished in the planetary collapse. The Sons of Horus, already broken, now had also lost their birthplace, as Cthonia was no more. Horus was weak. Horus was a fool. He had the whole galaxy and he let it slip. Abaddon the Despoiler, Warmaster of Chaos Undivided. The fall of the Warmaster did not end with his death, as it merely began a darker chapter. In the aftermath of the Siege of Terra, as the Emperor was entombed within the Golden Throne, and Horus' lifeless body was left laying broken aboard the Vengeful Spirit, his legion fractured. First Captain Ezekiel Abaddon, hardened by the betrayal and loss, led the shattered remnants of the Sons of Horus in a desperate escape, fighting their way clear out of the Sol system as they vanished into the void. The Imperium's response was swift and pitiless. In a campaign known to Imperial scholars as the Great Scouring, the Loyalist legions unleashed a merciless tide of wrathful retribution. Worlds that had sworn their allegiance to Horus were purged without exception. Their populations made examples of two still loyal systems. The traitor legions were not simply pursued, they were hunted. From Segmentum Solar to the Eastern Fringe, they were driven from real space by wrathful crusades of retribution, of raging retribution. Fleeing annihilation, the Sons of Horus withdrew ever deeper into the Eye of Terror. Though they were not alone, across countless star systems, scattered wreckages of rebellion found sanctuary within the Immaterium. Yet for the 16th Legion, sanctuary came at a heavy price. No longer the Emperor's favored no longer Horus's chosen. The Sons of Horus entered the Eye as ghosts of their former selves, their numbers decimated, their purpose lost, and their unity tested, nearly shattered. Lacking their Primarch's guidance, the Legion began to spiral. Their captains turned to the warp in search of strength, bargaining with its gods, welcoming possession, and embracing the corrupted gifts of chaos, gifts that demanded tribute and sacrifice in return. Rival legions, no longer united in cause, turned on one another in both desperation and bloodlust. The gods of the warp, ever watchful, twisted their broken suns to suit their own cosmic warfare. Legions that once threatened Terra were reshaped as tools for a war with no end. Amidst the collapse, Abaddon disappeared. His absence neither tactical nor strategic, it was personal. Grief-stricken and embittered, all the while repulsed by what his legion had become, Abaddon vanished into the depths of the Eye of Terror alone. The Sons of Horus, meanwhile, bore the body of Horus with them, preserved in stasis. The corpse of their godlike father was entombed within the demon world of Malium, a place of rust, decay, and ceaseless darkness. There, they constructed the Lupercalius, a fortress raised from the corpses of void ships and the bones of warped beasts. The citadel stood as a monument to loss and obsession, built by a legion of enslaved mortals dragged from fallen imperial worlds. Its towers and spires were forged from the prows of ancient, derelict vessels, each bearing the scars of forgotten wars. At the heart of the tomb fortress, beneath the chamber of spiraling white bone, Horus was laid to rest, his body suspended in a shaft of flickering golden light, silent and unchanged. Around him, the Legion carved their history into stone. Battles, glories, victories, long since turned to ash. Worship grew in place of leadership. Daily rituals were held within the chamber of their fallen god. Captains and warriors reciting oaths to a corpse that could no longer answer them. The leadership waned. Purpose dissolved. The Sons of Horus stagnated. Meanwhile, the warp pressed in. The Eye of Terror offered no peace, as demonic entities, sensing the Legion's weakness, descended upon them. Some resisted, many did not. Possession was common, minds and bodies twisted into hosts for the demonic. The line between man and monster and Astartes and aberration began to blur. The Sons of Horus, once the spear point of the Great Crusade, once the first of the rebellion, had become a shattered, leaderless cult of the dead. Their fortress was strong, but their purpose was gone. What would rise from these ruins remained unknown, but Abaddon had not vanished forever. Records recovered by archivist Malcor Thrain of the Ordos Chronos Investigative Division. In the years that followed the collapse of Horus's rebellion, the Sons of Horus endured not only defeat, but paralysis. While some in the 16th Legion advocated swearing their allegiance to a single patron, such proposals had ignited fierce opposition. Many remembered all too well the shackles placed upon them by the Emperor of Mankind, and refused to kneel again, be it to a man or god. That same defiant pride, once the fuel for their crusades, now chained them in place. They would bow to no entity outside their bloodline, not even to the immortal denizens of the warp. Lupercalius stood as both a stronghold and a sarcophagus, forged from warp wreckage and shaped by madness and fury. It rose as a grim tomb over the grave world of Malium. At its core rested their preserved Primarch, interred beneath a towering crypt lit by sorcerer's flame. Entry into this monument was heavily restricted, guarded, and sanctified. Even the other traitor legions, former brothers in arms, were barred from approaching the sarcophagus. The fortress served as a staging ground for raids against the Imperium, and for retaliatory strikes against rival legions, as the post-heresy order crumbled into what became known as the Legion Wars. These internecine conflicts, spurred by the fracturing of whatever unity chaos had implemented and imposed during the heresy, turned once allied legions into bitter enemies. Acts of sabotage, skirmishes, and slaughter tore throughout the entirety of the Eye of Terror, and few forces were spared this toll. The Sons of Horus, isolated and stagnant, became increasingly vulnerable. Their refusal to act left them as a tempting target. Amongst their own ranks, debate intensified. Some captains pressed for the replenishment of their gene stock, fretting not obliteration that no bastion, no matter how formidable, could stand indefinitely without new warriors to man its walls. But their calls were largely dismissed. The majority believed that mastery over demonic possession would grant them the strength they required. They were convinced that through sorcery and the command of the warp, they could forge new warriors without the need for an apothecarian or progenoid. While the rest of the Eye of Terror burned in fratricidal war, the Sons of Horus raised their fortress ever higher, ritualizing the loss and glorifying death, sanctifying a corpse. They remained aloof from the Legion wars at large, consumed more by internal rites and veneration, but such isolation came at a cost. As whispers spread, the body of Horus, still intact and preserved, filled with the genetic legacy of a Primarch, became the focus of a myriad of dark schemes. To some it was a relic, to others a weapon, and to certain parties, a means of resurrection. In a sudden and devastating strike, the remnants of the Emperor's children launched a full-force assault on Malleum. No warning, no mercy, empowered by the unholy allegiance to Slaanesh, and armed with the blessings of the foul sciences and warp energies, they breached the inner wall of the sanctum of the Lupicarius. There, in the very heart of the tomb, they defiled the sacred halls and stole the body of Horus from the stasis crypt. Then the raiders quickly vanished as rapidly as they had arrived. Most disturbing of all were persistent reports that the body was delivered to Fabius Bile, the infamous apothecary turned genetic butcher. Some within this ordo suspect that Bile's goal was not mere experimentation but rather rebirth, that he sought to clone the Warmaster, to forge from the flesh of old a new Horus, one unburdened by the feet, intended to unify the fractured traitorous legion. Under his command, all the while he would be controlled by Bile and those whom held his allegiance. To this day, the intent of this practice remains unconfirmed. However, it is known that in the smoking aftermath of Malleum's desecration, the Sons of Horus found themselves truly shattered. Their once mighty fortress lay in ruins, and the 16th Legion teetered on the edge of extinction. Bereft of leadership, their brotherhood disintegrated into madness, some succumbing to nihilistic despair, others consumed with fury, would then in turn turn upon their own. The tenuous bonds between captains and the leadership as a whole unraveled into a bloody series of vendettas, murder becoming the Legion's final ritual. Their structure, that had once marched across the stars in unity, was now reduced to isolated enclaves of hate and hysteria. Then, amidst the wreckage of pride and ambition, came a figure long absent, Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the Luna Wolves and the Warmaster's last favored son. Veteran of countless campaigns, had returned after his self-imposed dark pilgrimage. He had arrived too late to prevent this catastrophe, but he had arrived early enough to witness its consequence. From afar, he surveyed the crumbling remnants of Malleum, and what he saw was a moment that would reshape a legion. To Abaddon, there was no longer any question. Horus had truly failed. It was not the Imperium that had defeated them. It was the weakness of their fallen Primarch that had led to disgrace. In that final realization, it had all clicked. With a calculated fury, he descended into the ruins, but not as a savior, rather as a judge and executioner. One by one, he hunted down the surviving captains, silencing dissent with blade and bolter alike. Their screams echoed throughout the charred catacombs as he reclaimed leadership, not by decree, not by hierarchy, but rather by domination. When the bloodshed ceased, Abaddon alone remained amongst the Legion's former commanders, standing amidst ash and dust as he wiped his brow and he declared himself Warmaster of Chaos, a title once held by Horus Lupercal, but now reforged in Abaddon's image. His oath was not to restore the past, but to destroy it. He rejected the worship of Horus and swore to succeed where the Primarch had failed, in bringing low the so-called Corpse Emperor. Some of the Broken Legion bowed willingly. They saw in Abaddon the mantle of rightful succession. Others, fearing his wrath more than questioning his claim, submitted in silence. A few rejected him entirely, and they were either slain by their brethren or cast into the warp to die forgotten. With order restored through bloody will, Abaddon turned to his final rite of severance. The cloned Horus, a macabre copy engineered by Fabius Bile, still lived. To Abaddon, this represented the chains of a failed legacy. In a decisive strike, he led an assault on the Emperor's children, obliterating the body of Horus and slaying the genetic facsimile with his own lightning claw, a weapon that had now slain 2 Primarchs and wounded the Emperor, donning the weapon for himself. In doing so, he purged the last vestiges of the Legion's old identity. Symbolically and literally, the transformation followed. The Sons of Horus stripped their Viridian armor, repainting it black, the hue of mourning, defiance, and vengeance. The name Sons of Horus was also cast aside. In its place rose a new force, the Black Legion. No longer would they be chained and shackled by the shadow of a fallen god. The Black Legion emerged reborn, united under Abaddon's iron rule. The Despoiler's message was unmistakable. The traitor legions were not relics of the past, but architects of the future. His Black Legion would lead, and the galaxy would kneel. And so, when the banners of chaos were once more raised, when the warbands converged within the wrathful eye of Abaddon the Despoiler, he would unleash a Black Crusade. One phrase would resound like a war chant across the ranks of the damned: let the galaxy burn. Who pledged his loyalty? The Warmaster. Whom did we serve? The Warmaster. From who did we take our name? The Warmaster. Who was denied to us? The Warmaster. But whom shall we remake? The Warmaster. And who shall lead us to victory? The Warmaster. With the command of the Legion now absolute, Abaddon the Despoiler did not hesitate. He began his task of reforging the 16th Legion, not only in name, but in number. The Black Legion, as it was now called, would not linger in memory or rot in shadows. It would grow, it would strike, and it would conquer. Word spread swiftly, howling across the depths of the Eye of Terror. Any Space Marine, regardless of Legion, who bent the knee to the Despoiler would be granted a place within the Black Legion, and with it share his vision of retribution against the Imperium. For many, this offer was not merely temptation, it was a promise, a chance to reclaim purpose in a galaxy that had long since abandoned meaning. Their responses were varied. Some mocked him. Veterans of the Long War, embittered and prideful, derided Abaddon as nothing more than a usurper, a shadow pretending to cast one. They whispered that he was playing at being Warmaster, a title they believed died with Horus, but not all were so dismissive. Amongst the traitor legions, a slow, festering hunger had taken root. Centuries of interscene warfare, the futility of raiding, and the hollow gift of the warp had left most disillusioned. The promise of order, unity, and vengeance spoke louder than mockery. For these warriors, the defeat that they had suffered during the heresy still burned like a brand. They remembered the sting of betrayal and the fires of defeat at the hands of the loyalist legions. Now a leader stood ready to strike back, and not as a pawn of the gods, but as a conqueror with a vision. Others came with darker reasons. Some traitor warbands cared little for ideology or revenge. They came because Abaddon led them to slaughter, to plunder, to destruction without end. For them, the Black Legion offered endless campaigns, a chance to make worlds scream. Blood was currency, and Abaddon, the chief banker of death, promised in abundance. And then there were those who respected only strength. To those merciless warriors, Abaddon's might, wrath, and command were the only arguments that mattered. They saw his rise, the corpse of his rival champions strewn in his wake, and deemed him worthy. In a realm where weakness is a death sentence, Abaddon was undeniable. His legend grew faster than his army, but with power comes challenge. Many sought to use the Black Legion as a tool for their own ambitions. Champions of chaos infiltrated his ranks, weaving lies of false pledges, whispering corruption into the ears of those who had sworn loyalty. Others tried to fracture his command, offer forbidden power, or secret pacts in the dark. None survived. Each betrayer was hunted down and punished with ruthless precision. The Despoiler's response was not simply execution, it was an extermination. As the heads of Chaos Lords and demon-bound champions were nailed as war trophies within his own hall, their warbands were shattered and their fortresses reduced to rubble and ash. He left no ambiguity. Betrayal would be met with annihilation. Treachery would not be tolerated, only crushed. Over time, only the truly deranged, self-terminationally arrogant defied him. Thus, the foundation for the Black Legion was laid, not in ideal, but in fire, blood, and uncompromising will. Through it all, the Black Legion's catechism echoed throughout their ranks in a heartbeat. Who shall lead us to victory? The Warmaster. As the Black Legion's ranks swelled, Abaddon turned his fury outwards. With his fleet, he carved a path through the Eye of Terror, enslaving, conscripting, and conquering worlds. Aboard the Vengeful Spirit, the same battle barge once commanded by Horus himself, Abaddon orchestrated wars not only against the Imperium, but against rival traitor factions and demonic princelings. In time, his personal war host grew into a force that could rival the legions of old. Yet for all his ambition, Abaddon understood the nature of the traitor legions, fractured, distrustful, and volatile. No warlord could hope to rule them, but perhaps unite them. This was the vision, a goal not of an empire, but of destruction. He called it the Long War, a campaign not of months, not of years, but of eras. A war not to conquer, but to annihilate, to finish what Horus had begun, to succeed where Horus had failed. Terra would burn, the Imperium would be cast down, and the corpse upon the Golden Throne would be finally unseated. Thus, the Age of Retribution began. Across M32 to M39, the Long War persisted, each generation of the Imperium facing more and more incursions, each invasion more brutal than the last. Administratum records show a steady increase in incursions traced to the Eye of Terror with each passing decade, confirming what so many had feared. The Despoiler was not finished, he was just beginning, and his crusades would be the stuff of legend. 81 M31. 5 centuries had passed since the bitter end of the Horus Heresy, and from the shadows of the Eye of Terror, a black tide surged forth. Its architect, Abaddon the Despoiler, once the first captain of the Luna Wolves, now self-proclaimed Warmaster of Chaos Undivided. This would mark the beginning of the first of the Black Crusades. At the helm of this newly formed Black Legion was Abaddon, as he launched a brutal offensive against the Imperium of Man. His target was the Cadian Gate, the only stable route bridging the warp-choked Eye of Terror and the material universe. But Cadia held, towering bastions and unwavering resolve from the Cadian shock troopers staved off the initial assault, denying Chaos a clear passage to the throne of the false emperor. But this invasion, this First Black Crusade, was much more than a test of arms. It was a declaration. What few records survive from the period suggest that Abaddon's motives were layered in ambition and retribution. During the campaign, Abaddon ventured to Ulran, a world of shrieking ruins and psychic echoes. There, deep within the labyrinthian passageways sealed by unknown Xenos wards, he claimed the demon sword Drachnaian. This ancient weapon was a relic bound to a warp entity of unspeakable power that had languished in stasis ever since it was taken by Ra Endymion into the depths of the webway. Once it was in Abaddon's hands, the weapon's howling presence signaled the awakening of something far worse than a warlord. This was the birth of a herald of true annihilation. With Drachnaian bound to his will, Abaddon's influence grew steadily at an almost geometric rate. What followed was not just an invasion, it was a spectacle of cruelty, true artistry in atrocity. Zargothian the Broken, a name now synonymous with horror, led his warband to the agri-world of Valessa. Amidst the blood-rose orchards, Zargothian reshaped the flora into a massive, vast, nigh unending maze of thorns. His prisoners, blinded and stripped of all dignity, were loosed within these vast death traps. One by one they were hunted down, while the scent of blood roses filled their shredded lungs. These screams, recorded in garbled box logs, recovered later by Adeptus Mechanicus salvage teams, painted a portrait of sadism with no mortal equal. Elsewhere, the Raptor commander, Elrak, descended down on the floating cities of Mifa, in a campaign that would have redefined terror if it were not for the previous, as he sabotaged their suspensor arrays, sending the cities plummeting to the soil of the planet below. And from the wreckage, Elrak raised immense gallows hanging millions of corpses who drift endlessly across the upper skies, a veritable floating warning made visible for all to see. But despite these atrocities, perhaps the most disturbing feature of the First Black Crusade was its unprecedented unity. For the first time since the heresy, the rival traitor legions, each one steeped in their own corruption, disdainful of all others, stood together under a single banner. Even demons deferred, albeit begrudgingly, to the authority of the Black Legion. That this cohesion lasted only as long as Imperial resistance did is surprising. But during the height of this conflict, the unthinkable occurred: cooperation amongst the damned. That, more than any massacre, heralded the arrival of a new age of chaos. The Imperium, still reeling from its wounds after this scouring, could only brace for what would come next. The Imperium would then dub these recurring assaults as Black Crusades, a name etched into every page of history by fire and madness. Abaddon's legions would pour from the Eye of Terror again and again and again, each time with greater force, devastating entire sectors and enslaving entire populations, leaving naught but ruination in their wake. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, they would vanish back into the void. Throughout Segmentum Obscurus and increasingly far beyond, this cycle of invasion and devastation, followed by withdrawal, became the black rhythm of the Long War. And in each of these forays, Abaddon would make his point. He was not Horus. He would not fail. Eventually, the crusade would end, but the true war, the Long War, had only begun. The next event of galactic import that the Black Legion would take part in occurred in 027 M32. This would be when Fenrock, the Forgotten, a commander within the Black Legion, would stumble upon a world of singularly cursed potential. Comprised almost entirely of warp-tainted iron ore, the planet promised an immense value, but at a cost. Its minerals drove mortal slaves mad or mutated them beyond recognition at a rate too quickly to efficiently process. Some veins even secreted a corrosive substance that liquefied flesh and machinery alike. Seeking a grim solution, Fenrock performed a rite of mass sacrifice, binding warp entities into his mining machines, and this would result in constructs that were part demon, part automaton, allowing them to tear into the planet's mineral veins with merciless efficiency. The mortal workforce itself was expendable by design, so it was reduced to ash and their names forgotten. This would allow the Black Legion to have a significantly better stock of cursed and tainted weapons. The next incident of galactic import would occur in 597 M32. Up next would be the Second Black Crusade. Abaddon's return in the Second Black Crusade struck the Bellis Corna sector with a silent fury. Instead of claiming territory, or even setting up encampments for a longer protracted struggle, the Despoiler placed a lingering curse across its worlds, infusing their biospheres, atmospheres, and the very soil of the planets with the corruptive touch of the Immaterium. Simultaneously, his fleets devastated Imperial shipyards, destroying dozens of cruisers in various stages of construction and repair. While the Imperium scrambled to rally a counteroffensive, Abaddon enacted a broader stratagem. Entrusting the vengeful spirit to his sorcerers, he teleported to the Nemesis Teresa, a fortified inquisitorial bastion. There he melted down the hexagrammic eldritch needles designed to ward against psychic intrusion, reducing them to slag with a continuous and sustained meltafire. The Inquisition would later discover that their secured vault had been breached, and its occupant, a demon whose name was erased from most records, was now gone. The fortress that had been meticulously designed, crafted, and built to contain that very entity had proven useless in said task, as it was now free. And this all occurred in 597 M32. Later, at an unknown date during M32, it would be Durkarth the Sightless who would organize the dissenting Sons of Horus into a warband known as Sons of the Eye. Refusing to bear Abaddon's banner, Durkarth carved his own legend during the Battle of the Keening Deep. Facing the berserkers of Vol's World Eaters, Durkarth's forces emerged victorious in a duel amidst fire and ruin. Durkarth tore Volker's demon axe from his grip and slew him with his own blade. The fallen skulls of the World Eaters were then cast into the soul fires that burned beneath the planet's crust, in an act equal parts triumph and ritual. The next incident of galactic import that would occur involving the Black Legion would be the Third Black Crusade, which occurred in 909 M32. and it was during the Third Black Crusade that Abaddon unleashed the demon prince known as Ptolemy upon the Cadian Gate in a furious and reckless frontal assault. The carnage itself left millions dead, forcing the Imperium to divert forces from across the segmentum obscurus. Eventually, it would be the Space Wolves who cast Ptolemy back into the Immaterium, but the true intent had been a misdirection. While the Imperium had bled, Abaddon desecrated the shrine world of Jerusalem, smashing the crypt of its sacred protector. The remnants of the Imperial Saint would then be obliterated, nullifying the prophecy of his return and permanently weakening the world's psychic bulwark. The next event would occur in the maddening depths of the Eye of Terror, where the Thousand-Sun sorcerer Zarfston journeyed to seek the favor of Tzeentch. There, amidst the shifting labyrinths, Zeraphon was granted visions of aeons to come. With a soul heavy with knowledge and a heart blackened by ambition, he would pledge himself to Abaddon, offering prophecy and counsel in exchange for a seat at the Despoiler's side. Then, in 001 M34, the Fourth Black Crusade would occur, known in military records as the Elfroar War, and this crusade centered on the siege of the citadel of Primarch. The fortress, reigned in adamantium and long thought impregnable, faced the full fury of Abaddon's wrath. Only 1 in 10 of the initial assaults survived the advance under heavy and relentless bolter fire. Yet Abaddon himself reached the gates, wielding the demon sword Draconian, and he split them asunder with a single cleaving blow. What followed next was a massacre. The defenders themselves would be annihilated, and the noble line of Primarch would be extinguished beneath claw, bolt, and blade. Later, on the world of Heliason, in the Asparinga sector, the warlord Zegranth the Broken enacted a ritual of sickening blasphemy, capturing the Sisters of the Covenant of the Alabaster Maidens, and he subjected them to long-lasting stints of warp exposure until their latent psychic abilities erupted from them uncontrollably. Using arcane technology, he fused the sisters together into a singular, monstrous entity, a veritable living gateway through which demons could pour out into the material realm. Later still, the Talon of Rage, a vessel of the Black Legion, would emerge, and quickly be destroyed in orbit above the feral world of Skaro, leaving only 1 legionary alive. Descending upon the surface, where he was mistaken for god, over time the primitive population of Suro formed a chaos cult around him, calling him the Ragged King. His influence would spread like wildfire, corrupting the entire biosphere and culture. It would take over a decade of planetary warfare for the Imperial Guard to reclaim the world and extinguish his nascent heresy. Then, in 723 M36, the Fifth Black Crusade would occur, and it bore the unmistakable signature of a calculated series of destruction, devastation, and annihilation. In the Elisa sector, Abaddon ordered the systematic destruction of specific religious and strategic sites across a dozen worlds. These sacrilegious acts shattered warp seals that had kept local mutations in check for generations. On Tebeth, he lured the Warhawks and the Venators, Space Marine chapters, into the ruins of Kaiser Luthen. There he sprung a trap, unleashing both the Black Legion along with a demonic host of Khorne. Neither chapter would survive. Their skulls were taken by the Demon Prince Doombreed in the grim tithe to the Lord of Skulls. In the waning centuries of the 36th millennium and the blood-soaked rise of the 37th, Abaddon the Despoiler carved a path in broken oaths and shattered allegiances. It is within this epoch of carnage that we find the shadowplay of betrayal, ambition, and retribution that defined the 6th and 7th Black Crusades, and the near-forgotten clues of what was to come that they left behind. In 901 M36 began a campaign of annihilation that ended as a warning. The Sons of the Eye, a warband formed by Chaos Lord Descartes the Sightless, once a loyal Sons of Horus and comrade in arms to Abaddon the Despoiler himself, stood defiantly against the Despoiler's growing claims as the Warmaster of Chaos. Descartes, known to history as the Blind Butcher of Iridius VII, had long bore envy and resentment towards the favor Horus had showered Abaddon with. That grudge festered into a blooming rebellion. During the campaign for the Forge World of Arcreach, the Despoiler joined forces with Drekkarth's warband, fighting alongside them shoulder to shoulder until the Forge's defenders were utterly annihilated. Yet his alliance was merely a facade. As victory was claimed, Abaddon turned on Drekkarth with the calculated cruelty Abaddon the Despoiler had become known for. He impaled the blind warlord with a talon of Horus, forcing him to watch unblinkingly as his Sons of the Eye bent the knee to their true master. In that moment, the message was etched into the records of the Eye of Terror. Defiance against the Despoiler carries a price far greater than death. Later, the Anti-Cain's massacre would occur in 165 M37, and we would see the Black Legion fight alongside other Chaos Space Marine warbands, chief amongst them the Purge. The details of this atrocity remain highly classified, but the scale of the devastation suggests a coordinated annihilation rather than a mere opportunistic series of engagements. Little is said about how or why this atrocity was allowed to escalate, only that it did, and that the Black Legion played its part with surgical precision. In the absence of a clear external enemy, Abaddon turned inward. The Tournament of Blood would occur sometime after this event, in M37, and it serves as both spectacle and sacrifice, as 8 solar days of pit fighting within the gore-drenched holds of the vengeful spirit ended with the sole survivor being impaled upon the talon of Horus. The Despoiler in this moment enacted a blood pact with Khorne himself, earning the loyalty of the greater demon Hak-Angrath. Whether this was done to earn favor or to purge weakness from amongst his chosen is uncertain. However, what is certain is that it definitely took a toll, and there was a price to be paid in the overall strength of his forces for a while, as even darker methods were employed during the Prison of Madness. However, there's no records of a specific location or time. The operation itself remains highly classified and mostly reconstructed through secondary testimony. Captured loyalist Astartes were apparently subjected to perpetual harrowing visions and prophecies of the Imperium's fall, shown again and again and again ad infinitum. Many would go about and terminate their own lives. The rest, hollowed of belief and brotherhood, turned to Abaddon in abject surrender. However, many within the Imperium still ask, were these visions illusions, or were they truths not yet realized? Potential paths history could take. Then, in 811 M37, the 7th Black Crusade, better known as the Ghost War, was unleashed. Emerging from the Eye of Terror, the Black Legion moved well past Cadia, then vanished. What followed was not a campaign, but rather a phantom plague of raids, feints, and misinformation, as planets fell without a known attacker, fleets chased shadows, and the Imperium's defenses remained largely intact, but the cost was rather substantial in morale and stability, as the damage done on the backlines should not be underestimated. Amidst this confusion, Abaddon struck the world of Mindrad, and here is where the Battle of Mindran would occur, and it would see the Blood Angels fall beneath a tide of Khornate berserkers, personally led by Abaddon himself. The Devastator positions were overrun, the Angels' famed assault troops were repelled, and yet from the black reaches of the void, salvation came in silence. As is said in the excerpt of the Canticle of Cassandra Lev, it appears that a highly mythologized and deeply symbolic record speaks of grey-clad space marines who came out from the night, whose jagged maw did swallow the stars, and whose black gaze did mirror the void of oblivion. These figures, never formally identified, are, at least to some degree, believed by many Imperial archivists to be the Carcharodons, though no confirmation exists. As Saint Lev's records state, they fell upon the servants of the Scald One with a great fury from the darkness, unseen as the beast that lurks beneath the black waters. Death for death, blood for blood. Thus the sons of Sanguinius were brought respite. The art found on the cemetery world of Hypestus was built to honor the fallen of this campaign, and it depicts a scene in fresco and bas-relief of this incident. But the vestiges of the saviors are shrouded, obscured by black discs of obsidian, a mystery not uncommon with the Carcharodons when they are thought to be involved. Following this reprieve, the Blood Angels mounted a counteroffensive on the world of Macan. What followed was a tragedy, as nearly the entire chapter was brought to ruins at the hands of Abaddon's elite lieutenants, the Sorcerer Lord Iskandar Chiron and the swordsman Telmachon Lyras. Yet from the ashes, vengeance took form. The glorious Reclusiarch Talsterian Jaros, one of the last survivors, led his maddened death company in a final savage raid behind the enemy's lines. Unseen and unrelenting, they tore through the Despoiler's honor guard, allowing Jaros to confront Abaddon in single combat. Legends say that the Warmaster still bears the permanent, writhing scars from this battle. Whether this is true or an embellishment, what is definitively known is that Joris and his warriors were left untouched amidst the desecrated corpses on the planet, their bodies broken and seated upon the thrones crafted from the armor of their foes. This was a final salute from Abaddon the Despoiler, a man who had not been truly injured since his battle with the legendary Sigismund, lending credence to the idea that he and this lone blood angel were a match for each other, and he bore enough respect to these Marines to never desecrate their remains, regardless of how much time has passed. In the ancient records of the Odos Chrono and fragmentary Imperial data reels, the tail end of M37 and the onset of M38 are marked as a time of shadows and legends lengthening across Segmentum Obscurus. Each entry in this period is a blood-stained shard, a disjointed but rather well pieced together tapestry of chaos, betrayal, and atrocity. And still at the center of his Black Legion is Abaddon the Despoiler. And so in 999 M37, the 8th Black Crusade would begin, not with a declaration of war, but rather with a ritual, executed across a dozen seemingly unconnected worlds as citizens of the Imperium vanished by the thousands in arcane blood rites dedicated to, strangely enough, Tzeentch, the Changer of Ways. The rituals themselves were mathematically precise, as the population's clusters were reduced in synchronicity, as their deaths were aligned with the celestial conjunctions known only to the warp-bound. Only after the Inquisition decrypted these macabre patterns did the broader Imperium begin to comprehend the scale of the atrocity. By then, however, death had already saturated the stars, and Abaddon's objectives, whatever they may have been, apparently were achieved, at least in part, since the Emperor still sat upon the Golden Throne. Up next would be a rather monumental occurrence. Sometime in M38, the Soul of Damnation, a derelict space hulk, drifted precariously close to the Seculus subsector's core worlds. Aboard it, the Flesh Tearer's Terminator squad uncovered something extraordinary. Within its sealed stasis vault was a warrior from the Luna Wolves, untouched since the Great Crusade. When awakened and informed of his legion's fate, the ancient marine did not mourn. He took one of the Flesh Tearer's vessels and vanished into the void. His name was never recovered, but many suspect he may quite yet play a significant role in what is to follow. On the dune-choked world of Sanjor, the Black Legion constructed a device that defied rational classification, steel framed with membranous sails of flayed human flesh, and it was set about in the warp canyons, as this obscene monument would serve as a beacon for summoning demonic entities that could now remain rather stable within the material realm. When the Cadian 232nd Expeditionary Fleet arrived, they found not a world at war, but rather one that was already devoured, teeming with demons who were feeding upon the spiritual detritus of the slain. The sands of Sanjanor were turned red and reeked with unreality. Later, in 537 M38, as a prelude to greater operations, Abaddon would initiate his 9th Black Crusade, as he struck Anticonus in order to weaken a nearby naval fortress world of Calafarius. The capital hive, Monarch Hive, was swiftly overrun. Black legionaries butchered through its hab layers, and the Despoiler himself led the breach into its sanctum. By the time reinforcements came from Calafarius, Abaddon had already departed and left a final insult: a dozen cyclonic warheads, which would turn the ruins of this once mighty hive into a radioactive wasteland. The 17-year-long war that followed bled worlds dry and strategically disarmed the region, allowing the Black Legion's sorcerers to enact rituals unopposed. The aim here was clear: weaken the walls of reality in this sector. Later, a ghost from the past would re-emerge. An astropathic distress signal, originating from a company of Luna Wolves lost since the Heresy, finally reached Abaddon sorcerers. The coordinates led them to a remote world where time had distorted its identity. The Marines who awaited them had twisted their gene seed, performing crude rituals and integrating into the native societies. But what should have been a purge turned into a reunion. Rather than execute them, Abaddon welcomed the Forsaken Warriors as his kin, integrating them into his Black Legion's ever-growing tide. By 001 M39, Abaddon would unleash yet another Black Crusade. Known as the Conflict of Helika, the campaign was rather unique in its dual leadership, as this time Abaddon had to share command with the demon Primarch Peterabo, and both would fight side by side, while the Black Legion assaulted and assailed the capital world of Trishan Primus. The Iron Warriors unleashed their wrath upon the Iron Hands chapter in a bitter reckoning. The Medusa system burned under the relentless siege. The conflict only abated when Imperial reinforcements surged to the Iron Hands' aid. Although beaten back, Abaddon and Peterabo succeeded in their secondary objective, acquiring a detailed data slate with intelligence on the Medusan's defensive archives, information that by all indications had not remained dormant. Later in M39, somewhere within the shifting madness of the Eye of Terror, the Despoiler became aware of something ancient, older than memory, adrift in unreality, as it was no mere ruin, but rather a shipyard, a veritable manufactorum of towers, and it was half submerged within the warp. Rusted gantries reaching like broken fingers into the blood-red void. It was here that Abaddon beheld a relic of forgotten atrocity, an unfinished warship of planetary scale, a malevolent silhouette named by his legion seerers as Krugakalroth, or the Doom of Worlds. His warpsmiths, awestruck and murmuring incantations of binding, pledged that it would become a true planet killer, an infernal crown jewel of the Long War. It wouldn't be until 301 M39 that the 11th Black Crusade would occur. Attempting to bypass the warp storms encircling Imperial space, Abaddon consorted with a demonic guide. What followed was a disaster. His armada, lost in the Immaterium, only re-emerged in the path of a great wog near the cardinal world of Relancora. There, amidst the shattered cathedrals and the burning altars, the Black Legion clashed with orcish hordes. In the months of ceaseless slaughter, the Black Legion would be pushed to the brink of annihilation, as the Despoiler was forced to choose to abandon the theater. But he would not leave empty-handed. His fleets withdrew, with their holds packed full of captured weird boys, whose volatile psychic energies were subjected to twisted rituals alongside the covens of the Black Legion sorcerers. The result of this was a wide-scale collapse in the veil of reality across the Renorum system, creating a scar on reality that has yet to fade. Later, the tragedy of Hybrosas would occur, and it began not with chaos, but rather with pride. Convinced that the planetary governor had stolen a revered relic, the chapter master of the Savage Swords ordered retribution. What followed was a spree of retributive massacres, carried out with clinical brutality. By the time the governor's dismembered corpse sat upon the throne, the truth emerged. The blade had never been taken, just misplaced within their armories. The moment of clarity, however, had come too late. The Savage Swords had already crossed the line, shedding loyalist blood in such volumes that they became ripe for Khorne's influence. When the Black Legion arrived, there was no resistance, and Abaddon did not need to conquer them. He instead welcomed these corrupted idiots. And so would come the beginnings of the Age of Apotheosis, which spanned from M40 to M42. At an unknown date in M40, Plantinos, a verdant agri-world, had existed peacefully. That is, until Glutorgra arrived. This demon prince of Nurgle, bloated with filth and rot, descended upon the world with hosts of black legionary at his side. The silk farms, once the pride of the planet's economy, would be reduced to charnel fields, and the demon prince devoured it all, beast, crop, and citizen alike. In its gluttony, the demon swelled grotesquely until its own bulk betrayed it. With a thunderous rapture, Glottorga exploded in a tide of bile, organs, and living corruption. From the cadaver poured a million Nurglings, cavorting through the fields of decay. The Inquisition would respond with an absolute finality, declaring the world Benditas and sealing its orbit under eternal quarantine. Later, in M40, within the labyrinthian graveyard of a forgotten crone world, Abaddon would follow the whispers of his sorcerer, Sarpathion. Beneath the ruined Wraithbone metropolis, littered with the skeletal remains of the world's dead, he discovered vast chambers shrouded in flayed skin and stitched together in vast pulsating tapestries. Upon its surface was a revelation, written in languages only known to the Warp Touch. The Penumbra prophecy laid bare the existence of 6 weapons of ancient origin, artifacts of such power that they might shift the balance of reality itself. Though the prophecy's full meaning remains cloaked in obscurity, the implications were not lost on Abaddon, nor would they be lost on the Ordo Chronos. Imperial records show that the 12th Black Crusade would initiate in 139 M41 with the Gothic War. To the Black Legion, it was the 12th Black Crusade. However, the Imperium would not see it as such. Launched deep within Segmentum Obscurus, Abaddon spearheaded a devastating assault across the Gothic sector, leveraging a dark prize that he had acquired through previous arcane plundering. 2 legendary black fortresses, ancient star forts of unknown Xenos origin, which had long lain dormant, now had been reawakened for a terrible purpose. Under the Despoiler's command, the fortress annihilated Trantis, a star system's heart, and with it, several Imperial worlds would be sundered. The Imperial Navy suffered mass losses in order to halt the Black Legion's advance, and though the traitors were eventually repulsed and many were slain, Abaddon himself would escape once more into the Eye of Terror with his infernal relics intact. Centuries later, one of these very fortresses would reemerge and shatter the fortress world of Cadia, so the Imperial Navy's failure to sunder it was a ghastly loss. The next event of galactic import that the Black Legion would take a part in any substantial scale would occur in 777 M41, when a sudden chaos incursion occurred within the Cadian system. The spearhead itself was once again the Black Legion. However, this time its fleet trajectory was both daring and reckless. Invaders would go on to strike deep, potentially a bit too deep, towards the heavily fortified heart of the Imperium's defenses, at a fortified orbital nucleus, later dubbed the Iron Labyrinth. The forces of the Astra Militarum, bolstered by contingents of the Imperial Fists, brought the Black Legion to heel in a punishing battle of attrition. The Chaos Fleet was then shattered and driven back into the Eye of Terror. And yet, Imperial tacticians were left uneasy. The incursion itself had cost Abaddon dearly, but to what end? What had they truly gained by pressing so far, so fast, into such an impregnable region of space? Records reveal no clear objectives and no artifacts seized, not even a single stronghold claimed. The Warmaster's intention, it seems, would remain unknown. Later, in M41, the trail of the Black Legion led the Imperium to the maiden world of Ilan Nidia. Here, Abaddon himself descended to claim a relic known as the Skull of Kranagur by hand, and he would be harassed for a long time by Eldar snipers from the elusive craft world of Anlotic. The Despoiler issued a single brutal order, a complete and total devastation of the world through orbital bombardment. All terrain cover around his position was reduced to scorched rubble. Despite the rapid Eldar reinforcements, Abaddon withdrew from the world with the skull in hand. Its purpose remains classified, even within the highest tiers of Imperial intel. What is known, however, is that it was not merely retrieved for display. The Black Legion would take part in another incident, loosely recognized as the Pilgrimage of Dark Lament. and this account is rather haunting, yet perplexing, as it began with a vision across countless hive chapels, manufactora, and frontier shrines. The faithful millions reported visions of a Despoiler. These were not merely hallucinations or warp bleed, as they were almost uniform in description. They spoke his name, not in hatred, but in reverence, as masses of imperial pilgrims, numbering in the tens of millions, renounced the God Emperor and set their void ships on a course for the Eye of Terror. Starved, dying, and lost in the warp currents, only a fragment of this exodus would arrive, and what greeted them was not salvation, but rather enslavement. The Black Legion would come to chain them upon arrival, men, women, and children, yet the pilgrims wept in joy, chanting thanks to Abaddon. This case study in spiritual collapse is one of the most disturbing incidents ever logged by the Ordo Hereticus. Between 959 and 961 M41, the Paradox campaign would occur. This conflict cannot be overstated in scale or consequence, as it seemingly began as an incursion into the death world of Pythos, but in truth it was a gambit. An ancient warp portal known as the Damnation Cache lay hidden beneath the world's dense jungles, sealed since the Horus Heresy, and Abaddon knew of it. However he found out about it remains a fate few dare answer. With the Black Legion's forces supported by the Death Guard, Pythos fell in mere days. As its hive cities were razed, its planetary defense forces extinguished, and only the Catachan regiment on the planet escaped total annihilation, as they disappeared within the jungle. Abaddon began his rites to open the cache, but in response the Imperium unleashed some of its finest, the Dark Angels, led by the Supreme Grand Master Azrael, and a strike force of the legendary Grey Knights, all of which would descend upon Pythos. In orbit, the Rock led an Imperial fleet in a void battle of epic scale, eventually breaking the Chaos blockade. But this victory rang hollow. As the Loyalists pushed into the ravaged hives, Abaddon had opened the portal, and from it, demons began to pour forth. So the very fabric of reality screamed, as psychic storms scoured entire districts. Astropathic channels fractured and rebellions ignited across the Demeter sector, fueled by a sudden violent awakening of latent psychers. Amidst this madness, a squad of Grey Knights reached the cache and were able to completely close the portal. However, the damage was already done, and Pythos was lost. Its biosphere, its cities, even the planet's very soul was warped beyond recognition. Before departing, Abaddon abducted a rogue Psyker of immense potential, one said to be gifted with a potential with a destiny that would be pivotal in his long-awaited 13th Black Crusade. Then in 980 M41, on Heltine, the Salamanders fought a desperate urban war against Black Legion forces. Their efforts stalled against the Demon Prince, Graxix. By 998 M41, the Black Legion had struck far from the Eye of Terror in a calculated raid, and destroyed a Prometheum refinery on the moons of Lorthanion, leaving only wreckage. What they sought or recovered remains classified by the Inquisition, meaning it's likely of high importance. Then, in the fateful year of 999 M41, the Daimor campaign erupted, as Chaos Lord Zorphas, alongside Karn the Betrayer and the Crimson Slaughter, descended upon Amathal. Though repelled by a combined force of Blood Angels and Adeptus Mechanicus, their assault cracked an ancient containment structure beneath the planet, known as the Demon Cage, and within months a nearby warp storm destabilized it completely, plunging parts of the system into empiric madness. In the closing of the 41st millennium, the Imperium of Man stood upon the brink of desolation, but few could have anticipated the scale of the catastrophe that would follow. What began as isolated acts of sorcery and war soon escalated into galaxy-shaking catastrophe. From the bleak wastelands of Fenris to the doomed skies of Cadia, the servants of the ruinous powers launched their final conclusive assault, a multi-front campaign whose reverberations still echo through the shattered Imperium. In 999 M41, the first spark of the coming storm ignited, not in open battle, but through whispers of dissent. The Changeling, a malefic servant of Tzeentch infiltrated the Fenris system, spreading disinformation and confusion. Behind his veil of lies loomed a greater threat, Magnus the Red, demon Primarch of the Thousand Suns. With an assembly of warbands and rubric marines at his command, Magnus erected a grand ritual, one that tore through the veil of the Materium and brought the demon world of Sortarius out of the Eye of Terror and into orbit above Prospero's remains. This was not merely an act of vengeance, it was a declaration. The invasion of Fenris was swift and brutal, marked by arcane warfare and a terrible majesty known as Magnus the Red. The defenders of Fenris, the Space Wolves, were caught off guard. Their ancient rival had returned, and his wrath was made manifest. This assault, though ultimately repelled, shattered the region's spiritual and strategic stability. And the timing of this assault would later raise the question, was Magnus explicitly sent by Abaddon, or did he act on his own? However, the timing of the 13th Black Crusade seemed too suspicious for it to be the latter. Between 995 and 999 M41, at the heart of the Imperium's worst nightmares stood Abaddon the Despoiler. For 10 millennia he had bided his time. 12 consecutive Black Crusades had come, and the 13th was its culmination. The gates of Cadia for millennia had been a bulwark of the Imperium, and they would be besieged by a coalition of chaos forces unmatched in their diversity or brutality. The Black Legion led the charge, and was joined by ancient traitor legions, the Death Guard, the World Eaters, the Alpha Legion, the Thousand Suns, and others from the long shadow of the Heresy. They were also accompanied by uncountable warp-spawned horrors, Scarabus cultists, mutants, and the forsaken remnants of long-lost renegade chapters. Cadia held for as long as it could, but it was not the fury of blades or the wrath of bolters that ended it. Instead, it would be Abaddon's decision to desecrate the ancient pylons, Xenos constructs of unknown purpose that for 1,000 years had stabilized the region's link to real space. And once they were destroyed, the Eye of Terror began to surge outwards, as warp storms ignited across a galaxy. This was accomplished by crashing the only Blackstone fortress that Abaddon still had command of, directly into the planet, destroying both in one fell swoop, and leaving Lifthuron Blackheart as the only being with a functional Blackstone fortress at his command, potentially making him the most singularly powerful warlord amongst the Chaos Space Marines. Circa 999 M41. In the midst of this upheaval, an event of profound significance occurred. The long-thought impossible. Archmagos Belisarius Call, keeper of arcane and forbidden knowledge, emerged with a cryptic alliance forged with the Eldari faction's splinter known as the Yanari, and through a complex convergence of ancient Xenos prophecy and Adeptus Mechanicus science, the long-slumbering Primarch Reboot Guilliman was awakened upon Macragge. But this was no miracle, as an act of equal devastation would occur within the 41st millennium. Even as Reboot Guilliman drew his first breath in over 10,000 years, the Black Legion descended on Macragge in force, determined to extinguish this flicker of hope before it could spread. Unfortunately for them, Guilliman would survive, and with him, the Imperium regained its first true leader since the Scouring. But the timing of Abaddon's strike again would suggest a deeper coordination or potentially divine interference. As all this was happening, the moment that would change the galaxy would occur. As the Blackstone Fortress had been crashed into the world of Cadia, then from the Hadex anomaly in the eastern fringe to the furthest reaches of Segmentum Obscurus, reality split and tore asunder as Cadia became naught but ash. As the Cicatrix Maledictum, now known as the Great Rift, was born, a wound across the galaxy so vast and wide that it was nigh impregnable. This time would become known as the Noctis Eterna, the blackness that followed. For an unknowable amount of time, the Astronomicon itself was veiled. Warp travel became nigh impossible, a death sentence even. Communication between systems ceased, and planets were left to fend for themselves as demons flooded from the Immaterium. at an unprecedented scale. Entire sectors disappeared, civilizations in an instant, by horrors that had waited eons for a moment just like this. Psykers across the Imperium began to lose control, triggering countless disasters as latent powers awakened with no warning. This was the closest the galaxy had ever come to repeating the Dark Age that ended with the Age of Strife. Perhaps it would have been worse. As the Imperium reeled, a pattern began to emerge, one only visible in hindsight. The invasion of Fenris, the fall of Cadia, the awakening of Guilliman, and the sundering of reality were not isolated events, but rather they were acts in a grander design. But whose design? Was it Abaddon's? A master stroke of 10,000 years of planning? Or were darker forces still at play? Entities whose comprehension defied even the most learned of the Ordo Malleus? And if it was a pattern, what would come next? As the warp storms of the Great Rift continued to expand like a malignant wound across the galaxy, entire sectors of the Imperium were engulfed in silence, madness, and ruination. Amidst this maelstrom, the Black Legion emerged once again, not in full conquest, but with acts of psychological and strategic precision that shattered morale, eroded hope, and brought entire worlds to their knees without ever requiring complete occupation. What followed are nary but 3 of these chilling engagements, moments where the ruinous powers, via the Black Legion, bled the Imperium without mercy, and left only misery and devastation in their wake. On the forge world of Raidon, a bastion of the Adeptus Mechanicus situated at the edge of the Great Rift, evacuation protocols were enacted with a grim urgency, as the planetary noosphere flickered with encrypted data streams as tech priests initiated their sacred rites to prevent their most sacred and revered archaeotech from being lost, preparing to load these relics orbital-capable frigates for extraction. But the plan never came to fruition. Without warning, an armada bearing the very livery of the Black Legion erupted from the warp, establishing a blockade that left the world sealed from the stars. Attempts to break through the encirclement failed completely and utterly. Within hours, orbital targeting platforms fell silent. Then came the bombardment, targeting Raidon's spaceports and last cannon defense arrays. The bombardment was surgical and unrelenting. As the Basilica Logiscum, the vault where the tech priests had stored their most priceless of relics, remained untouched. The Skitarii stationed there to defend it never fired a shot in its defense. Instead, the Chaos forces bypassed it entirely, choosing to neutralize their mobility rather than engage in a costly siege. Once Raidon was stripped of all means of escape, the Black Legion withdrew, vanishing into the warp. Left behind were the tech priests, their relics, and the encroaching tendrils of the Great Rift. Trapped, isolated, and alone, the implications remain deeply troubling. Was this campaign of plunder denied by a greater force, or was it merely delivered to another being? Could this have potentially been a gift given to Vashtor the Archifane in order to persuade him into working with Abaddon the Despoiler in his later campaigns? Across the bellicose stars, the Hound of Abaddon, a brutal vanguard force within the Black Legion, swept through with savage momentum, advancing until they were forced to halt at Gandor's Providence, an agri-world of limited strategic value. Gandor's Providence would seem like an unlikely place for a pitched stand, yet it became a site of a critical standoff, where the Imperial Fist, ever the bastion of fortification and defense, established an entrenched redoubts using squads of Primaris intercessors, creating overlapping kill zones across the very landscape. Rather than engage in a protracted siege, the Hounds of Abaddon withdrew. This decision, though abrupt and rather uncharacteristic, raised a series of questions. Were they avoiding unnecessary losses, or had they already achieved an unseen goal elsewhere, one that might bring another potential Chaos God to rise? Then there was the Alres system, which would become a tragic study in both human desperation and chaotic devotion. Naval resistance was fierce in this sector. However, it was short-lived. The forces of the Navis Imperialis were decimated after months of continued engagements. Retreating to Everwatch Station, a fortified orbital platform above Aralast 7, on the very surface, the Imperial Governor, Malcolm Indus, mustered what remained of his planetary defense forces in order to prepare for this final assault. But the true threat would come from within. As Black Legion warships approached, multiple Chaos cults rose from deep within the population, their devotion having festered in secret under the baleful light of the Great Rift. These cultists did not fear Chaos Space Marines. No, they worshipped them, declaring them divine messengers of salvation. Urban combat erupted throughout all of the world's hive cities as Indus was forced to turn his already depleted and dilapidated forces inwards, desperately trying to contain the insurrection before the invaders even landed. Every hour, more and more of the populace joined in the uprising as discipline crumbled. Hope ended when the Black Legion, having captured Everwatch Station days earlier, executed a final act of annihilation. The orbital platform was dislodged from its moorings and plunged towards the planet, impacting directly atop the capital hive. This destruction was total, as the city was reduced to a molten ruin, merely slag. The resulting tremors would then go on to shatter the tectonic plates and set shockwaves across continents. The surviving cultists, and there were many, took this as irrefutable proof of their divine favor. The warriors of the Black Legion were no longer mere soldiers to them, they were gods to be venerated. These accounts, grim as they are, serve as more than just simple war chronicles. They are threads in a bloody tapestry, one woven with intention, precision, and malice, and perhaps prophecy. As it seems, this was all part of a greater master plan, one where Abaddon would act with a nascent warp entity who desired to become one of the Chaos Gods, a fifth in the Pantheon. And so they would give rise to a campaign which would bring untold ruination upon multiple sectors, and even awaken a Primarch. This would become known as the Arcs of Omen. Now it's time to trace the first echoes of what would become one of the largest, most audacious campaigns launched against the Imperium in recent memory, in particular involving the Black Legion and Abaddon. This was a campaign not merely of conquest, but of purpose, a purpose wrapped in riddles, bound in iron, and etched across the stars in the blood of 1,000 war zones. This was not the opening of a mere incursion. This was a prelude to something ancient, calculated, and destructive. The construction of a key to a lock. Components of an apocalyptic device, ominously titled as merely the weapon, whose activation threatens the very existence of not only the Imperium, but of all mortal races. The Imperium's records place the true beginning of this when Abaddon the Despoiler and his Black Legion spearheaded an assault by the warpsmith Basque, casting a shadow across Warzone Vigilus. Their target was an artificial moon of the Mechanicum known as Purgamentoros, long hidden and heavily fortified. But this secrecy and defense was not enough. A calculated data assault disabled the moon's outer security lattice, betraying its position to the Despoiler's forces. Shortly thereafter, the Unrepentant, a Black Legion warship of grim renown, was made to pierce the veil of the system. What followed was not a skirmish, but rather an annihilation. Skitarii legions, defense lasers, and even a maniple of Reaver Titans belonging to the Legio Maledictus all fell before the combined fury of Vasque's command and the infernal genius of the Dark Mechanicus Magos Pespora Hexen. Within the moon's hidden vaults, another figure made their own move, Dark Magos Jureg. Driven by ambition and the promise of Abaddon's favor, he extracted a forbidden datatome from deep within its vaults. But the Magos was blind to the true nature of his prize. This was not merely a relic, but rather bait. Unbeknownst to Jureg, the data tome was carefully laid as a snare, a tool in a larger design set in motion by a demon known as Vashtor, the Archaphane. Months passed, and the vengeful spirit, Abaddon's personal warship, hung in the void, under intense repairs. Then, without warning, the tome flared with warp energies, becoming a conduit, nay, an open gate. And through it, Vashtor came. The demon did not beg nor barter. In the presence of the Despoiler himself, he spoke plainly, and he painted a prophecy of a sky ablaze, of stars burning so brightly they would consume even the shadows of the materium. He admitted his dissatisfaction with his current place as merely the ruler of the Forge of Souls. He wanted more. He sought to become the 5th Chaos God, and claimed he could do so if his prophecy was fulfilled. To that end, he proposed an alliance, one that Abaddon had predicted. Ever the tactician, Abaddon had remained unmoved by his words. Vashtor, however, was prepared for this skepticism. He proposed a demonstration, not on paper but in blood. He directed his attention to Malgador, a world of strategic insignificance, but one holding the next fragment of the key. A test then, one that would determine whether this alliance would be forged in unity or discarded in fire and brimstone. Thus began the true ignition of the Arcs of Omen campaign, as on the world of Malgador, a once proud bastion of the Iron Angels, a troubled but fiercely loyal chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, whose lineage had been stabilized and their ranks replenished ever so recently, was forced to respond when the vengeful spirit breached the system. Their fleet mobilized instantly, engaging the traitors in a bitter war within the void. On the surface, several hundred battle brothers entrenched themselves within their fortress monastery, the Angel's Crown, a defensive position of extreme strategic value and great symbolism. But the storm they faced was no ordinary siege. On the surface, the world was quickly overrun by waves upon waves of Black Legionaries and corrupted cultist hordes, while from orbit Abaddon unleashed multiple surgical strikes meant to decapitate the chapter's leadership. The infamous Facus Quibre, the master of the Bringers of Despair, led a teleportation assault directly into the fortress's core. Within mere moments, the defenders were thrown into chaos, thanks to a brutal exchange of psychic and physical might, leading 3 of the Iron Angel's strongest librarians to fall, as they were cut down by the Black Legionaries as they carved a path to the inner sanctum of the Angel's Crown. The Iron Angels fought with the desperation of those who knew no reinforcements were coming, yet it became clear all too quickly that their fates had been sealed. As resistance collapsed, Abaddon moved to claim the fortress as spoils of war, but within the shattered vaults of the Angel's Crown, he encountered no plunder but rather horror. The innermost chambers bore signs of defilement beyond the Black Legion's reckoning. The walls were draped in continuously running curtains of warp-tainted fluids, and demonic glyphs had been carved deep within the sacred ceramite. Something had already been there. Then came a revelation. Amidst the ruins, Abaddon came face to face with Vashtor's own constructs, mutated demon engines bound in chains, their forms half machine, half nightmare. It was here that the final stand of Chapter Master Nemean and the surviving veterans of the Iron Angel's first company took place. Though they fought with the fury of the dying, their doom was inevitable. The Apothecarian and Reclusium themselves erupted with horror as Vashtor's foul artifice gave birth to monstrous abominations. In the chaos, Abaddon personally ended the Chapter Master's life. When the battle smoke cleared, Vashtor's minions paid no minds to the fortress's vaults, relics, or databanks. Instead, their focus fell upon a singular object, a tall marble pillar, levitating in a suspensor field at the very heart of the monastery. Known as the Iron Angel's own Oathing Stone, the pillar was sacred and engraved over the centuries with the very blood oaths of every warrior to wear the sigil of the Iron Angels. At first, Abaddon dismissed it as symbolic detritus. Then came a private council. For hours, Vashtor and the Despoiler spoke in isolation. When they emerged, Abaddon's mood had shifted. The pillar, he now knew, was no mere monument. Rather, it was a fragment of the key. Abaddon laughed, not a laugh in mockery, but rather of conviction. Their alliance had been sealed. In the months that followed, the Black Legion, now under Vashtor's arcane direction, began a systematic harvesting and reshaping of ancient space hulks. Many such derelicts were cleared at a great cost, their previous inhabitants eradicated. Then Vashtor's sorcery took hold, infusing these hulks with warp energies and corrupted architecture. architecture, transforming them into massive weaponized dreadnoughts of chaos. Thus were born the Arcs of Omen. Each arc would become a spear point in this galaxy-spanning hunt. At their helms stood Chaos Champions, some direct lieutenants of Abaddon, others Chaos Lords who had sworn fealty to the cause. Their mission was rather simple: seek out and retrieve the remaining fragments of the key, by force, corruption, or subterfuge. And so began the Harvest of Terror. In the shadow of Malgador's fall, a darker tide was already rising, as Vasher had bent his will towards forging the Arcs of Omen, and Abaddon the Despoiler began deploying those he had already completed. These vessels, monolithic, corrupted space hulks, emerged from the warp like a myriad of knives, each escorted by its own flotilla of chaos warships. Their sheer number exceeded a dozen within the initial wave, and their arrival heralded not conquest for conquest's sake, but rather targeted strikes, each with a singular purpose: recover a fragment of the key. This first wave was not to strike randomly, as each assault bore a precision and that was only obscured by its brutality. Amongst the first to fall were the moons of Korbach, followed shortly by the industrial sprawls of Vaingloria. Then came Lume 4, a shrine world of particular devotion. There the Iron Warriors under Warpsmith Karsgara, commanded the Arc Org, launched a siege that spanned for weeks. When resistance finally broke, Kazgra tore through the reliquary within the planet's core and retrieved a fragment of the key, a scorched cogitator bank suspended within a stasis field. Elsewhere, on a dust-choked world known as Hasp, Alpha Legion operatives infiltrated a sealed archaeological dig site. What they extracted was no mere relic of man. It was a meteor lodged within the bedrock, but it radiated with an ancient power. Each time a fragment was found, it was brought aboard the Arcs, where they would place them within warp portals at the heart of each vessel that offered up these objects directly to Abaddon and Vashtor. Other theaters fared no better. One of them unleashed horror upon Agramedas, a world defended by Manipules of Gria. The conflict would only rage for about a month, during which the cities were rendered lifeless. In the Rapstor cluster, the Arc Bane of Life plunged directly into the conflict between the Leagues of Votan of the Kronos Hegemony and the brutal Orc Wog of Skullcraka. It did not matter which side stood in the path. The Arc had a different prey, and they were just speed bump. Near the Separas Nebula, the Night Lords under Flensmaster Tardvak faced a rare convergence of resistance. Their battle fleet came under assault by Ulthway Craftworlders and the Cabal of the Iron Throne. That they held their opposition for as long as they did spoke to the sheer durability of these very arcs. By the time the second wave of arcs was launched, their presence had infected nearly every Imperial segmentum and many under the controls of the Xenos races. These corrupted hulks ignored traditional front lines of combat, attacking not only Imperial worlds, but those under the control of the Orcs, the Tyranids, and rival heretics alike. Without the unmistakable presence of the Arcs themselves, these assaults would have gone completely unrecognized as a unified strategy. It was only through intelligence provided by the Eldar and interpreted directly by Lord Inquisitor Kotiaz of the Ordo Malleus that the larger Chaos design was revealed. The Inquisition responded swiftly. Boarding parties were dispatched, and in some cases, entire arcs were purged, then confiscated. But the cost was staggering, and most would remain active, spreading destruction unchecked. Amongst the most ferocious of these arcs offensives was the assault on Cortosa III, a fortress world fortified to a degree rarely seen outside Segmentum Solar. Its bastions were manned by more than 200 regiments of the Imperial Guard, and within the heavily defended Fortum Primus, a mortal museum safeguarded another fragment of the key, one shaped as a sword. However, the world's commanders were not unprepared. Through the foresight of their sanctioned psychers, they anticipated the Arc's approach. When Arc Ogre entered the system, it found itself opposed not only by the Guard, but by a full Sisters of Battle Covenant and a detachment of Black Templars. Despite the Arc's advanced warp pulse navigation, which allowed it to bypass their outer defensive. The full assault landed squarely on the planet's surface, which meant it was met by the full force of the defenders. However, this arc was different since it was heralded by Gul'Throg the Blighted, a warlord of the Sons of Rot. And though he was charged with securing the key fragment for Abaddon, Gul'Throg had his own ambitions, namely claiming the world for Nurgle. To achieve this end, he deployed plague crawlers and vermin guard to suppress the Imperial fleet, while landing a ground assault with the Morbix Traitor Guard, the Dark Mechanicum Vivisectors, and Chaos Knights of House Gnaw. The invasion ignited conflicts across the world's most fortified zones, and the very mountain ranges of the Absolutist Colossi, the fortress academies of Munificia Maxima, and the plains of Expinesis Martial. The combat was the thickest. Viral weapons were used to blanket the battlefield, reducing thousands of loyalists to a chemical slurry, out of which demons of Vashtor clawed their way into real space. Yet amidst this chaos, a massive armored counteroffensive swept through the surface, and in orbit the battle was no less vicious. Imperial reinforcements tore through the blockade, launching desperate boarding actions that left wreckage adrift on both sides. As rival Chaos factions disintegrated into infighting, much as they are prone to, the cohesion of the traitors unraveled far too quickly. This is to the point Gul'Throg was forced to abandon command of the ground campaign and to withdraw into garrison with his own arc. And that was the Alpha Legion's signal. Embedded within the traitor forces, they hijacked Vox transmissions, sowing confusion and triggering a rogue charge towards Fort Primus. This self-defeating push succeeded, penetrating the inner sanctum and seizing the sword-shaped key. But across the system, all forms of chaos control collapsed. They traded a queen to secure a knight. Thus, the Arcs would continue their grim harvest. Unfortunately, Chaos would indeed lose large segments of control and potentially invaluable resources, as they were never designed to be fleets of conquest, but rather instruments of collection, bound to a singular purpose. Every key fragment they recovered brought the weapon one step closer to completion. And though some Arcs had been repelled, and many Chaos Space Marines had attempted to strike out on their own, many still roam the stars, harbingers of a plan that remains unresolved, but far from idle. As the second waves of the Arcs of Omens tore across the stars, patterns began to emerge, undeniable in their precision and no longer possible to dismiss as disjointed raids or opportunistic space hulk attacks. It became clear to all Imperial forces and the Eldari themselves that these individuals were operating on an escalating directive. And yet, despite the mounting evidence of a coordinated strategy, Imperial and Xenos factions alike struggled to discern Abaddon's ultimate aim, or where the next blow would fall. The deeper these arcs ventured into the far reaches of the void, the more attention they attracted, not just from the Imperium and the Eldar, but from entities rarely seen in coordinated responses. Arc Blackened Tower was severely damaged during an encounter with the Calvasi and the interdimensional horrors known as the Enslavers, for some reason working in tandem. Elsewhere, the Ark of the Sobbing God found itself overrun by tendrils of Hive Fleet Kraken, which had completely disregarded its previous path. The vessel's commander, Scourgemaster Ulgatha, was forced into a desperate, debilitating retreat, leading his surviving followers into the vessel's deepest interior to mount a last-ditch resistance against this Xenos incursion. Still, the mission endured. On the tomb world of Vol, the Ark known as Beast in Scarlet struck with an undeniable efficiency as the slumbering legions of the Zaskarazan dynasty were caught unprepared, and the key fragment was seized before an effective defense could be mustered. However, the Necron overlord Somtek, cut down in a raid, soon reanimated. Outraged by the dishonor of this ambush, he immediately began mobilizing a full fleet for retribution, vowing vengeance upon the Beast in Scarlet and its cohorts. In the Ophelia system, Arch Colossus would emerge with a host of traitor titans. The defenders faltered under the sheer weight of this assault as Dark Magi and their dark warped servitors descended upon the Ophalian worlds. But this moment of arrogance would become a fatal oversight as Chaplain Julianos of the Ultramarines led a mission with 100% guaranteed death rate aboard the Ark. While almost every single Astartes under his command perished, they did indeed succeed in initiating a core meltdown that destroyed the Colossus. Elsewhere, Eldar Corsairs of the Diamond Talon launched a lightning raid against the Ark Devourer of Hope, damaging its command systems and leaving it empty adrift. Not all setbacks were at the hands of the Imperium and what could be considered its allies. In the Pothelia system, Lady Maeve of House Grendel arrived expecting to extract a key fragments from local orc tribes, only to discover the region had been claimed by the Greater Thurian League. The Squatkin, having long since claimed and relocated the fragment to the galactic core, had fortified the system against all intrusion. Infuriated, Maeve launched a punitive campaign. What followed was a grinding conflict that bled both sides. Throughout the segmentum, Craftworld's Ulthwé, Senheim, and Yemlock, along with their allies from the Harlequins, the Dark Eldar, multiple Corsairs along with Exodites, launched coordinated counteroffensives against the battle fleets, seeking not just reprisal but total destruction. Meanwhile, Lord Inquisitor Cotiez continued to act on the warning that he had received from his Eldar compatriots, mobilizing vast resources across the Ordo Malleus. As he coordinated multiple strike missions against the Arcs under his direction, the Iron Hands, led by Captain Albador, successfully boarded Arc Morbius, crippling it from within. Arc Reaper's Shadow was later reported destroyed under mysterious circumstances, the details of which remained sealed by inquisitorial mandate. From the Imperium's core, Arc Night Terror descended upon agri-worlds of the Sangassi Belt within the Imperium Nihilus. Lord Commander and Regent Dante of the Blood Angels arrived to coordinate a counterattack. What he found defied tactical logic. The battle fleet had been reduced to mere wreckage, and the corpses of Astartes were riddled on board and destroyed by bolter fire, and marks of sulfurous degradation. These were signs not pointing towards loyalist actions, but towards internal conflict or worse. Indeed, many of the Arcs soon faced threats not from without, but rather from within. Jealousy, ambition, and suspicion, all synonymous with the traitor Astartes, took hold, as many smaller warbands within these warbands sprung surprise assaults designed to usurp Abaddon's designs and to claim the Arcs of Omen for themselves. One Arc vanished entirely within the Red Corsair's territory, deep within the Maelstrom, in a manner that Abaddon could not respond to without potentially losing the alliance he had with one of the most, if not the single most, powerful Chaos Warlord in existence. The Wordbearers themselves, in a calculated act of heretical sabotage, released the bindings upon Arc Neverlight. The result was a wave of demonic entities that consumed those within the Arcs and those without, along with the nearby mining world of Chimere simultaneously. In the Chiron system, Arc Dirge Discordant was assaulted and scuttled by coordinate forces seeking a more potent key fragment. Enraged by the loss and the growing insolence amongst the traitor factions, Abaddon would take to the field personally on Chiron Tetris, as he would lead a brutal campaign against Imperial Guard, crushing entire Cadian regiments in his path and securing the fragment by pure force of arms. It was within the aftermath of this battle that Vashtor delivered a new morsel of intelligence. A critical fragment had been identified on the world of Macalabel, but more pressing than that, Angron, the Red Angel himself, had been sighted, as he was locked within a vicious engagement with an Indomitus Crusade fleet known as Quartas. Vashtor requested to go to Macalaba personally in order to resolve the matter. What follows remains a point of grave speculation, for even as the Imperium and its Xenos, let's say neighbors, along with the Arcs themselves, had to suffer and adapt to the unfolding plan and the wrath of the demon Primarch of Khorne. In the ever-worsening storm that is the 42nd millennium, there are few names that are spoken with as much dread as Angron, the demon Primarch of the World Eaters. His appearance within the Materium, aboard the Hellforged flagship of the World Eaters known as the Conqueror, sent shockwaves through not just the Imperium, but also Abaddon's own forces. Not merely a relic of the Horus Heresy, Angron had now arrived to wreak havoc, and he arrived at the head of a formidable host, which included the infamous and brilliant Chaos Lord Kolslax and the deadly Kasarak Bloodfist, along with a myriad of disparate warbands, mercenary elements, and even Xenos auxiliaries of uncertain alliances, forming a force that was equivalent to the legions of old. Never had so many world eaters been together since the fragmentation of their legion. Their purpose was the destruction of the Coral Engine. To the Imperium, the Coral Engine was a beacon of hope, an ancient mysterious mechanism that had bolstered the Indomitus Crusade fleet quartets in a string of impossible victories. To the forces of chaos, however, this psychic radiance was unbearable. To Angron in particular, it was a torment greater than the nails themselves. This was a psionic frequency piercing the warp like an obliterating sun, digging to the very core of his being, much akin to being directly blasted with the Astronomicon's own light. He was drawn to it not out of strategy, but rather of unremittent rage and fury. Long before Angron's forces breached the system, troubling anomalies in the warp currents had already begun to draw Imperial attention. Brother Captain Dystonian Calm of the Grey Knights, 4th Brotherhood, dispatched a strike cruiser known as the Unrelenting to the Malak system in order to investigate this anomaly. Upon the arrival, Crom conferred with Fleetmaster Tyrannic Upcondus, who briefed him on the presence and the suspected nature of the Coral Engine, determined to verify the implications firsthand upon the world, and interrogated Inquisitor Gloria Egmond, a veteran of Psi Archaeotech investigations. It did not take long for the Grey Knights to conclude that the Coral Engine's presence would draw a catastrophic convergence of the warp's most profane denizens, as he immediately issued warnings of wars to come. The Imperium itself would heed this call, as the Fleetmaster relayed the urgency to all battle groups within the area, and reinforcements surged towards the worlds, amongst them Admiral Igneous Pell, Grandmaster Zerdovan Mail, Canoness Verity Cade of the Order of the Argent Shroud, Group Master Persephia Zhang, Group Master Josiah Bassett III, along with the Space Marine chapter. But this was not merely designed to be a reinforcement, it was a war council in motion. Battle Group Althea deployed throughout the system, as multiple task forces were dispatched to the surrounding worlds. Group Master Era Theodora and their Task Force X were sent to conduct sweeping patrols across the outer system, and Battle Group Forthax was tasked with monitoring the Barren Reach, a treacherous asteroid belt surrounding the worlds. Around the Coral Engine itself, the Fortress Light of Rose, an immense bastion of faith and steel, encased in adamantium, was reinforced to the nth degree, leading the defense to become formidable to the point of myth. A citadel prepared for the unthinkable. Then silence. For an entire week the defenders waited. Each passing day, tensions mounted. Rumors spread. Some began to question whether the invasion was ever real. Fleetmaster Abacondus, in particular, grew restless as he committed thousands of vessels and untold manpower to this defense. Yet the warp was still. Vox relays detected no activity, and with so many battlefronts in desperate need, there was talk of redistribution. Then the 8th day came. On the 7th hour, reality ruptured. At the very edge of the Malak system, a vast chaos fleet tore free from the warp. Amongst the dark silhouettes, one towered above the rest. The Conqueror, the Red Angel, had come at last, and what followed was nothing short of apocalyptic. What began as a siege soon transformed into one of the most pivotal naval and planetary engagements post the Cicatrix era. The Malak system, a stronghold reinforced to ungodly ends, became a crucible of fire and ruination when the Red Angel himself brought this war to bear. At the vanguard of this chaos onslaught was the Arc of the Omen Stygian Heart, accompanied not merely by warships, but massive, vessel-sized demon engines. Their path was utterly unwavering, as they made directly for Maccabel, bypassing the lesser targets in pursuit of the singular devastating goal, the destruction of the Coral Engine. Fleetmaster Abacondus, commanding from the honor of Terra, responded without hesitation as he dispatched Group Masters Theodora, Thren, and Zenga to intercept, while ordering fleets Malakavor, Malakashet, and Malakabel to ready a second wave. Thousands of torpedoes lanced out as unending salvos in the void. The Chaos Fleet reeled under the initial barrage, but they struck back with equal fury. Despite heavy losses, they continued forth with an unnatural precision, as if delaying for a secondary strike. Then came the moment of terror. Astropaths connected to the coral engine erupted in a series of screams. The Grey Knight's divining mirrors all fractured. A second, vastly larger Chaos Fleet tore from within the warp at this very moment. Led by the Conqueror, at this 8th hour, atop its twisted prow stood Angron himself, wrathful and nigh unstoppable in his fury. Uncharacteristically focused, the Demon Primarch divided his fleet into a trident assault formation, his Primarch intellect seeming to have returned. The first thrust centered on Claron Dire and was commanded by Kraka Bloodfist, who was directed at Malaka. This was a feint designed to draw the defenders away before slingshotting towards Makabel. The second thrust was led by the World Eater's Exsanguinator, and it struck from above the galactic plane, targeting orbital defenses with a precision rarely seen within the World Eaters. The third prong was spearheaded by Angron himself, aboard the Conqueror, as it dove beneath the galactic plane before surging upwards in a killing arc towards Makabel. Imperial morale quickly faltered as reports of riots, desertion, and breakdowns of command footholds came in. Commissars were forced to execute dozens upon dozens just to maintain a semblance of order. And yet, amongst many, especially those hardened by the Indomitus Crusade, discipline seemingly held. Fleetmaster Abacondus, instead of panicking, doubled down as he recalled Group Master Thren from the pursuit of the Stygian Heart. Yet some forces, like Task Force 4 of Battle Group Forthorax, were already too overextended to form any real defense, due to the fighting on the asteroid belt, as they had been overrun by the superior numbers of the Exsanguinator's fleet. Captain Ugashi of the Void Talons was slain in an attempt at a boarding action. The Noble Blade was completely destroyed, as Chaos would quickly gain the upper hand. Simultaneously, the Clarion Dire plunged towards Malaka, and Admiral Ignatius Peril, commanding the Cry of Wrath, scrambled to resist, despite having insufficient forces to realistically do anything. With reinforcements still in transit and Canoness Verity Cade redirecting her forces from Malkashit, the timing was utterly catastrophic as Cornate ships exploited Malaka's gravity well, slingshotting themselves through the formation, as several crashed into the atmosphere or directly into Imperial vessels. Others would break through. Only the direct intervention of the Ultramarines from the Paridium prevented Pell's death during a boarding action conducted by World Eaters. Furious, he ordered Canoness Cade to abandon Malaka and make for Makabel. Back near the primary theater, Abcondis consolidated whatever remained of his forces. He ordered Thren and Zenga to intercept Angron's Conqueror, where they would surely die. With nearly 7 task forces between them, they engaged in a fierce counterattack as reinforcements from the White Scars, Imperial Fists, Howling Griffins, and the Basilion Astra joined the Imperial Navy, where the World Eaters fought like frenzied beasts, led by something greater than themselves. The Imperials fought with cohesion. Their tactics worked, as several Chaos capital ships were isolated and destroyed. Imperial Fists, Cordisser von Dals, led his own series of daring boarding actions, climbing into the bloodied Fang, turning its own last batteries against its allies. Hibogen Khan of the White Scars crippled 2 Chaos strike cruisers with lightning assaults. Group Master Thren led a triumvirate of battleships, including her flagship Resplendent, in a direct assault upon the Conqueror. The World Eaters would then retaliate savagely. The Veracity was quickly crippled. The Blade Aquilent was forced to withdraw, and then Angron descended. The Red Angel bursts from the hull of the Conqueror, rocketing through space itself, ignoring damage that would have annihilated lesser beings, as he was pierced by lance fire and even torn apart momentarily by the Resplendent's defensive batteries. Angron reformed mid-flight with nary a mile per hour lost as he smashed into the vessel's bridge. Group Master Thren quickly perished in the assault, and her death marked a turning point. The loss of this flagship shattered the Imperium's momentum, as 4 more capital ships would quickly follow. The White Scar's own ship was destroyed, and Group Master Zeng, recognizing the battle's collapse, ordered a retreat. Meanwhile, the Exsanguinator struck on Macalabel's defenses directly, as Fleet Master Abacondus coordinated a flanking maneuver with Task Force Alpha 2 Erasmus 7. All the while, Group Master Josiah Belust held the front. The maneuver would inflict heavy casualties, even halting Lord Drashogoros's advance, but it could not stop the World Eaters entirely, only stall them. In a flash of silver, the Grey Knight strike cruiser Unrelenting re-entered the fray alongside Abacondus Honor of Terra and the Chapter Master Dagul of the Void Talons. The counterattack might have succeeded, that is, until Angron arrived. The Red Angel battered into the world's orbit, bringing the World Eaters behind him and smashing into the planet's upper atmosphere. Canoness Cade, chasing the Clarion Dire, finally intercepted the Ark. She led a valiant boarding action, bringing with her not only Sisters of Battle but Space Marines, then silenced, and all contact was lost. The Clarion Dire had vanished deep within the void of the warp, seconds before reaching Macalabel. Their fate remains unknown, but one fact was now certain. The defense of the world had now collapsed into complete and utter chaos, and Angron was within the Coral Engine's reach. The final descent began not with ceremony but with fury. Angron, the Red Angel, Demon Prince of Khorne, descended upon the world like a meteor of slaughter, targeting the central dome of the Coral Engine, and it speculated that at the time he had some warp flicker of self-awareness that drove him, perhaps hope that the device's psychic radiance might finally permanently destroy him and free him of his pain. Whatever his true motive, his arrival brought naught but annihilation. Though beset by punishing arrays of Imperial defenses, Angron reached the Fortress of Light, and within its walls, the Demon Prince carved a crimson tide through Astartes, Valkyries, Sisters of Battle, and fortifications alike, as he penetrated deep within the fortress into the missile silos, where he triggered a catastrophic chain reaction, reducing whole sectors of the installation to molten ruin and dripping slag. As the Coral Engine's energies clashed with the Butcher's nails, embedded deep within his skull, Angron persisted, moving forward as his rage was unquenched and ever building. He breached the gates to the inner sanctum, with his goal clear: the annihilation of the Coral Engine and the cessation of the constant new pain that had been added to his endless existence of unending suffering. Above, the war in the orbit had grown no less dire. Fleet Master Abcondis pressed the Imperial counteroffensive, while Imperial Admiral Pell had gained the upper hand over the fleet of the Charon Dire. Yet the Conqueror had now joined the fray over Macabel's atmosphere, and the brouhaha truly began. Clashing with Loyalist forces, including the Void Talons, Imperial Fists, and Howling Griffins, each desperate to stem the tide. Upon learning that Angron's progress inside the fortress, things began to change. Abacondus recognized the existential threat unfolding below, as he issued orders for the Honor of Terra to regroup with the largest remaining capital ships and prepare a direct assault upon the Conqueror and its drop flotilla. The maneuver provoked a flood of responses, not just from his own forces but from the enemy. Dozens of Chaos ships turned in order to intercept them, while others plunged towards the planet directly, disregarding this force. Seeking to establish a secondary drop zone for Traitor Titans, the Conqueror and its drop flotilla maneuvered. Then came the boarding. World Eaters deployed Dreadclaws directly into the Honor of Terra. Despite fierce resistance from Voidsmen, Calcian robots, and Ultramarines, and an ungodly amount of Chaos Space Marines felled, the tide would turn once the legendary, the ignominious, the nigh unstoppable Karn the Betrayer and his Butcher's Horde directly joined the fray. The Loyalists would continue to struggle hopelessly, as all resistance aboard the flagship would be fatal. Realizing the situation, Abcondus issued a final order: to abandon ship. All combat-capable personnel were to redeploy planetside to reinforce the defenses of the Coral Engine. His hope lay in turning the ground war and in surviving long enough for Admiral Pell's forces to reverse the tide in orbit. On the surface, Imperials fought tooth and nail. House Tyrene Knights, Sisters of Battle of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, and regiments from the Death Corps of Krieg, along with the Uthul artillery, resisted wave after wave of traitor titans. The Dark Mechanicum engines would then tear through the tides of defenders, killing thousands for every one of their own lost. Around their towering fleet, twisted Skirtari and corrupted servitors dragged loyalist soldiers away for experimentation, a fate far worse than death. In the southern hemisphere, the great spaceport city of the Hallowed Helm burned. Lord Invocatus spearheaded this assault. Though they met the Sons of Medusa and Imperial Fists, orbital bombardments had already softened the city's defenses, as Invocatus bypassed the fortified portions by outflanking them entirely, tearing through the heart of the city. As sacred sites fell in rapid succession, the Sanctum of the God Emperor Resplendent, the Temple of the Mordant Erifai, and the Library of the Star Pilgrims all became aberrators. Even the arrival of Abacundus' redeployed strike teams could not reverse the complete collapse of the loyalist forces. In the final gambit, Abacundus led a spearhead of warships in a low-orbit assault run on the Conqueror, as several traitor vessels were destroyed in the attempt, even as Karn's forces reached the Honor of Terra's bridge. However, in a final act, the Conqueror's machine spirit rebelled, refusing to be destroyed, as the vessel triggered its warp drives, crash translating deeper and deeper still into the Empyrean. The last known transmission from Abacundus' bridge was gunfire. Now, uncontained, the bloodshed on Markabel reached critical mass. The warp began to thin, and the psychic emissions from the Coral Engine slowed the incursion, but not before cornate demons began to manifest. The result was catastrophic. Bloodletters, blood crushers, skull cannons, even Lords of Skull surged across the battlefield. Inside the Fortress of Light, Angron summoned 8 bloodthirsters to form a terrible honor guard. Together they shattered the Imperial fists defending the gatehouse and stood poised to reach the heart of the Coral Engine itself. Meanwhile, aboard the Exsanguinator, Brother Captain Dacian Crom and the Grey Knights had succeeded in reaching its bridge. There they confronted the Demon Prince Dragarkor in a brutal engagement. Though Crom lost many brothers, he succeeded in banishing the Demon Prince back into the depths of the warp. With its master banished, the Exsanguinator began to die, its systems failing and its structures collapsing. The loss of the ship was a significant blow to the Chaos Armada, but Crom regarded it grimly as merely a Pyrrhic victory. His next move was to teleport onto the surface of the world and face Angron himself directly, as useless as that realistically would be. Elsewhere, aboard the Stygian Heart, battles raged on, as under the command of Aforai Quen, the ship drifted aimlessly. Its commander sought direction in the wake of this catastrophe. It was at that very moment that Vashtor the Archophane would materialize on board, and the stage was now set, the last bastion surrounded, and Angron within the world. There was little to stop the forces of chaos from destroying the thing that had tormented, the most powerful beast that Khorne had ever unleashed. What began as a desperate defense had crumbled into cosmic annihilation, as the Fortress of Light was rent asunder, and demons poured through its broken gates. A single voice cried out in the storm, Inquisitor Egma, with her words breaking out through the Voxnet, with a withering contempt for the traitor host. Behind her fury lay purpose. With an unwavering conviction that the Emperor's light burned within the Coral Engine, she ordered her tech adepts to disengage its final failsafes, unleashing its full power upon the world. The result was a psychic detonation of a terrifying magnitude. The initial shockwave knocked Angron from the sky. Writhing in ungodly agony, the demonic entities around the fortress were all annihilated outright, aside from Angron. Subsequent pulses followed in rapid succession as waves of force shredded warp-born entities and splintered the cohesion of the World Eater's assault. Yet this deliverance carried a price. The cries of psychers bound to the engine echoed in the minds of all nearby. Mortals fell to the floor clutching their heads as tormented visions, voices, and psychic afflictions, too strange to categorize, all spread throughout the population. Still, the Inquisitor's gambit bore fruit. With their demonic allies erased, the cultist hordes were shaken to the core. However, the world leaders still advanced, lost in their frenzy. However, said frenzy had lost its edge. Only Angron and his 8 bloodthirsters remained, but even they staggered beneath the psychic onslaught. Nevertheless, the Red Angel pressed forward, more enraged than ever, the pain becoming nigh unbearable. Reaching its inner sanctum, Angron was met by the last line of defense. Egma had prepared the chamber with explosives and laid an ambush consisting of Tempesta Scions and 6 Grey Knights under brother captain Thracian Crom. As the ambush was sprung, the Scions were overwhelmed, many collapsing in agony from their mere presence near the demon Primarch. Then came the Grey Knights, clad in Terminator plate, supported by 2 Nemesis Dread Knights. The warriors of Titan began the ritual of banishment. Angron reeled under the assault, briefly driven to a knee. But before the banishment could be completed, his bloodthirster guard breached the chamber, scattering the defenders and forcing the Dread Knights to shift their focus. As chaos erupted within the sanctum, one bloodthirster decapitated the Inquisitor, cutting short the voice that had defied a god's will. Still, Crom and his paladins fought on, pushing towards Angron and completing the ritual's final incantation. The Primarch retaliated in a whirlwind of gore, slaying several of the elite warriors, but Crom met him head on, wielding a Nemesis demon hammer, using it to bring a shattering blow and lay Angron low, even if temporarily. But before the killing strike could land, the demon seized the hammer's haft and countered, driving his axe spine grinder through Crom's body with a meteoric force. With the last of the obstacle cleared, Angron turned on the coral engine itself. What followed defies classification, as the Red Angel became something more, an unholy bridge between reality and the warp. As Spinegrinder struck the coral engine, Angron became a direct and full conduit for Khorne's fury, drawing not only on his rage, but that of the god of blood himself. In that moment, the psychic device erupted in a cataclysmic blast of crimson light. Angron and the Bloodthirsters would be then torn apart from the power of 2 gods, piercing their very being. However, within the epicenter of the blast, Angron's incorporeal essence lingered, watching as the wound he had torn in reality pulsed with raw warp energy. From the rift emerged the murder curse, Khorne's gift, or perhaps his vengeance. The coral engine was gone, and the world had been broken in twine. The destruction was instantaneous as the psychic waves of energy radiated outwards. A tide of madness and flame followed. Nearly all life on the surface was snuffed out within moments. Space Marines were amongst the few who escaped, but even many of the ships within orbit were hurled screaming into the warp. Malkavor and Malkashet, once distant cousins of Macabel, were ravaged in planet-killing debris storm. Admiral Ignatius's Pell's fleet, arriving too late, was showered with wreckage. Entire battle groups were annihilated. But for those who survived the initial destruction, a far darker fate awaited them. Within minutes, madness began to grip the surviving Imperial personnel, as veterans of countless battles lost all sense of reason. Astartes, guardsmen, crewmen, one by one, they succumbed to a berserker rage, foaming at the mouth and screaming praises to the blood god as they turned upon their allies, friends, and brothers. Language failed, recognition dissolved. On board his own flagship, Admiral Pell was torn apart by his crew and then devoured. Those who resisted the madness, few survived. Most were slain by their former comrades, as their pleas were drowned out beneath roars of bloodlust. What began as a crusade to prevent the Imperium's light ended in silence, fire, and slaughter, as a coral engine, once a beacon of psychic salvation, now lay shattered, its destruction birthing a curse that still echoes within the void. In the wake of the planet's annihilation, while the Loyalist forces were still reeling from the psychic devastation and the warp-born corruption, another player stepped forward, unharmed, unhurried, and entirely undeterred. Standing at the helm of the Stygian heart, Vastor the Archifane entered the broken system like a dark revenant, as he was guided through the ruin, impervious to the localized storm of madness that consumed all else. Drifting towards the shattered remains of the world, Vastor pinpointed the ruin where the coral engine's geothermal siphon coil once stood, now transformed into a vast ruin of corn scorched into the planet's crust. As the Stygian heart began to break apart under the strain of proximity to the cursed world, Vastor shaped the fragments of the dying ark into a staircase and descended towards the engine's shattered core. From this irradiated void, he drew forth a single blackened mass of stone of an unknown substance, yet it was heavy with dark potential. Without hesitation, Vastor stepped through the portal, having secured the prize that had justified this entire catastrophe and losses of force. In the days that followed, the truth became clear. Fleet Portus was effectively gone. The murder curse had been unleashed by Angron, and the destruction of the coral engine had allowed madness to spread through the fleet's communication and through their mind. Its navigators and astropaths becoming twisted conduits of madness. Of the battle groups Alphae, Bertes, Dominus, Forax, Erasmus, Jovas, and Keolox, an estimated 80% fell into the madness or turned traitor. Veteran Space Marines and Sisters of Battle were no more immune than Inquisitors or Ministorum clergy. Only the Grey Knights, the legendary Sisters of Silence, and the perpetual failures known as the Adeptus Custodes retained their minds. The rest were driven mad, then cut swaths of destruction across the Imperium Sanctus, their surviving elements reclassified as excommunicate traitores. The betrayal had begun as a horror, which would echo across the segmentum for decades. It was then Vastor launched the next phase in his campaign. This time he would target the Rock, the mobile fortress monastery of the Dark Angels, and one of the most heavily defended structures in the Imperium. Identifying a key fragment he believed resided deep within its vault, Vastor called upon Abaddon and the Black Legion to summon only battle fleets and Chaos Astartes under Zorphas, but they would also bring about Iron Warriors supplied directly by Peterabo, Word Bearers, and Vastor's own cult of the Archifane. Riding at the head of the Arc of Omen, Aurak Unleashed, Vastor used his demonically augmented intelligence, known as the Aurak Mirdir, to locate the Rock and its escort fleet. His plan was both surgical and devastating. Disable the Gordian's Aegis, the Rock's primary void shield array, using an infernal weapon known as the Unmaker, then breach the fortress through coordinated boarding actions. The opportunity arose when the world of Maonet's Reach cancelled its tithes. In the wake of a Chaos Knight invasion, Task Force 12 under Chief Librarian Tigerius was dispatched. The sightings of House Corvax, a well-known traitor knight lineage, soon would also draw the interest of House Revan, and crucially the Dark Angels. Upon detecting the presence of the Fallen, the strike cruiser Impeccable Justice deployed with a full Ravenwing contingent under Samael. The Rock itself would soon arrive in the system, carrying over half the chapter's full strength. As these forces approaching the world, Vastor sprang his ambush. His fleet exited the warp at a calculated ambush vector, unleashing a brutal salvo that crippled the Dark Angel's vessels, including the Revenged, Silent Sentinel, Primarch's Roar, Obsidian Soar, and Valiant Ire. Though Chief Librarian Ezekiel transferred command to Samael and initiated a firing retreat, losses mounted quickly. The Solemn Vow suffered a catastrophic Gellerfield failure and was consumed by demons. However, the Dark Angels struck back as Deathwing Knights boarded Vandaboxis, turning its own guns inwards before destroying it entirely. The Impeccable Justice would then unleash its Black Knight squadrons, crippling multiple trader vessels. Still, the trap worked. The Rock now stood isolated. With its fleet scattered, the Rock came under the full assault of Vastor's forces. The Unmaker and its auxiliary projectors overloaded the Gorgon's Aegis, piercing the fortress's shield array. Boarding torpedoes and infernal landers swarmed its surface. Inside, Azrael appointed Baal as overall commander, while he, Ezekiel, Lazarus, and Asmodai organized internal defenses. Every corridor became a gauntlet. Vashtor didn't seek conquest, so the defenders were rather confused with his action, as he sought a specific object buried within. Yet it became clear that the enemy's goal was attrition in order to immobilize the rock's defenders. Within the fortress, the true battle unfolded. Boarding parties from the Black Legion, word-bearers, along with others, dove toward the inner vaults. The Dark Angels, 8th and 10th Companies launched fierce counterattacks, slowing the enemy's advance. At the Vault of Banners, Asmodai held the line against 4 successive assaults. In the Whispering Dome, Dreadnoughts and Devastators battled Warsmith Chorag in brutal close quarters brouhahas, but the final thrust came as Vashtor, Zorphis, and Dark Apostle Gar Hathon summoned a massive demonic horde and pushed towards the Forbidden Gate and the Ascension Stairwell. Lazarus stalled the enemy in the Galera Ascondal, while Azrael led the elite reserves through Gallium's Exactor. At the Nameless Gate, Azrael saw Zorphos breaking the cohesion of the Black Legion's advance. Yet it was not the end. Vashtor himself now entered the brouhaha proper. Azrael confronted the Archifane in the final chamber. Ezekiel had back demonic reinforcements, while Lazarus secured the gate itself. Vashtor seized control of loyalist vox channels, unleashing psychic static that forced many to remove their helmets in order to avoid the madness setting in. In the center of the storm, Vashtor and Azrael exchanged furious blows. The Dark Angel Supreme Grandmaster was completely outmatched. But as Vashtor prepared to finish him, something unseen disrupted the demon engine's concentration. Azrael seized the moment, driving his blade into the Archifane and falling back into his lines. Though wounded, Vashtor had achieved his aim. Deep within the rock's vaults, his agents had claimed a fragment that he had been attempting to gain since the beginning of this confrontation. And so, with blood spilled and secrets uncovered, the Dark Angels were left reeling as the Archifane vanished into the void. As the embers of the siege burned low and the battle for the rock had reached its crescendo, an unexpected force made its presence violently known. Without warning, the fortress monastery's lights were extinguished, and darkness overtook the steel corridors as shadows twisted in unnatural ways and began to move with a silent malice. From those shadows came a new tide of destruction. The fallen had emerged once more, the traitorous scions of the Dark Angels' own past, marching alongside fresh wordbearer detachments and the cloaked saboteurs of the Alpha Legion. Outside of the Tower of Angels, Chaos Knights from House Korvox materialized in force, indiscriminately assailing both loyalist and traitor armor alike. At their heads stood a figure as ancient as the warp's first echoes, Belcor, the Dark Master, an ancient and personal rival of Vashtor. His arrival transformed the already catastrophic battle into a three-way massacre. However, this sudden turmoil allowed the Dark Angels to re-establish defensive cohesion, seizing initiative amidst the chaos. Within the Gallium Extractor, Belcor and Vashtor clashed in a duel long in the making. Their combat was apocalyptic as Vashtor drained the energy from the rock's nearby void systems, ripping the power directly from the failing void shields and the sacred machinery in order to repel Vashtor's warp-fueled shadows. The Archifane ultimately forced his rival to retreat, but not without consequence. Smirking through his fractured visage, Belcor mocked Vashtor's design, declaring them irrelevant. Look at the stars, he warned. As the Archifane turned his gaze outwards, it became clear what Belcor meant. Task Force 7 had arrived, and an Imperial armada led by Chief Librarian Tigerius was set to reinforce the Dark Angels. It was then that Belcor revealed his deception. The invasion of Mawet's Reach had been orchestrated solely to bait Vashtor and the Dark Angels into open conflict. His true objective was sabotage. With the reinforcements arriving, Loyalist strength surged. House Revan deployed their own knights onto the rock's surface to confront their corrupted brethren from House Korvac. In one notable clash, Revan Princeps Garvin personally brought down a corrupted knight tyrant. Simultaneously, the Ultramarines and Nova Marines launched precise offensives across the outer battlements, coordinated by Tigerius himself. Chapter Master Samael, having stabilized the Void War, joined Tigerius in a combined push. Belcor, ever disinterested in the final victory, gave no order to resist as he accomplished his task, ruined Vashtor's plans. Furious, Vastor seized control of the remaining macro batteries on the rock surface. Through arcane and machine rights, he commanded a torrent of firepower across the battlefield, allowing his barrage to annihilate entire formations, along with his primary goal of gravely wounding Belcor. The Dark Master would then vanish into the warp, howling in frustration. With him, his shadow-bound disciples dissolved into nothingness. In the wake of Belcor's withdrawal, the Loyalist counteroffensive intensified. Crusade reinforcements combined with the Dark Angel's fury, allowing them to hammer Vashtor's depleted forces from all sides. Recognizing defeat, the Archifane ordered his remaining vessels to converge for an emergency extraction. Few escaped, and the majority of his remaining forces were either annihilated or captured. Vastor himself was forced to teleport back to the Orc Unleashed. As it departed from the system, his ambitions scorched but not broken. In the aftermath, Azrael met Tigerius and Princeps Garvin with Isstvan restraint. He offered neither thanks nor apology for his own chapter's failure, only a curt order that the Imperials were to withdraw from the rock's proximity. Tigerius, well accustomed to the Dark Angel's guarded and paranoid nature, complied without protest, as the rock and its escort slipped into the warp once more. Their true thoughts remained cloaked in their ever-present silence and secrecy. Despite the apparent victory, the matter was far from resolved, as the interrogations conducted by Chaplain Asmundai upon the captured traitor Astartes revealed a disturbing truth. Vastor had not retreated at random. His destination had been pre-selected. He was en route to a region known as the Somnium Stars. By this time, Commander Farsight's forces back into the ruin zones surrounding the Great Star Dais on Arthas Moloch. His original campaign objectives already collapsing under the weight of external pressures. Facing mounting casualties and isolation, Farsight abandoned the idea of a breakout. Instead, he established a fortified corridor around the dais, later designated as a Star Dais exclusion zone, drawing in his surviving cadre into a single defensible position. He tasked his elite commanders with precision decapitation strikes, eliminating Orc and Chaos leaders, including the Night Lord's commander known as the Flensing Prince. The surgical operation succeeded in fragmenting already unstable coordination between his enemies, sparking infighting and temporarily relieving pressure on all Tau positions. All the while, Farsight took to the front lines, unleashing his wrath upon the enemy with an increasing aggression almost unnaturally. It was during the Battle of Haggard Tower, as an immense Orc force threatened to overrun the dais, that the long-awaited reinforcements from the Tau Empire had arrived. Amongst them was Commander Bravestorm, who was grievously wounded in the fighting. As Farsight oversaw Bravestorm's evacuation, a drone approached, projecting the image of ethereal Supreme Aunva. But salvation was not what the message contained. In a cold, unwavering tone, Aunva condemned Farsight's insubordination, declaring him and the entirety of the Farsight enclaves as apostates to the greater good, by stating, "I hope you inflict as much damage upon our enemies before your inevitable end." In a fury, Farsight incinerated the drone with his plasma rifle. He then ordered a full tactical withdrawal to fallback positions as he entered a period of intense meditation, contemplating the path forward. It was here that he resolved to enact a desperate plan, one that would invoke the horrors of Arthas Morlock's buried past. Farsight would command his fleet to regroup in system and prepare for an emergency extraction. Across the theater, Tau units executed a disciplined, phased withdrawal. As the cordon around the Star Dais contracted, Chaos and Orc forces began to clash more and more frequently as their fractured alliance crumbled under the pressure. Meanwhile, events elsewhere took a darker turn. Aboard the sword-class frigate Bleak Missive, a Death Watch force intercepted one of Farsight's communiques. Watch Captain Tholnius consulted with librarian Coicidor Carchius, who was in truth Lord Glass, an Alpha Legion infiltrator reporting to Vastor, the Archifane. Speaking a prearranged face, Looking Glass Lord Glass activated a cell of sleeper agents. In a swift and bloody coup, 20 of the 34 Death Watch Astartes on board turned traitor and seized control of the vessel, setting their course for Earth's Moloch. Upon arrival, Bleak Missive was jettisoned from orbit as the traitors made planetfall. Their objective was a downed Dark Angel's Talon fighter buried within the ruins belts. Excavation servitors revealed a crystalline structure deep within the wreckage, which Lord Glass quickly identified as the key fragment, his prize for Vashtor. By now, Gul'Kruth and the World Eaters had launched a relentless assault against the Tau perimeter. Waves of cultists and traitor guardsmen absorbed the Tau's defensive fire, allowing for Chaos Space Marines to engage in a brutal melee. Demon engines and heavy armored followed, breaching the remaining defenses. Ulgok's Demon Prince surged forward with his Black Legion spearhead. The Orcs meanwhile entered the fray in quite the force. Gargants under Gragag Fundastump clashed with Chaos Titans of Legio Vultrum as Knights and Stampas battled around their feet. Amidst this carnage, the Alpha Legion moved swiftly towards the Dark Talon. Unbeknownst to Ulgrax and the Orcs boarding parties that had overrun his black ship, the Unhallowed, the once feared Arc of Omen, would soon be renamed Da Sprig and repurposed as a mobile fortress by rival Orc warlords known as Bulrog Bigtosk, Skraga, Funstampa, and the Smogboss, each claiming responsibility for Ulgrak's demise. As Chaos and Orc forces converged upon the dais itself, Farsight considered consolidating his command, now reduced to only 5 members of his original 8 for a final stand. The Tau held fire until the first wave of berserkers crossed into the dais' kill zones. Orcs followed closely behind them, and Farsight activated his trap card. Using the blood of the slain, he triggered an ancient system embedded within the dais. The structure responded as demons manifested in waves across the battlefield, tearing into friend and foe alike. Chaos followers, Orcs and Tau alike, descended upon a brutal slaughter that blurred all allegiances. Amidst the frenzy, Tau forces attempted an emergency evacuation as warships in orbit carved escape corridors through enemy fleets, but the psychic wave of madness swept through the Tau's ranks. Farsight's own battlesuit morphed, adopting grotesque war gear. His Dawnblade was replaced with a brutal axe, and skulls were etched into his armor. Consumed by rage, he nearly abandoned his men. Only a single thought brought clarity to the Ungulate, the realization that he was considering letting his soldiers die while he fought alone. Recoiling, he forced himself back to sanity. His armor reverting to its original form as his suit's AI warned him. The window for retreat was now only minutes away from closing. Returning to the dais, Farsight gathered his remaining warriors and ordered a halt to the bloodshed. They would not fight any further. Instead, they would escort the surviving forces into the extraction zone, holding their discipline in the face of the madness around them, as the Tau withdrew under heavy fire, northward to Salvation. Shortly thereafter, the Chaos forces also withdrew, their objectives apparently fulfilled. With both Chaos and Tau forces departed, the Orcs lost interest and disappeared, seeking new battles elsewhere. Later still, Farsight and his surviving commanders returned to the now silent dais. The corruption was gone. Strange as it seemed, new life had begun to take root in Arthas Moloch once more, as the nightmare had passed for now. The former Arc of Omen, now an Orc-held vessel, Das Brig, continued to orbit the world, an ignoble monument to the madness that had unfolded. Later, when the Rock, fortress monastery and flagship of the Unforgiven, entered the Ildatros system, it did so with a fleet rivaling that of the Great Crusades of antiquity. But even the might of 3/4 of all the Unforgiven chapters could not fully prepare them for what lay ahead. Raven-winged scouts had accurately reported on the presence of a substantial battle fleet in the system. However, the Rock's sensors soon detected it was far worse than what they had initially believed. A cloaked abnormality pulsing with a malignant energy lay at the system's center, and within hours, the void between the Loyalists and the traitors' fleets ignited with fire. Boarding actions and torpedo exchanges along with fighter waves collided in the maelstrom of metal and death. The Unforgiven held a numerical advantage, while Chaos wielded other darker tools. Vashtor's mastery over infernal machinecraft gave the traitor fleet weapons augmented by the raw power of the Somnian stars themselves. The result was immediate and brutal. Several unforgiving capital ships were utterly annihilated by the advanced weaponry of the traitor vessels, but most notably, the Netherworld Blade, an Arc of Omen under the command of the Dark Mechanicum, obliterated full squadrons of the Disciples of Caliban frigates, along with 2 strike cruisers sustaining significant damage. Undeterred, the Dark Angels launched boarding actions against the demon ships, destroying them from within. With the stratagem aboard the Rock, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael and his inner circle discerned a grim pattern. The Netherworld Blade was not meant to win, but rather to delay. Delay what? Reinforcements? Certainly. But these were ones that the Unforgiven had already dispatched Outrider fleets to intercept. The tide began to turn with the intervention of Master Samael from his flagship as he led a Ravenwing spearhead assault in a direct strike against the Netherworld Blade. Joined by Unforgiven strike forces, they disabled the Ark's engines section by section, though the traitor vessels resisted to the last, destroying offensive positions and crippling 5 other loyalist ships. It was eventually reduced to a smoldering husk. Satisfied with their outcome, Azrael regrouped his fleet and ordered them forward. Their true objective still lay ahead, Vastor himself. As the Unforgiven pushed deeper and deeper into Eldultras, opposition thinned, almost conspicuously so. Sporadic ambushes gave way to an eerie stillness, as tech marines aboard the Rock began detecting a growing warp resonance that defied its analysis. Its vibrations disrupted machine spirits and crept into the minds of every seasoned Astartes. The truth was then revealed. Before them loomed a planetary scale monstrosity, a fusion of metal, warp corruption, and ancient memory. Azrael recognized it instantly. Vastor had acquired and profaned the shattered remnants of Caliban, the former homeworld of the Dark Angels, and now reforged them into a demon world of steel and sorcery. Chaos would christen it Wormwood, and Vastor was not alone here. From a warp subdimension conjured through infernal means, Abaddon the Despoiler emerged at the head of a full Black Legion armada. The trap had been sprung in full. Azrael ordered an immediate strike as the Unforgiven would assault Wormwood directly, burning away Vastor's heresy with flame and fury. Boarding parties descended, including Azrael himself, alongside Librarian Ezekiel, Grandmaster Belial, and Interrogator Chaplain Asmodai. Their target, the Warpforge Palace, a megastructure that tech marines believed served as the teleportarium housing the assembled key fragments, components of a greater design only Vastor could fully comprehend. As the Dark Angel struck, other Unforgiven chapters, Angels of Redemption, Cowled Wardens, and the Blade Keepers conducted diversionary operations across Wormwood's surface. The resistance was as fierce as it was horrific. Chaos Space Marines, Dark Mechanicum, Skitarii, Demon Engines, and abominable cultists assailed the Loyalists from all sides. The Dark Cathedrum and the perimeter of the Warpforge. Even the air itself bristled with warp energy as it screamed perpetually all around them. It was here, after the enduring assault of the Demon Prince Parallax, that Azrael's forces reached the heart of the Heretic's fortress. They found an altar, part Calibanite ruin, part brass effigy, desecrated with the assembled key fragments. It now pulsed as a shrine to Khorne. Defended by the World Eaters and Infernal Knights of House Bazkar, the altar would roar to life with a ritual fury. And from the summoning circle, at its core, Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, reborn in fire and hatred, arose. Above the battle-scarred surface, the Unforgiven fleet found itself trapped, led by Master Nikir of the Consecrators. Loyalist warships were caught between Wormwood's weapon arrays and the traitor armada, as Abaddon aboard the Vengeful Spirit and Vastor, commanding the Aurak Unleashed, converged like jaws of a steel trap, snaring the Loyalists between them. In a devastating maneuver, Abaddon, along with Folks Tibre, led a boarding operation against Impenetrable Justice, scuttling the vessel and hurling it into the heart of the Unforgiven fleet. When the warp drive detonated, the explosion shredded formations and morale alike. All hopes might have been lost, until new contacts emerged from the warp. Lord Commander Dante Master of the Blood Angels and Warden of the North, transitioned into the system at the head of an allied loyalist armada. Accompanied by Imperial Navy assets, Fleet Nihilus commenced an assault ordered directly by Lord Commander Dante from his flagship Absolution's Ire. None could explain how the Blood Angels had learned of the battle, least of all the Unforgiven, but the truth would be revealed later. For within Dante's flagship was a passenger whose return would change the fate of the Imperium itself. Lion L. Johnson, Primarch of the Dark Angels, awakened, returned, and unknown to all but a chosen few. In the chaos and fire of the adulterous conflict, a moment of revelation was soon overshadowed by urgency. Lord Commander Dante of the Blood Angels, having arrived to reinforce the besieged Unforgiven, was surprised by the fact that the Primarch of the First Legion was no longer aboard his ship. Dante, one of the Imperium's oldest and most experienced living heroes, quickly deduced the answer. The Lion had used his newly awakened powers to project himself directly onto the surface of the blighted world, once known as Caliban. Trusting the wisdom and purpose of one of the Emperor's sons, Dante did not hesitate. He deployed Fleet Nihilus's naval assets to reinforce the rock, and led his own personal detachment of the fleet into the thick of the orbital melee, trusting his uncle to do justice. As upon his arrival, Dante announced the unthinkable to all the Unforgiven. Lionel Johnson had returned. For the Unforgiven, this moment was surreal. Shock and disbelief painted the face of many within the rock's stratagem. Grandmaster Nakyr, caught between awe and duty, issued a fury of demands and vows before stating what many felt, that the Blood Angels had earned a debt that could never be repaid. United in a grim purpose, Nakyr and Dante immediately sought to stabilize the orbital front. Spotting the fresh threat, Abaddon ordered his fleet to disengage from the entanglements and to reorient for a counteroffensive. Vastur, though frustrated by the new complications, maintained focus. The Archifane directed the Auric Unleashed towards the rock, at last nearing its true objective. Once within range, Vastur enacted the culmination of his long-laid plan. Reaching deep into the vessel's ancient machine spirit, he made contact with the rock's legendary Tchula engine, a mysterious and ancient mechanism within the vessel that had been embedded into it since the planetary fragment's formation. Having already secured the Ouroboros and the Plagueheart, its twin constructs, Vastur sought now to bind all three. His intent was to construct the Discordance engine, a device capable of unlocking a relic from the War in Heaven, an old one vault with weapons and tools beyond mortal comprehension. Following a brief but chilling exchange between the Archifane and the Tchula, both vanished into a separate dimension. Within the pulsing core of Wormwood, Vastur gathered all his three engines and began its final purpose. As the Discordance engine roared into completion, its energies tore through Auric Unleashed, annihilating its structure and reducing Auric Midir, its twisted machine intelligence, to shattered scrap code. The destruction of Vastur's flagship shattered the cohesion of the Chaos Fleet. Seizing the opportunity, the Rock and its allied vessels pressed the advantage. The Unforgiven and the Imperial Navy surged towards Wormwood, determined to end the campaign directly. On the surface of Wormwood, the battle reached its most desperate moment. Azrael and his forces, having suffered grievous losses, had fallen back to a fortified pocket of Gothic ruins. The Deathwing and Librarius fought bitterly to buy time. Among the many wounded lay Belial, having been laid low in single combat against Angron himself. Angron, the Primarch of the World Eaters, launched repeated assaults against the Unforgiven perimeter. Though repelled, each wave cost them dearly. The Unforgiven were surrounded and facing annihilation. Then the sky blazed gold. Dante, leading a high host of Blood Angels, including Sanguinary Guard and assault squads, along with Redemptor dreadnoughts, descended in a brilliant counteroffensive. Vox channels had long since fallen silent, but instinct and experience allowed Azrael and Dante to coordinate, almost as if their legions had been built from the onset to do so by design. Their goal was rather simple: lay Angron low as fast as they possibly could. The combined assault struck with enough force to shatter worlds, as the Blood Angels poured forth their own wrath upon the Red Angel. For a moment, even Angron staggered, but his own fury was not extinguished. One by one, the Blood Angels elite were torn asunder. Dreadnoughts fell, and atop towering ruins, Angron finally cast Dante down. Azrael could only watch helplessly as the Red Angel raised his weapon to strike the final blow. Then the shadows ruptured. From the darkness stepped forth a legend lost to time. Lionel Johnson, sword raised, intercepted Angron's blow. He was now not alone. And Dante proved himself once again to be Dante the Ever-Living. With him marched the Risen, loyalists fallen who had remained hidden across millennia. Though confusion surged across the battlefield, none questioned the moment. For the Sons of Caliban, it was a triumph made manifest. Azrael immediately ordered a full counteroffensive, spearheaded by Dreadwing, and he personally would guarantee Dante would be guarded until he could fight on his own. The Lion's arrival had ignited the Unforgiven, like a spark to dry powder. Lionel Johnson stepped away from Dante's broken form and drew Angron into direct combat. Blow for blow, godlike strength met ancient precision. Even Angron, the Red Angel, Primarch of Slaughter, found himself pressed back. In part, this was due to the Lion now sporting a fragment of the Emperor's power, the Emperor's shield. At one point, the Lion's eyes met Azrael. No words were spoken, but the message was clear. The day could still be won, but the burden of victory would rest with Azrael and the living. The Lion would handle Angron. With the Primarch engaged in single combat, and the tide of battle momentarily turning, the Unforgiven and Blood Angels set to work recovering the wounded, including Dante. Victory remained uncertain, but the battle had changed forever. The Line had returned, and now the galaxy would tremble. As the battle for Wormwood raged, the mechanical abomination once called Caliban became a labyrinth of ever-shifting terrain and lethal traps, maddening architecture spreading throughout. The Unforgiven and their Blood Angel allies pressed their offensive, and despite the unnatural terrain, their every step was contested by chaos, machine, and madness. Yet amidst this hellscape, a battle of the legends unfolded. Lionel Johnson, Primarch of the First Legion, clashed with his corrupted brother, Angron the Red Angel. Angron had been bloated by the blessings of Khorne, only showed faint recognition at the sight of Lionel Johnson. The Lion, by contrast, was utterly repulsed by what his brother had become. Wielding the relics, fealty, and the Emperor's shield, the Lion met Angron blow for blow in a titanic duel that scarred the surface of Wormwood. Structures crumbled as not only a Chaos God's power, but the God Emperor's power had been at least in part manifested upon the world, as the two demigods were dragged into the industrial hell of Wormwood's sublevels. Elsewhere, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael had regrouped with the acting commander of the Blood Angels' second company. Together they reached the scattered remnants of the Sanguinary Guard. Amongst them, they found survivors, including Dante himself. Though grievously injured, the Lord Regent rose once more, coordinating with Azrael and Aphael to shift the focus of the campaign. Nakir was entrusted with completing Exterminatus protocols, while senior commanders turned to the evacuation of their warriors. Targeted landing zones were identified, and the combined forces of the Unforgiven and the Blood Angels struck hard. The first stronghold to fall was the Warpforge Palace, fortress of the World Eaters, and it was quickly overrun by the combined assault of the Angels of Death. Dante then issued an order to consolidate and march towards the closest extraction zone. When questioned about the Lion's status, Azrael offered no details, only quiet faith that the Primarch would find his own way back to orbit. As this was going on, within the infernal heart of Wormwood, the Lion and Angron battled deeper and deeper into the realm, where the veil of real space and the warp had worn thin. They clashed through demon forges, over blood-slick assembly lines, as each impact was a collision of ideologies as much as it was of weapons. Eventually their battle returned to the surface, where the Lion, ever the tactician, used Wormwood's environment to his advantage. Amidst the steam and shifting machinery, he feigned Angron into overextending. As the Red Angel struck, the Lion twisted his stance, fealty driven into Angron's throat. The wound staggered the Demon Primarch. Seizing the opportunity, Lionel Johnson brought the Emperor's shield down upon Angron's neck. In a blast of warp light and psychic shrieking, due to the God Emperor's power within the shield, the Red Angel was unmade, and his essence was temporarily banished back into the Immaterium. Lionel Johnson, though victorious, was wounded and exhausted. Nevertheless, he rose and began to make his escape. Back at the extraction zone, Azrael and Dante faced renewed peril. Wormwood itself turned against them. Shifting grounds, lashing tendrils, and atmospheric collapse slowed the Imperial forces. Worse still, new waves of Nurglite demons poured into the area, led by plague engines and foul warp beasts. Azrael took command, organizing a layered defense, while Dante and Samael launched coordinated flanking maneuvers. In one engagement, Dante saved a Deathwing unit carrying the wounded form of Belial from a mob of demon engines. Samael, spearheading the breakout, found his path blocked by a colossal great unclean one, known as Ubelix. With time running out and extraction faltering, the route forward seemed closed. Then the line arrived. Despite Azrael's disapproval of the Risen, the loyalist fallen who accompanied the Primarch, the Supreme Grandmaster set his pride aside. Together with the Risen, they threw themselves into a fight against Ulblok and his followers, allowing Samael and his forces a corridor through the Chaos lines. With renewed fury, the Imperial counterattack shattered the demonic ambush. Blood Angels and Dark Angels fought alongside one another under the banners of vengeance and duties as the true, the only, the Angels of Death. Ublox would now be overwhelmed by the Risen, and the remaining forces reached their extraction zones. Dante and Azrael would be the last to depart the world. As their gunships lifted off, the rock would unleash its full power, saturating the surface of Wormwood with multiple cyclonic bombardments. Though Wormwood's surface was devastated and Abaddon's fleet had been driven back, victory came at a staggering cost. Azrael's forces had been made to suffer grievously. Dante, Belial, and countless others had been wounded. Over Vox arrays, the line transmitted a final warning. Something had awakened in Wormwood's core. Whatever the traitors had unleashed now lay beyond the reach of even the rock's might. Remaining in orbit was no longer tenable. Azrael and Dante issued the orders for a final full withdrawal. Aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Abaddon watched as Wormwood vanished into the warp. His thoughts conflicted. Though he had inflicted vast damage, he now faced the return of a second loyalist Primarch. Then Vastor made contact. The Archifane announced the success of his plan. The Discordant engine had been completed, and with it, the key had awakened. Wormwood would now guide them to the lock, and ultimately to the weapon, a relic of power from the war in heaven. With a howling rift of unreality, Wormwood tore itself from the material realm and plunged into the Immaterium. Despite the return of Lionel Johnson, the Arcs of Omen campaign must be recorded as a strategic victory for Abaddon the Despoiler and Vastor the Archifane, as they had assembled the key fragment and activated the Dissonance engine. Their objectives now lay ahead of them as they strode to unlock the lock and secure a weapon most profane. The Ordo Malleus has declared a level Primaris threat status. Inquisitor Cotias has invoked full mobilization authority and declared that all remaining sources must be committed to stopping the Archifane no matter the cost. And it is to the point that while the line took more than half of the Unforgiven chapters under his wing as the Dark Angels, he thought it prudent to second multiple chapters of the Unforgiven to Lord Commander Dante under the auspice of Fleet Nihilus in order to get around any coordination limitations pressed upon the legions previously. In the wake of the Wormwood campaign and the Arcs of Omen, Abaddon the Despoiler and his Black Legion have emerged bloodied but unbroken, and if not more powerful than they ever have been. Though denied total dominance over the Idatros system and forced to contend with the return of another loyalist Primarch in the form of Lionel Johnson, Abaddon achieved what many within the Imperium had failed to see, securing strategic momentum. The key had been forged, the Dissonance engine now fully functional, and the first step towards unlocking the lock and claiming the weapon was complete. While Vastor continues his dark machinations, Abaddon's Black Legion consolidates its strength across the galaxy. Cult worlds stir, chaos fleets regroup, and new warbands rally beneath the banner of the Warmaster. much of Wormwood may have been left behind, but the Black Legion has gained something more dangerous: direction. In this new age, Abaddon no longer fights for simple conquest, or even revenge. He fights with purpose, with prophecy at his side, and with the power to reshape the galaxy itself. The Despoiler stands not as a failed successor to Horus, but as something far worse: a conqueror who learns. And so, we reach the end of the story: the Luna Wolves, then the Sons of Horus, now the Black Legion.